Hello and welcome everyone to Week 6, Day 2 of the English coverage, of the Chinese LPL. I am Julian Page-Stonecard. Joining me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. We have another great day jam-packed full of LPL action.
Absolutely, and we're starting things very quickly. Already going through the lineup of Energy Pacemakers. Energy Pacemaker in our first game will be taking on Starhorn Royal Club.
Yep, so it's going to be a pretty interesting match. Both teams definitely jockeying for some points here, and it's going to be an interesting. EP have certainly had some struggles here in the LPL so far. Haven't picked up too many points from them. I believe they don't have a single 2-0 win so far in their series. So unfortunately sitting at the bottom of the table. But Royal, to be honest, given their pedigree, not doing that well either.
Yeah, 3 draws so far for Energy Pacemaker, so not 0 points, but only those 3 points from the draws. Starhorn Royal Club, with their pedigree, as you mentioned, of course, finished consecutive world finalists. The lineup's changed a lot since then. We've mentioned that a few times already during the LPL. They'll be happy to have 2-2-0 wins, but the rest of the results haven't gone their way. Sitting in the middle of the pack, plenty of ground to make up if they want to start assaulting those top spaces, as we're dangerously close, Space to Time, to halfway through the LPL.
Yeah, I believe in the middle of today, after match 2, we'll actually be halfway through, officially through the LPL season here. And I mean, Royal, notably, the last 4 matches, they're 0-4 in games so far. They have not had a good run recently. I
mean, there were big matches, we have to remember. They were against an Invictus Gaming team on the up. You know, that definitely confirmed the upward momentum of Invictus Gaming during Week 5, and then subsequently lost to Snake, just losing to some of their pace setters. But 0-4, and specifically Insect, struggling the most. I'm sure we'll see him on screen very soon. 2-15 and 16 over 4 matches. That's, for the usual carry jungler, for the shot caller of the Starhorn Royal Club team, a big struggle during Week 5.
Yeah, I mean, a big struggle is almost an understatement here. Insec is such a monumental force in this team. He's not quite their star carrier or anchor, but he's so important to how they run as a team. And when he's not going, things just don't seem to come together for Royal Club.
Yeah, he's on screen now. His KDA is not the highest. A lot of deaths is probably the big thing. Look at that, kills to deaths. He's actually half the amount of kills to the amount of deaths. Not surprising to be lower kill death on a jungler, but especially a carry jungler. You can see the Kha'Zix and the Hecarim to some degree in that match history. It's not been the best LPL split, especially the last 5 weeks for Insect.
Yeah, and we're actually going to move through as well. We see Corner's actually been playing surprisingly well. The solo laners from Royal definitely stepping up in some regards, but here actually Well is back playing the AD carry position, and this is the other big story for Royal. They almost have a revolving door of AD carries that they put through while they slowly wait for Name to play.
Yeah, HYY has played the big majority of games. Well only played those 4 games in Week 4. 3 games of Kalista, only 1 and 2 on that champion. I think he was one of the first people to really start prioritizing that Kalista as it came into the LPL in Week 4. A Corki game actually was one of his victories. There's not too much to draw away from him, of course. You know, he's had very high levels of competition. He's just new to the team, but obviously playing around with HYY and Well till March 13th. That's the big day. That's when we expect to see the return of Name.
Yeah, and the thing is, Royal, you know, at the start of the season, they were splitting or winning some series without that star AD carry. So we at the time said, you know, it's bonus points here for Royal, and it was. But, you know, we're almost halfway through the LPL so far, and Royal are dangerously close to dropping out of playoff contention.
Obviously, Name sits back, and he wants his team to do the best they can before he joins the lineup. But realistically, you need at least a certain amount of points to stay in touching distance so that, okay, there's going to be some kinks to work out once Name joins the lineup. It's not going to be most likely an instant 4-0, 6-0 weekend necessarily. They'll have to adjust to playing to a new AD carry once again, which they've already done twice this season. So again, build up as many points as possible. Take out EP, the bottom place team at the moment. That's the real big priority for Starhorn Royal Club. But if we've learned one thing from watching Energy Pacemakers games this season, the curveballs they can throw out are incredible.
Yeah, I mean, for all the struggles they have had towards the bottom of the ladder, they have done some very innovative-looking things, especially in the early game. Now, unfortunately, that doesn't always translate to wins, but they have a team that's, you know, always trying new things, really keeping other teams on their toes. And the most important thing about a best-of-2 format, even the bottom teams can affect the top or middle of the standings.
And they just haven't been able to translate innovative level 1s. We mentioned yesterday, of course, the level 1 Dragon with Sion. I believe they're the first team to pick up Sion so far in the LPL. It's those little things, but translate them to victories that they've struggled with. They've only got 3 victories on the season. If they can get all their big factors in the page in one season, whether we're talking about getting the Hecarim top really rolling, Amazing J loving that teleport ignite Hecarim, that's been a very popular pick. Whether it's those innovative jungle path things, if they can get that all together in a game or necessarily a series, they could definitely pick up some wins.
Yeah, and I think here, when we look at this matchup, it's actually the jungle that we're probably going to focus, or at least maybe the jungle and top side of the map here. Amazing J and Drizzle have done a lot of the heavy lifting in the early game for Energy Pacemaker, and Royal right now, Cole is probably their best performing player, and Insec, he needs to go big.
It's a Korean jungle matchup between Drizzle and Insect. Drizzle came into the team after the much actually respected Captain 57 was put onto the bench. They substituted in Drizzle. We saw his Lee Sin mechanics are very good, specifically stealing away Dragon, of course, against the master of Lee Sin, the historic Lee Sin in Insect. All caps actually with Insect this week, so a bit of confidence coming through. He's going to need to translate that confidence both into his own performance and the shot calling. It's not just his performance that's been struggling. His shot calling has been hit or miss so far in the LPL.
It really has, and we'll see what happens here in our first game. Energy Pacemaker on the blue side for game 1, Royal over on the red. We've got Callista and LeBlanc, the first 2 bans there for EP, and Royal have responded with Nidalee and Cassidy.
So far, well, again, it's played 4 games, shown 3 games of Callista and a Corki game. So why not ban away that comfort Callista? I mean, it sounds like a weird thing to say given that Callista's the newest marksman in the league, 80 carry for most of you viewers. But definitely his most popular pick, banned away, less hyper carry potential coming through, maybe forcing him onto the Corki.
I mean, Callista's certainly a very powerful pick as well. We see a lot of teams, not even with specific Callista players, still targeting that because of her strength. But I love the Vega here as well. We saw a lot of this yesterday, and we're going to continue to see Vega bans today. And Royal do have one more ban to go with, and it is the FLICKR in there away from Amazing J.
A lot of 5.2 flavor coming through from these bans. Specifically, teams went away for a week, did a bit of research, saw the power of the support Vega, and we just saw it inundate. I believe it was picked or banned in all our series yesterday. So it's surprising to see it join the ban list so early, but blue side ban. Either EP don't play it or they know that Zero plays it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Insect play it before, maybe not to the best of his abilities from the jungle, but we did think that FLICKR was going to be contested here, and it is banned by Royal on the red side. Gnar is the first pickup there for Amazing J, so very solid top laner that he's going to get, and Royal have got 10 seconds to make their first 2 picks.
Gnar priority over Lissandra is super interesting to me. Lissandra is definitely, to me, the strongest of the top lane pool available to the league right now. Functions as a tank, has so much space control in team fights, but even has carry potential with enough AP items. Very flexible, flex pick coming through, and Zero picks up his Thresh.
Yeah, so we've talked about Thresh a lot here in China. Zero, one of the best Thresh players, you have to say, possibly the best here, and there are a lot of good ones in China. So Lissandra Thresh, very strong stuff from Royal Club.
Amazingly, we've seen Thresh fall off a bit in China, because China was always famous for bringing up Thresh. It was the Chinese freight train, the FLICKR Thresh Graves, that was so popular in Season 3. Since the release, has been synonymous with Chinese supports, but with all the Annie this season, Annie an excellent pick against Thresh, the Leona play as well, it's actually been somewhat risky to pick up Thresh in these games, so he started to fall away, still so powerful though.
But I do like it here for Royal, especially because I feel like they need someone to help make plays, and Zero can be a playmaker from support, so I like that pick there. But EP responding kind, Lee Sin and Graves are their 2nd and 3rd picks.
And so the support Vega's come in. The other thing is they're going for the really lane dominating AD carries. It's the Graves coming through a lot more commonly in the LPL this week. It's just, again, choosing laning power. Kane has been struggling in lane. He's the veteran of this team, so he just wants to pick something that does very well on a lot of lanes. Of course, it matches up just fine against Corki. Not surprising to see well lock in that Corki, given, again, that's the only other champion that he's played in competitive play so far.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. Royal going to look for some power picks here potentially. They are going to lock in the Rengar for Insect, so he's going to take it into the jungle, and it is going to be the Corki. So again, a lot of mid-game and Insect back on a carry jungler.
But the thing about Insect's Rengar is he loves to play the carry-style jungler. Like you say, it's not going to be the tanky Rengar, it's going to be the damage Rengar. He loves to stack those brutalizer items, really get his armor penetration and cooldown reduction on, and go full offensive. So he needs a secondary tank. Of course, Lissandra will function like a tank. Thresh will be in the middle of fights. Again, a pseudo tank, but probably going to be a no tank lineup, you'd have to think, coming through from Starhound Royal Club. Another thing to say, love that setup CC if you're Rengar can get in there with the bowler strike to complement all the Lissandra CC, the death sentence coming through from the bottom lane. Any more point and click CC will really empower Rengar to go massive in the early to mid game.
Yeah, and EP have made some pretty dramatic shifts here. Annie going to be the support, but Victor makes an appearance in the LPL.
Victor in the LPL. It's not the first time, of course, Zatai, now on the bench, was a famed Victor main in previous years. We actually haven't seen Victor post rework definitely in the LPL. Going to see some Victor action. I'm super excited. I don't even know which build path we're going to see him come through. Of course, all the AP items are quite synergistic with this kit. And the Annie lock-in as well. EP, we always look for the curveballs. It's the Victor this time.
Yeah, I mean, they've finally thrown it in. Raphael definitely has his picks, it feels like. Not much like Zatai from IG, like you mentioned, a player that plays what he wants, not what necessarily the meta informs to him, though. Royal are, it seems like, maybe going to make a swap here. You mentioned like a frontline. I love this pick, actually. They're going to give the Maokai probably to Cola and move the Lissandra to the mid lane.
Yeah, Lissandra against Victor does suggest to me there is a bit of significant kill pressure. It's smart to pick up the cleanse. He's at least hovering now, Raphael. Remember, this is their Korean duo. It's Raphael and Drizzle, those mid laners who are the Korean duo. So Lee Sin Victor, you can see some synergies there. If they're ever able to hit the gravity field, the long amount of CC can set up a lot of Lee Sin's damage. Victor for comp, though, is going to be super interesting. We don't see him very often. We know what he does. He loves that AoE damage, specifically from the ultimate. A lot of potential with that pick.
Yeah, I mean, I love that you mentioned Gravity Field specifically. Tell me, Bubba Smithy, how do you feel about Na plus Victor W?
There could be some amazing engagement. It's so hard, really, to get rooted by that W, the stun coming through. It does take that 1.5 seconds, I believe, to arm. But when it does, there can be some amazing things coming through. Of course, with the change in the passive, you can upgrade your hex cost separately, so it'll be very interesting to see which one he goes for first. I have to imagine it's going to be the E augment just to give yourself a bit more wave clear, but of course there's the shield coming through from the Q and the move speed, and then just the more reliable stun from the W, and then finally the ultimate upgrade. So always a lot of things to talk about with Victor, having his own item, having his different kind of play style. But yeah, you can see some teamfight wombo coming up between just Na and Victor alone.
Yeah, I mean, we've already talked about Na and seen him in the LPL as being basically a one-man teamfight wrecking ball, but Victor's going to add a pretty interesting element here. They have remade the lobby by those, so players just going to jump back in quickly, which we'll get to the game soon. Hopefully, that means we still have a Victor in the game, but I believe those picks were what they wanted to play here, so exciting stuff already for our opening game.
We're playing on LAN, so all the champions should be unlocked, so theoretically we'd see a Victor come through. We'll confirm as the picks come. That's definitely the unique pick coming through. The teleporting Knight Hecarim, that was a real thing back in the day, so why not believe in the Victor?
I mean, yeah, EP, as we said, they've certainly done their own thing so far. And, unfortunately for them, it hasn't netted that many wins, but it's so much fun to see. And it's nice to see a team that's still fighting, wants to play their own way, clearly has an innovative playstyle, and that might be just enough to unsettle a team like Royal, who have been struggling in their last few games.
It does take teams like EP, though, to push new picks through to the meta. It does take teams to be confident with what's being played in other regions, pioneer new picks. And okay, unfortunately, maybe they won't be the people shining on Victor in playoff time. They are at the moment lagging very behind in terms of the playoff standings. But these meta picks do come through from games like this. So there's a lot of potential coming through with this Victor middle, and it's locked in.
Yep, so we are going to have it again here. And I have to ask you, Papa, of course, Victor, a very exciting thing here to open our match with. How exactly is this matchup going to go, just from what you can think about in terms of Victor versus Lissandra?
Well, you can tell from the cleanse that he's taking the defensive option. Of course, there's a lot of significant kill pressure on Victor. Victor likes to do damage from range, so the fact that there's so much gap close coming through from Lissandra, then, of course, Rengar coming in with the thrill of the hunt. There's a lot of kill pressure onto Victor. Victor's laning is very strong when he's ahead, but he definitely can be assassinated. So I think he'll struggle in lane, but look at this teamfight wombo. If we do see the big Gnar ultimate coming off, we've got Victor's AoE, we've got the Annie Tibbers, and then all of Gray's collateral damage. A lot of teamfight damage coming through from this EP lineup.
Yeah, I mean, both sides to me, just looking at the team comps, have very mid-game centric comps, and we've seen a lot of this in the LPL in the last few weeks.
Yeah, so we start looking at the actual teamfight matchups. I mean, Maokai versus Na is a very standard matchup. Plenty of use of your Na Q means that we're probably going to see plenty of sustain coming through from Cola. Of course, there's a distinct possibility of a lane swap, and both those champions equally happy in such a situation.
Yeah, we're going to have, again, the battle of some aggressive Korean junglers with Drizzle and Insect. I'm curious to see what Insect does today, because, again, when he goes off on a champion like Rengar, he looks just almost unbeatable from the jungle, but when it doesn't work, unfortunately, it flops pretty hard.
Yeah, the picks of Graves continue. Graves versus Corki is a very balanced match. Of course, Graves does get the passive magic resist, so maybe finer tune to deal with the Phosphorus Bomb damage coming through from the Corki. Annie versus Thresh, though. Annie was traditionally the counter pick to Thresh. She does have a lot of burst damage. If you do choose to focus on the Thresh in lane, the 2v2 trade between the Graves and Annie will do significant damage to the Thresh.
Yeah, and with that, let's get on to the Rift. Welcome back here for Game 1. There it is on your screen. Raphael's Victor to start things off here on Week 6, Day 2 of the LPL. Energy Pacemaker going to start this best of 2 on the blue side, up against Royal on the red.
Yeah, the Observer knows what's up. It's all about the Victor. He's the really interesting pick in this game. Wait to see what sort of level 1 we can expect. It looks like defensive fanning so far, but Starhawk and Royal are 5-man grouped.
Yep, so they're going to group up, maybe try and get some aggressive wards down and see if they can spot a lane swap or maybe take over a portion of the jungle. But Royal, I like they're getting aggressive early. It suits what is honestly now Insect's team, it feels like.
We always feel that we have to track EP at level 1. They can do so many innovative things. It doesn't look like we're going to see the level 1 jungle yet, but to wait and see. It's probably not going to be a Dragon Star. Insect's going for a very aggressive invade.
Yeah, good cue there from Drizzle. Will actually spot out the rest of Royal moving through as a 4-man stack. Some wards being put down by Kane, who actually wards up the Gromp there. So going to see the intersection around the blue buff. And Zero just getting defensive wards down on his own blue buff.
Yeah, Zero was actually split from the teams. I misspoke. He was the 1-man split away from the 4-man group, getting the defensive vision around blue. Not sure yet whether they want to start a lane swap, but with the follow coming between Drizzle and Amazing J, there is the suggestion that we want to see it, but looks like Graves, he's trying to counter-swap himself. They're going to counter-swap EP to get the 2v2.
Yeah, so actually are going to end up in effectively standard lane, so they're in different spots on the map so far. Well, going to move in towards the top side on his Corki, and both junglers going to start actually towards their own red buff, so Krugs into red for both.
Yeah, we talked about just Thresh's kind of volatility in this lane against the Graves Annie with all the bursts in that lane, especially early, so I can understand EP counter-swapping. We do end up with the reverse meta, as you say, but the jungle follow is confirmed.
Yeah, Cole are going to do a camp here as well. Actually going to finish the wolf camp there with a little bit of help from Korn. Very well organized there, actually, by Royal. So good level 1. And Nye down the bottom going to do his Krug. So, again, we're going to break out with a bit of a small camp advantage for both of the top laners.
Yeah, but Cole has gone back. He's gone back and he's cleared the wolves out himself. Of course, stacking saplings at level 1 makes it very quick for Maokai to get that ping on level 2. He can go back. He's got extra potions. Will enter lane. He'll use his teleport, so there will be an early teleport advantage for Amazing J, but that's only a 5-minute window to really make something out of that.
Yeah, and instead we're going to have 4 people in towards the top. Graves versus Corki with the Annie versus Thresh, and I think EP are probably happy with the early stages of this matchup.
It's definitely a very good laning matchup for Kane. If he can keep his passive up, he has significantly more magic resist than most AD carries in a 2v2. And again, they do ping level 2 first though, and that will give a slight advantage to Star and Royal Club. But again, other things being equal, experience being equal, you'll take the EP lane in a 2v2.
Yeah, we'll have to see as the mid lane now. Raphael versus Korn, Victor versus Lysandra to kick things off today. Didn't think I'd be saying that this evening, but that is what's happening here. And so far, pretty even in CS for Victor.
I don't know. I wake up and dream of a Victor in the mid lane in some of our games, and we finally see it here. He's going to struggle with the early lane pushing coming out from Korn. He won't be able to control that wave very well. So we might actually see Drizzle visit this mid lane early. Just try and do some damage to Korn while he's overextending to get the wave clear down.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Always good to gank Lysandra pre-6 as well. Kind of feels a little bit like Kassadin sometimes, but EP now getting pushed in slightly in towards the top side. Good phosphorus bomb there from Well, but Kane actually going to go aggressive, try and get some damage done, and they'll just trade back and forth.
And just standard training happening. Of course, not too much happening on the map just yet. Of course, Rengar hasn't even picked up his second buff. He's finally going down to pick blue, and I noticed that you mentioned the fact that there's actually a boot start coming through from Zero. We've definitely seen early roaming from Zero, but actually not even picking up the GP10. You might feel that that tips his hand a bit too much. The enemy team's like, okay, he's got no combat stats. It's already a difficult lane. It doubles down on the fact that 2v2, this Thresh is so volatile and so vulnerable to the burst from Graves and Annie.
Yeah, and we already see that Shu's been poking very well with the Spell Thieves there. So an interesting choice there for Zero. Like you mentioned, early roaming probably on his mind there, but you're right, no combat styles. Not even say a quick Ruby Crystal for a quick Sightstone, just going straight for that mobility.
Do see the death sentence come through, but you can see Zero, he understands they cannot afford to 2v2 here. Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, good play coming back in. Shu going to get poked back and forth, but Kane, plenty of mana to go in. Corki used a lot to actually clear down the wave and push it in with Phosphorus Bomb, so Kane and now Shu have a good lead here in the top side.
And the big issue is that if the counter swap came through, which is what we've seen them get the 2v2 they're looking for as Insect finds Drizzle in the jungle. The significant thing is that if there was the lane swap achieved, okay, you could say, all right, Thresh doesn't need that GP10 in lane, he can get the roam on, the boots work, but 25 movement speed and pigeonholing yourself into basically forcing a 2v1 or significantly losing a 2v2, that's the reason why we don't see these boot starts. They're all in. They're either going to really pay off, they're very snowbally, or they're really going to be an issue.
Yeah, Kane does have to be careful. He's actually maybe been caught out here. Does quick draw past the wave, so we'll get out of Zero's hook. Drizzle, I believe, stole a Krug away there as well. So good pressure there by Drizzle, following Insect through his jungle, and there you can see Big Krug's been taken away.
They're trying to relieve a bit of pressure from the top lane. As you'd expect, with the items that have been picked up, Well's been significantly pushed in. He's had to use his Phosphorus Bomb just to clear minions, and of course now has very, very low mana bar as a result, and a support that if he doesn't hit that really miracle hook under turret, cannot really fight against EP's lane.
Yeah, and you can see it right there. Kane just dancing so well. Raphael actually going in onto Con. Drizzle, that was an amazing cue to follow the E, but Drizzle now could be in trouble. Has to safeguard back to Raphael, but great pressure by Lee Sin.
So just not quite enough burst damage. If it was the Ignite pickup from Raphael, that could have been First Blood coming through, but respecting the Frozen Tomb and the huge engage coming through when the throw of the Hunt is confirmed on Insect, had to go the cleanse, and therefore no first blood.
Yeah, but I've definitely been most impressed with Drizzle's Lee Sin. I mean, again, EP seem to struggle as a team more than anything else, but individually they've had some really strong individual plays, and Drizzle's Lee Sin has been possibly the highlight of this team.
I believe when he first came onto the lineup, kind of unheralded, he played that Lee Sin. I believe he stole 2 dragons away in his first game, just really confirming his status, challenging Dandy for that title of Prince of Thieves. Unfortunately, his team hasn't really let him become a superstar of the league. They have been struggling to get those victories, but he's looked very good on that Lee Sin, especially in the first 6 levels.
And Insec here down the bottom does clear a ward out from the tribal shot. Amazing J going to go back. They did start longsword here to get a bit more aggressive against the Maokai, but Colin now does have his catalyst, and we're going to have a quick Hex Drinker actually for Amazing J.
It's against double AP, so I can understand the Hex Drinker pickup. Of course, Corki does mostly magic damage in the early levels, so Hex Drinker doing triple duty. It's also an offensive offensive choice, just to ensure that if we do see the double teleports come through, Cole is going to be lower health.
Yeah, we can see that Raphael has gone back and picked up his first augment there as well. Got some boots and a couple wards, and Corner's already come back with a Fiendish Codex.
I must admit, from the image, I'm not 100% sure which augment that is. That might be the shielding augment. That would be my first guess. But I have to think that with the wave clear disadvantage, it's going to be the E augment. We'll find out the first time he uses that spell. Yes, it's the E augment.
Yeah, understandably. The Death Ray going to be the first skill augmented there for Victor. So Raphael, again, pretty seasoned Victor player as far as my knowledge goes. So looking pretty good early on, keeping up in CSR against Lysandra, who's honestly quite a tough lane opponent.
It is, again, you know that he has the cleanse just for defensive options. So that's the significant thing, is that he has to have cleanse in lane. It loses a lot of kill pressure, even with Lee Sin and all his damage in early ganks. So he's playing from behind. In terms of wave clear, he's always going to struggle. But now that he has that augment, I believe, Death on his E, he has a bit more wave clear and can try and stand up to just the instant wave clear from Lysandra as she gets levels.
Zero, though, good. And Latin actually going to spot Shu and Drizzle in that bush. So good instincts there from Zero, going to spot the gank sword coming through. And still 8 minutes in, no first blood forthcoming. A dead even game in terms of gold. Both teams playing very carefully in these first few minutes.
Just power farming has been insane. He hasn't shown up in any lanes barring the mid. And this is where he comes in.
Yeah, he's actually got level 6 now as well, so ready to go. And first blood's in the mid. Korn already with his ulti and sets up one of the easier ganks for Insec.
Frozen Tomb into Thrill of the Hunt. Instant kill. Double CC coming through from the bowler. First blood. You can see why he took the cleanse, but it wasn't even enough.
Yeah, no, used it as well and still couldn't get all of that CC. So a very strong gank there for the first blood there for Royal, and Drizzle going to have to cover the lane for a little while.
Yeah, Raphael is fallen down. He's got the augment for wave clear, but there's just not many options against. Look, if he dies with cleanse available against these two champions, you know they're going to repeat this gank in about 2 minutes' time. Very, very volatile is this mid lane matchup for the Victor.
Yeah, and Victor in general, just someone that doesn't have that many good tools, doesn't have real mobility, so has to play a lot of zone control. When you just get jumped on like that, it can be tricky, but we have actually swapped the bottom lane back down as well, so back into more of our conventional standard lanes here, and with, the Dragon potentially approaching for the first one. Makes sense that they are going in, but that's a great hook onto Kane. Phosphorus Bomb will follow in, but Annie zones off immediately and well forced to Valkyrie away.
Yeah, Wells Valkyrie's away just to open up a bit of space, just to keep his health bar topped up. Of course, he's significantly ahead in terms of health bar right now against Kane, but he's using his mana quite a lot, and this is 5.2, so I believe it's already 100 mana for the Valkyrie. Might just be 50 still, but regardless, he's falling low on mana. He needs that mana for lane control. He's struggling at the moment against Kane.
And I like that you mentioned mana, because Raphael, I believe, was just a result of a slight unfortunate timing there with the blue buff donation. I think Drizzle has it, which is not good news for Raphael, who just got ganked.
Yeah, I can confirm, just tabbing over, he does have the blue. He's going to struggle to wave clear against Lysandra. Lysandra's just going to pick up the blue now. We'll just assume that she picks it up. I'll move over. Yes, it is going to be blue buff Lysandra. Already giving up first blood, then giving blue buff away to Lee Sin. It's not a happy game so far for Raphael.
No, so the Victor pick, struggling a little bit in the first 10 minutes, but plenty of time for him to come through. 80 carries, looking strong on the bottom side as well, with a Phage for Corki and a BF sword done there for Groves. But Insec going to put his carry pants on a bit here, puts a pink ward down and goes for the solo dragon.
He's soloing the dragon. He has the warrior enchant, but I believe he does need at least a little bit of help trade tanking to be able to take down this first dragon. Too risky, but the teleport's coming through.
Yeah, Kane has got grab those. Zero's going to move in. Drizzle actually coming through as well. The dragon going to go. Amazing J going to jump in. Insec does get it, but he will go down there to Amazing J's. Now Drizzle going to get locked up as Cola dies back in. A good exhaust comes through, and Drizzle is very low. Does get kicked back though, and now Zero forced to run away. Raphael trying to get it done. Tivers is chasing them down as well. A good stun onto Cola will land after Annie, and he's going to flash out as well. blood everywhere on the Rift, but Dragon goes to Royal and the kill goes to EP.
Yeah, usually we talk about turret for Dragon trades being in the advantage for the turret, at least early. One kill for Dragon, you definitely give the advantage to Insec and Starhorn Royal Club in that situation. I want to point out just how excellent the flash kick was from Drizzle, disengaging, knocking up 2, and keeping himself alive. It's the minimum, but it's something for EP.
Yeah, continuing to be impressed by Drizzle's Lee Sin mechanics as well. And again, the game dead even in gold so far. A Dragon up for Royal does give them a slight edge here, but things going fine. And when we have two big mid-game teams, it seems like going head-to-head, and even game's probably what they both want. We could have a very explosive 20-25 minutes.
You look down EP's line, I mean, both teams you have to say are concerned with the mid-game. You see a lot of mid-game champions, Graves and Corki, they peak in the early mid-game. Annie and Thresh are mid-game supports. It's the AoE coming through from Raphael to layer on top of the Gnar ultimate. You'd say EP are maybe slightly more all-in on the mid-game, given that we're talking about a Rengar on the Starhorn Royal Club team. For them to fall into Dragon Hole significantly would be a problem. They really need to go towards the next Dragon. The first one, not a big deal, but they need to compete for those objectives in the mid-game, because this AoE focus comp will fall off in the late game.
Yeah, do have the time of those. I think Insect's popped his ult. He's going to look for a killer onto Drizzle. Does flash forward. Bowler lands as well. A great kick though, but Zero's going to lock him up. Frozen Tomb makes it so easy, and Korn gets the kill.
The coordination between the mid lane jungler and support was very on point. The 3 members still left over from that finals losing team, still very much on point.
Yeah, looking good together there, and you can just see it kind of reflected in Zero's build, what he wants to do this game. Going for a quick sidestone and quick Moby Boots here, not interested in generating gold, just wants to be as effective as he can around the map.
I mean, the Face of the Mountain is a great Thresh item to have very late, but he doesn't get a lot of gold generation in the lane. Of course, he has to really be on point to get those last hits to pick up any Relic Shield procs. Coin doesn't really offer a lot in terms of combat stats, so that's definitely been largely removed. So just skipping it completely and going for the boots. He's pioneering something. It's very risky in the early 2v2, but they've navigated, and now his build looks good.
Yeah, very low econ here for Zero, but paying off so far as we ease in towards the mid-game section of the game here. 30 minutes almost elapsed here, and still things looking fine for both teams. Royal do have a slight gold lead here of about 700 gold, but items still being picked up by both sides here, and we're going to probably wait for our next Dragon.
2-15-16. That was the statistic for Insec last week. Already doing well this game, 1-1-1. His first 2 uses of the Thrill of the Hunt have been successful ganks. Insect's trying to play himself into form. You can see with that extra longsword, it's not changing his identity. That's going to be another brutalizer, let's be real. Insec playing with confidence, playing well. That's usually the sign of Starhorn Royal Club on the up.
Yeah, no side stones here. Is actually Shu going to move it on to Well. Good stun comes down, but the Lantern's already laid out. Drizzle follows in there. Very well played, but Well is going to get out. Zero, a good box to disengage, but Kane with a great ulti snipes off Corki.
The max range collateral damage did the last 150 or so health of Corki. They do pick up the kill. Drizzle held on to the second part of his Q for so long to get the assassinate damage in. Excellently coordinated gank from EP.
Yeah, beautifully played there. And Drizzle, again, continuing to impress with the Lee Sin mechanics. But EP, they're getting good pressure down. The lanes are going fine here. It's just a matter of what can they do when the next big fight breaks out. And Royal are also getting aggressive. Korn's actually roaming already, and Rengar might have found a few members there. Korn going to go in. Good kick there from Drizzle. Korn going to get aggressive and actually ults himself as Kane's going to move in. Drizzle forced to move up, but Raphael's down here as well. As he going to use the ulti, does pop it off. Insect's going to go down for the first kill. But Lee Sin's already gone down. Kane, though, now going to find Korn. No ulti left, unfortunately. Korn gets out. Zero escapes as well. A 2-for-1 trade.
2-for-1 trade, but importantly, look at what EP's doing with their gold. Their pink ward line is actually excellent. There's 2 pink wards towards the Dragon, 1 defensive pink ward for Victor towards the top. You need to double down on pink wards against the Throw of the Hunt, especially when Insect's doing so well in the early game, and it gives them Dragon control. There is very minimal warding on the map with no sightstone completed on either the jungler or support of Starhorn Royal Club. The sightstone up very early for Annie. It's actually significantly ahead in items with the distortion boots completed already. Starhorn Royal Club, they took that first Dragon, but they're going to have to do a lot of work to pick up the second as they actually take the mid turret here as well, EP.
Yeah, Raphael just solos it out, and you're right with the Dragon. It's up in a minute 25. So EP going to look for their first Dragon here. Royal, of course, would love to get their second, but things are looking a little tricky here potentially. Raphael actually hiding in a bush with Drizzle and Shu, so the Annie started to roam as well.
They need to spend their gold before the Dragon spawns. A minute till Dragon, 1,500 gold on both both Amazing J and Raphael, so they need to spend that if they're looking to compete for the next dragon. But so far, at least, running that clock short. They're not backing just yet.
No, I mean, Amazing J backing now does have teleport, so we'll have options to get back in, but the rest of the gold does need to be spent. Kane's actually just gone back and picked up his Infinity Edge, so we'll have some power there, but Raphael, probably the big loser there, needs to get his blue buff and also wants his next big item.
Absolutely. He's got two big timings, the blue buff and spending that 1,600 gold or so. He will not be able to do both before the dragon spawns, so this is kind of definitely awkward timing. Wow, the blue buff actually fell to 2 health. It almost was stolen away by Drizzle inadvertently a second time.
Raphael gets it though, now going to back off actually there on Victor, so going to go make his first few purchases. EP feel comfortable maybe with the amount of ward vision they have so far. 20 seconds to the next dragon, and Insec is already looking for a pick with 0.
But you have to wonder where those communication issues come through. They are not clearly communicating timers if Raphael's going to show up so late to the dragon. If you show up just when the dragon spawns, you might be right, all right, I'm here for the fight. But the setup, the ward battle, that's the significant part about early dragons. And EP, they had it, and they've handed it away. If you look at the wards now, significant wards around for Star and World Cup, all placed in the last minute.
Oh, Shuler going in onto Insect, the teleport moving as well. A good lander from 0 keeps him safe. But now Cola going to come through, an Amazing J going to get locked up there. The ulti down there as well. But he knocks people back into the wall. Raphael goes massive with the Chaos Storm, and Cola now tanking way too much damage. The ulti's here from EP, threw in so much there. A good snare there as well. Double kill actually for Victor. Now Kane going to flash forward. Insect almost gets chunked out. There's the triple for Victor. An energy pacemaker turn it on its head.
Starhorn World Cup wanted to get one pick. They did not realize this was a Banshee Veil Hex Drinker Gnar. He lived so long and then was able to get a massive Gnar into the wall, and that's where Starhorn World Cup's completely fell apart. The second dragon is confirmed from EP despite the lack of dragon control. They forced a fight, and they took it gleefully.
I mean, we talked about the Wombo there. All of the ultis funneling through the choke just did so much work to give Victor the triple. Unbelievable team fight.
A Starhorn World Cup, they wanted to get that first kill, then disengage away from the choke. It took so long to kill the Gnar. He stayed alive through it all, and then the Wombo started.
Yeah, and the Wombo looked very strong there for EP, so they'll pick themselves up a pretty nice little gold lead, actually 3,000 gold ahead, and now going to pick up some more major items as well. And we talked about it, kind of a mid-game battle going on between these two teams. EP now have a front foot forward.
Absolutely, especially all that, because we're going to see the replay coming through. So the Flash Tibbers comes in. Watch how much damage Gnar tanks before this is all over. So Amazing J's building up the rage. That's why they ult him. They realize he's going to get that rage up. He's still alive. The double Gnar to disengage. The Wombo comes through. You can see fighting at the back. Cola, he's very tanky, but it's 5 members focusing on one target. And Starhorn Royal Club forced away. They pick up the dragon there, EP. Excellent team fight.
Yeah, Amazing J, even with a nice slow there towards the end as well. And now actually they're going to maybe focus him here. Amazing J now in Mega Gnar going to run into Insec almost there, hiding in that brush. And Insec, I don't know if he really wants to do this, but he's going to fight in. Cola going to move through. Now Insec's going to make his presence known, does slow him down, gets the second bowler for the snare. Cola knocks him back there, but a double Gnar back. They're going to keep Amazing J alive, and he's just far too tanky.
Yeah, Gnar's the more. Doesn't even have to use his flash, just the defensive Gnar ultimate. He'll have that cooldown up by the next time he transforms with all the Gnar changes. Amazing J, he's not the man you want to be focusing.
No, and we've seen this with EP a lot of the time. Amazing J, when he has big games, can create wins here for Energy Pacemaker, and it's not only him that's having a good game. I have to credit Shu. His Annie has been so assertive in all of these fights.
Absolutely, the Flash Tibbers that we saw to initiate that fight was excellent, or had the Distortion Boots very early, so we'll have Flash deceptively early, way before the next Dragon fight for another pick. But coming back to Amazing J and Captain 57 was their carry strategy in the LSPL. It was all about their jungler snowballing their top. Okay, it's not the same jungler, but the strategy still holds. Amazing J, he doesn't run around and run over the LPL top laners like he did in the LSPL. Of course, the talent has really increased with names like Looper and other people coming into the pool. Koro really stepping up. But Amazing J's still an excellent player.
There's a 4-man gank happening here in the top lane. Kohler actually going to get out of 0. Will lantern him away. Graves going to move in as well. So 5 men strong in the top side. EP going to take their 3rd outer turret.
Excellent map movement. That's 3 turrets to 0. So that's the whole global gold advantage basically symbolized in that 3 turrets to 0 lead. In terms of CS, actually the CS value is very equal. We've got an advantage for Amazing J. You can see that reflected by just how little damage he's taken. In the mid lane, the CS is in the evangelist of Korn, but 4 kills for Victor. Remember, he was 0-1-0 not a moment ago, suddenly showing with 4 kills.
Yeah, just destroying the mending waves now as well with that maxed up E. And Con actually has to be careful. Shu's continued to roam here, and Raphael might just go in for a kill.
Coming into that Hex core, though, just reminding the viewers, he started off with that Death upgrade. I don't believe he's upgraded a second time. He spent all his gold on the Merlinomicon and then he has Large Rod upgrading the boots. We'll keep tabs to see what his next augment is, but right now, at least, going standard AP items.
Yep, maxing Q second there as well, so plenty of burst and a bit of protection there as well. Really only need the one utility point there into the W. So Raphael, again, a seasoned Victor player as far as I can remember. Looking strong so far and a bit of an oddball champion.
Yeah, the luxury upgrades on the speed and the gravity zone are nice, but again, doesn't seem to be worth the early investment. He's always got that item later on.
Pretty insane damage there as well onto that Corky Raphael. No joke right now on the damage. We saw him getting the triple kill in the last team fight. If Royal Club group up too much, and Amazing J can set up the Victor here with his ulti, Royal melt very quickly.
There's no disengage to be discussed. Not the Janna kind of disengage. They have a team that's about committing to a fight. Lissandra, Rengar, Maokai, they all go in. Thresh as well. So the Maokai ultimate could be the big winner in the late game when there's magic resist for that 20% extra damage reduction to kind of build upon. Of course, resists and then 20% less. You're not going to be taking a lot of AoE magic damage. Insect's prop the throw of the hunt, but he's being very patient.
He wants to try and find an ulti. Corn's here as well. Finished as Zonya's actually here for the Lissandra. Is Zero going to try and find a pick? Drizzle will find a few too many friends. Does flash out, but gets ulti. Now Kane going to move back. Raphael as well. Drizzle getting jerked up, but he actually does lock them down. Corn forced to pop the Zonyas. Drizzle's going to tag him, but Kane gets a kill. Now Amazing J diving in. Insect does kill Annie, but does go down there as well. Now Amazing J continuing to run in. That's 3 for 1 so far. Raphael burning well down, just doing so much damage, and the Gnar does transform. No skill shots forthcoming though, but another great trade by EP.
The pick onto Drizzle did not work because they did not respect the Merc treads coming through. They couldn't layer the CC well enough, even with the miraculous death sentence coming through from Zero. He's always so on point with those skill shots, but it did nothing for them. And EP, and once Amazing J's teleport came through, they had to respect that massive Gnar.
Yeah, and I like that you talked about before that, there is not that much magic resist right now to really prevent a lot of the AoE magic damage coming through for the Victor. Zero didn't get a gold generation item. If he's going for an Aegis, it'll take a while. Insect going full carry, not going to build a locket there either. There's just not that much right now that Royal can do to mitigate all of this early Victor burst.
Well, you just knew if this was Vici Gaming, if it was Dandy playing that Rengar, he'd be going for that more tanky build. He would focus on cooldown reduction for lower throw of the hunt cooldown. And of course, Aegis fits so well into that build with the 10% CDR coming out from the locket. That's not Insect's calling card at all on the Rengar. He goes full carry mode. It hasn't worked out for him so far in the LPL. It can overpower games early, but now that they're on the back foot after being so significantly far ahead early, the build kind of falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Royal sort of started the game where weren't that far ahead, just a Dragon, I believe, at the highest point, but were on the front foot. But this team, especially the comp they've picked, is all about forward momentum. And as soon as that last big fight happened, Royal just lost all of it.
And Kane really loves the new lower price on that QSS. Already has it through to give him insurance against Lissandra. Credit to Star Royal Club. They're more on point with this Dragon. The teleport's going to come through, but they should be able to disengage.
Yeah, looks like they will. I thought Drizzle was going to steal that away again. He's been so good at stealing those Dragons. Kohler does ride Insect a very nice lantern up, and Royal will get the Dragon and get out.
You can kind of see the difference between EP and a team like EDG, for example. Okay, they rotated very well. They picked up the 3 outer turrets. They took that good fight, took down the Dragon, but they missed that last piece of the pie. They didn't get the next Dragon. They could have set up for it. They had the exact timer. They were absolutely in pole position to bait the second Dragon or just DPS it down. But just through poor map movement, they weren't in position. And Starhorn Royal Club, especially with the flow of the last 10 minutes or so, have effectively stolen it away.
Yeah, nice steal there for the Dragon, but EP grouping on top of a pink ward here. Baron is available, and Baron quite a bit weaker here on this patch. We pointed out a lot here in the Chinese scene, but they do love to go for early Barons, and this one is melting now. I mean, Zero might check it, but it could be too late. He does put a ward down, but Royal gonna have to fight now. The teleport does come down. REP gonna finish the Baron. They go in. Drizzle does get it there in the least, but he's in so much trouble and does go down there. Looks like Korn actually in the middle. Does pop his on. He's trying to ult himself, but just gets destroyed there. 2 for 1. EP will take the 2 kills and the Baron, and they might even go for more.
It was a very, very risky Baron. Probably too risky. Drizzle actually didn't have a level advantage. It was level 11 to a level 11 before those 2 junglers went down. No reason to force a crapshoot when you're so far ahead, REP. But look, they probably felt bad about giving away the Dragon. They tried to DPS down the Baron fast. They got vision on it at 6,000 health, so it was very, very risky. I would have preferred to see them back away. But look, hindsight is 50-50. They did pick up the Dragon.
Yeah, much like that smite as EP are going to take away the mid inhibitor turret now as well. Baron buff just doing so much there after those 2 kills. Can't take the inhibitor, but the base is broken open now.
Yeah, with the shorter death timers that this was, remember, we're only 24 minutes into the game. Everyone had already respawned, so smart not to overstay and look for the inhibitor. They might have got the inhibitor, but the trade would have been 5 kills, losing all your Baron buffs, and potentially a lot of map movement and vision advantage for Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, we can kind of see an explosion in gold here coming through for EP. They're, what, 8,000 gold ahead now, and that's reflected in some of their last item pickups as well. Amazing that he does have a luxury phage and a hex drinker here, and almost a Warmog's coming through to go on top of his Merc treads. Lee Sin looking fine, but just a lot of cost-efficient health. But Raphael may be the big winner. A second Augment, I believe, and the Morelli Nomicon plus the Zon is done. Kane's got 2 items, and Shu's even finished his locket.
But when you move over to the Starhorn Royal Club team, notice there's one term we haven't used this game that we've been using so often during the LPL. Trinity Force Power Spike, rotating with that Trinity Force Corki. Corki, he's got his 2 big items, but he's been an afterthought this game. Kept up competitively in CS, but they've never been able to rotate around the lanes. They've just been kind of reacting to EP's movements. EP were the ones taking the top turret, rotating for their 3rd very early into the game. And this Corki, well, returning to the lineup after a couple of weeks off, really hasn't been able to get the mid-game flowing on the Corki like we've seen so often in the LPL.
Yep, and a good blue buff steal there as well. Actually, Insect going to pop his ulti. Pops the Ghost as well. The Ghost Blade, sorry, and Raphael is going to use his Zonyas now. Shu going to rotate in, and Insect has to run away. Does jump backing in to try and do the damage, but Chaos Storm just rips him to pieces.
Looked like Raphael wanted to hold on to that Chaos Storm for a team fight, realized that he was going to potentially get assassinated, and just exploded Rengar.
Yeah, now EP going to keep pushing in. Remember, they still have Baron ticking, so doing a lot of damage to this turret. Everyone chipping in for turret damage there. Raphael even still staying here, and that's going to force a Lantern out. Royal really up against their own base now.
EP need to remember they do have the inhibitor turret down in mid. That's what they want to take while they have the 1-man advantage. Only 10 seconds left. But no, they just doubled down and taking the very easy outer turret when realistically they could have forced a 5v4 around the inhibitor. When you take an inhibitor turret so early, though, with those other outer turrets still up, sometimes you forget these things.
Yeah, I mean, the wave was pushing back as well, so EP just rotating to the natural place that they could go, I guess, with the bottom side, and do take a turret and continue to grow that gold lead as well. Warmog is done here for Amazing J now as well, and we're going to check in on Raphael once again. He's got a very early boot enchant.
Yeah, just looking over to Raphael, he's got the early distortion, which is interesting.
Fura.
The Furor, sorry, yeah. Now that you mention it, whenever he hits the Q, of course, that's his single target spell, let alone his auto attack, which he wants to get for the second part of his Q. The burst of movement speed, now that he's upgraded his Hex Core again, he'll probably have double speed. He's going to be very speedy whenever he hits a Q in the team fights.
And we talked a little bit in the laning phase that, Victor's mobility potentially an issue, going to have plenty of it now. We'll probably see Raphael comically speed through his Amazing Day, bouncing in, and EP going to try and take this inhib.
I'm just watching for that first Q just to see the Furor at work. I'm going to actually mouse over to see how much movement speed he goes from. Sitting at a 380 base, that number is going to skyrocket in a team fight.
Insect, I believe, has popped his ulti there as well. Was looking for a flank but couldn't quite find it. Hooked does an onto Amazing J, but he's so tanky on this Nashu. Going to come in on top of Royal Corn, and Raphael blows him up there. Now the inhibitor is going to get aggressed on, but Cola is taking way too much damage as well. Raphael going to chase some people down. Kane getting low, but Cola gets kicked back. Shu gets 0. Insect has to run away. Throws the bowler at Kane, still alive. Got the kill onto Mako. Raphael chasing people down on the Victor, and that's 3 kills for 0.
With the Hex Core upgrade and the Furor enchant, moves up to over 500 move speed every time he hits a Q. Raphael on that Victor doesn't have a lot of mobility in fights, but add a couple of items, and he's zipping around.
And this just might be game here as well. The Nexus turret, will fall. The Nexus gonna fall shortly after, and Royal just cannot defend at this point. A 30-minute game here, and EP win in style. Well, gonna maybe be the last kill, but no, can't quite get it done. The Nexus falls, and good game to Energy Pacemaker.
28 minutes 40, and this is what we were hoping for. This was what prophesized when we say they're such an innovative team, but they can never get it together for a full game. Finally, they did. Very early dragon control for the second dragon, then rotating their lanes around, taking those outer turrets, completely negating the Corki pick. No mid-game Trinity Force Corki rotations coming through whatsoever, and EP just completely outpaced Starhorn Royal Club.
And we've talked a lot about EP and their individual players and how especially Drizzle and Amazing J come together. That was a full team effort there by Energy's Pacemaker to win that game.
208 was Amazing J, and that probably understates how much impact he had in fights. Every time his teleport came through, after they tried to pick him and just found, wow, the Banshee Veil, we can't burst through this guy. Every subsequent fight, he was zoning so much space, because the moment the Rage Bar came close to full, they could go nowhere near that top laner.
Yeah, and we talked about Insect stats as well. Another disappointing game for him. 3, 5, and 3 on that Rengar. Just maybe too many carries spoiling the broth there for Royal.
I mean, 3, 5, and 3. You have to remember, the first 2 Throw of the Hunts was successful. He picked up a kill. He got an assist for the second one. It was looking good for Insect, but he pigeonholes himself so severely on this DPS Rengar choice, because the moment you jump into an AoE team fight, he's jumping into potentially a Gnar ultimate, the Victor ultimate, and his Tibbers. Like, there's so much AoE damage coming through. He's just melting once he goes in. So if he doesn't get that fortuitous big pick before a fight, doesn't force an instant 5v4, I mean, the build, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, we saw Zero there as well, just the last shot on your screen. He did not look happy after the loss. And I think Royal, again, they're expected to pick up points here. They need to make sure they stay in that top 8. That was not the performance they wanted.
It wasn't. It's the first game of a best of 2. They can pick it up. We know the potential. They're definitely the team with the more points, but they have to go back to the drawing board and try something different in game 2.
Well, we'll have to see if Energy Pacemaker can live the dream and go 2-0 here up against Royal. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with more LPL action. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're here for Week 6, Day 2, as we continue some pretty interesting stuff happening already in our first match. I'm Julian Pastry Car. Joining me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And what more can we say about that game than Victor?
An energy pacemaker. Finally, throwing out a curveball. They play it well and beat a Starhorn Royal Club team that are significantly higher than them in terms of points. This, realistically, if they keep on this pace, this could be the first 2-0 for Energy Pacemaker.
And what a 2-0 it would be as well. We are into Champ Select already here. Royal are going to be on the blue side for this game. EP over on the red. We've had Nidalee and Lissandra banned there for Royal, so pretty similar stuff. Just a quick adaptation there for Lissandra. Actually against themselves, LeBlanc, the last play in there as well, and Vega Callista with one more to go for EP.
Yeah, no need to change anything really for Energy Pacemaker. Ban away that Callista. Well, I mean, he laned fine on the Corki, but the Starhorn Royal Club team especially didn't seem to rotate and use the Corki pick and really get the mileage out of that mid-game monster in Corki. Cassidy's the final ban, very, very standard. Na's available in that champion either.
No, not at all. So that would be a very sensible first pick here. I like that Royal aren't panicking too much. They're not going to Victor bans. We're just going to keep everything safe. Weird to me that they banned Lissandra on the blue side, but clearly respecting the power of the champion.
Yeah, the LeBlanc ban as well. Korn doesn't play a lot of LeBlanc. Of course, that would be an excellent choice against Victor if it was to come through again. There's an embarrassment in the previous series. Not picking it up for Cola here is a surprise to me.
Yeah, no, but going for Zero's Jana instead, which is another fantastic champion for him, but EP, that was banned in the last game. They might not even look at Nas. Amazing J is already locked in the Heck Room, and there's the Lee Sin.
All right, it's not, guys. That's going to be the summon, as we need the Revive Teleport to make it to the LPL. Remember, this was banned away from Amazing J last series. Interesting to see that he values that Hecarim above Na, and that's after a carry performance on Na.
I mean, that's a great point here. I mean, this does give Royal that now if they want it now for Calder, which would be a very strong pick. So Royal, potentially some very intelligent drafting here to move through again, but we'll have to see here. EP, though, always sticking to their guns here. And again, they're comfortable with what they like to play, and they do love to play some wacky stuff.
Just surprised with how this draft is already spread out for Star and Royal Club. You start with Jana. Of course, well, he's been known for his Callista. We've actually seen him only on Callista and Corki. With a hyper carry, sure, the Jana makes a lot of sense. With the Corki, the laning matchup's not really that great. Of course, it's just fine. Corki's a very strong lane champion on his own. But usually you want that peel for a hyper carry. That's not really what you get out of Corki.
No, we'll have to see. There's a lot of revive today, by the way, as Graves Thresh, the completed bottom lane there for EP. So I do like
big victory. EP are looking to revive their title hopes, and this is the side of their assault. This is the time we'll look back. You know, we're a bit tongue-in-cheek right now about EP's fortunes, but look, anything can happen. 44-game season. They're only just now playing their 22nd game. Still half the season to go. And just, you know, let's not overanalyze one game, but it was an excellent performance from EP.
It really was, and I think the bigger news here might be if Royal don't get any points from this match. Again, they need those points. They're sitting at 7th right now, I believe a tie for 7th, so dangerously close to dropping out of playoff contention. So they do want to at least pick up 1 point here, and they're going to keep it very safe across the board. Aurelia there in the top lane for Cola, and Xerath picked in there for Korn.
So with this draft, though, now that it's shaked out, there's not a lot of tools to deal with the Xerath. Jarvan is the traditional tool to deal against the Xerath. He's been taken away by Starhorn Royal Club already. Azir is available in the champion board, still patch 5.2, so at least a strong laning matchup in Azir. But in terms of getting on top of that hyper carry, that artillery in terms of Xerath, they've got the Hecarim. Hecarim can do it. Of course, he has such long range with the Onslaught of Shadows, but it's not the reliability of that Jarvan engage. And they have Jana for disengage on both the Xerath and the Corki. They're thinking about Victor again.
I mean, they might just go back in for it. Victor, a pretty interesting champion, and Raphael going to do it one more time here. Going to take Victor back into the mid lane. This time, it's against the Xerath.
I don't know about this matchup. I can understand Victor against Lissandra because against medium-level opponents, you know, melee or medium-range champions, Victor can trade very well. He can get in range for his Q, get that potential that he'll sit. You just kind of have to wade through a massive magic damage and able to just get his short-range spells off in a fight. I don't like the lane matchup, but it suited the comp last time, and maybe they're just picking for comp.
And that's kind of strong laner like Xerath could be a bit.
So in terms of lane matchups, Aurelia versus Hecarim, you can tell that Aurelia's probably going to win that matchup, especially early, but with some levels for junglers on both sides.
Yeah, this is what we expect from both Insect and Drizzle. Going to run it back here with Jarvan and Lee Sin. This is probably the most interesting matchup here. Xerath versus Victor as Korn takes on Raphael.
And hopefully with another victory, Raphael can get his name spelled correctly on that graphic, still misspelled. And Corki versus Graves, I believe we saw this matchup last round. Nothing's changed. And Kane's Graves look great.
It did, and Wells Corki perhaps a little underwhelming there as we see Zero back on a comfort pick in Jana, but Shu, no slouch on Thresh either. So pretty interesting stuff here. I like what EP have teamfight-wise. I think that's what they're looking for with their comp.
One thing you can say teamfight-wise, we haven't been able to say this in the LPL, so this is, I'll get this out. Graves, Thresh, Hecarim. It's on. The Chinese freight train is on.
Well, we'll see if the freight train can keep rolling. We're in back for... And we are onto the Rift here for Game 2. Energy Pacemaker in a bit of an upset, or actually up a game so far here in this best of 2. Royal over on the blue side. Going to try to even it up and get at least a point out of this exchange with EP. Could be their first ever 2-0 and get some really well-wanted 3 points.
And some very comfortable choices picked up with this time. So mega mobility. I thought it would just be the distortion boots and then the aftershock upgrade on the Q, the turbocharge, but he's just going for the ghost.
And I love the adaptation. You mentioned the Jana already in the draft, being so good at disengaging a fairly short-range team here for EP. Raphael knows what he needs to do. He has to get in amongst it and really get the damage down.
Absolutely, and hopefully he'll have Amazing J on a really powerful Hecarim to run in and just interrupt the team, cause havoc. Because, of course, when you get that fear through after the the Onslaught of Shadows comes through, you can spot up engages and really just separate people in a fight, and that's when the real power of EP's comp. If we do see Raphael waiting in on that victor,
we'll just see how amazing that horse is this game, but he is running the very aggressive summoners that we've seen that he really pioneered, that we've seen a couple of times now in the LPL. Ignite, teleport, no mobility needed.
But other people are cribbing the Ignite choice. Of course, we saw Going rocking the Ignite teleport last week. A lot of people putting a lot of faith in these teleport home guard ganks. We haven't really seen the big purchase out of them.
Thing about Energy Pacemaker, they go different here in this particular game. I'm amazed that Raphael's taking Victor into battle once again here. And Amazing Day is actually
experience well, takes a long time to check the bush, maybe new to competitive play, forgets some of the strategies we've seen in other teams. I believe Ackerman in NA was famous regardless.
Yeah, nice stuff there from the horses. Insect will clear out his red buff now as well, with Cola helping him out as well on the Aurelia, but a pretty good freeze coming through for Royal, and Zero's going to rejoin the lane.
Yeah, I'm just surprised to see Amazing J abandon the jungle follow and actually just enter lane straight away. He sapped away a bit of experience. If I tab over to him, he got most of a level, so I guess the surprise factor did get him a bit of extra experience, but no jungle follow, no extra creep score being achieved in the first few minutes for Amazing J.
No, but that potentially will enable Drizzle here as well, so we'll have to see. But Insect
man up positioned here. They're holding J. No flash. He's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the cannon creep is coming here. I do like that Shu's actually rotating in with the Thresh already, so might be able to save him. Kane down the bottom is going to be left on Graves. Amazing J. Now the gank does come in. There are so many minions here to tank, and Amazing J has to be very careful. Good vault coming through there. Good knock-up as well, and Amazing J caught out of position. Cola gets the kill.
Expert turret dive coming through from Starhorn Royal Club. Look back at Worlds. They were always great at doing this, but Zero tanking the turret from very early. He was the one that took full turret aggro. Still very healthy. They're trying to answer it with a dragon, but excellent early rotation from Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have Amazing Day teleport back as well. I do love the quick dragon. Drizzle actually was one of the first players I saw really look into early dragons as we move through the patches, so he's been a big pioneer almost of a lot of this strategy. Trade tanking coming through now as well. Raphael holding his lane opponent there nicely, and EP going to trade that first kill for the dragon.
But you think about this, of course, first blood to Aurelia. But in terms of advantages, one kill for the...
Not just, keep him safe and protect him a little, maybe do a bit of babysitting, but also help Lust hit as well. He's got the Relic Shield here, and Zero has swapped it up. He's gone for a coin this time.
And the resulting 1v1 matchup down the bot lane is Graves versus Aurelia. We've seen a lot of Graves in soul lanes. I believe it's been LGD that loves to put imp on Graves and stick him in a soul lane. It's usually been the top, but of course in the bottom. Just a bit of geographic changes there. Aurelia is one of the stronger champions to deal with an AD carry. She has that strong gap close. She has the stun. She has very strong trade damage, but she's going to need a few levels to get to that point, and by then I imagine they'll need to rotate Thresh down bottom for that second dragon.
And I love that we see Graves in this situation so often, just because Eddie Carry usually getting free farm in that sort of soul lane. That's great for them, but really for Graves especially, he just loves the extra experience.
He loves to scale. He scales very well with levels, so of course he'll be over leveled when the first real dragon contests in a solo lane. He has wave clear. He's inherently tanky with the True Grit passive, so he actually lanes very, very well in a 1v1 setting. I'm actually surprised that we've never seen Graves top. It's not exactly top tier, but just like Corki, it has its uses. But now with all these lane swaps, we're starting to see a little bit of that solo lane Graves.
Drizzle actually sneaking in here, does check the buff. I'm going to steal the red. Insec was there moments ago, so incredible jungle intuition there from Drizzle. He's going to steal away a red buff.
I guess he was just predicting that with all the time spent in the top and the pathing that resulted, that Insect wouldn't have finished that red buff at all so far in this game. And Insect's going to walk to it, but Drizzle's already DPS'd it down.
Actually didn't even use the smite. Going to leave a little minion there as well, so going to miss out on a little bit of experience, but Insect will get the bad news as he shows up to the buff, walks over the ward. I might just try and fight him. Q will miss though, and Drizzle does have to back away.
The Q goes wide. You could see Graves is actually a lot of ranged wave that comes through for Raphael. Doing just fine so far in this matchup.
Yeah, actually clearing up very well competitively against the Xerath there with his Death Ray versus Arcano Pulse. So interesting lane. We'll keep track of it as the next few minutes do tick on here. But again, Energy Pacemaker, very solid.
Aftershock, previously known as the Augment Death, the extra damage on your Death Ray on your E. You do have a lot of instant wave clear if the minion wave doesn't move from side to side. If you can just DPS it down, especially as it's coming to break to the lane, a lot of wave clear comparable against Korn's Xerath.
Yeah, Victor does get away, and there's the augment that you talked about. So already going to get that in, moving in back towards the mid lane, and going to keep wave clearing out against Xerath. A great double flay there from Shu. Amazing J going to go in as well. That's an amazing hook on Noel, who did Valkyrie out. Zero's going to use his ulti. Amazing J a little low, but a good trade in the top side.
Amazing J, though, doesn't have any more sustain available, doesn't have a flask like his opposite number Aurelia, only has a mana potion available. You have to think if they're staying in lane, they're getting reinforcements, but it's actually Jarvan that's the first to rotate top.
Yeah, going to look for another dive here. I love this aggression here from Roll. Raphael actually going to find a pink wall, clears that out now for himself, and send an Insect backs away from the top.
Yeah, Raphael, as you mentioned, had positioned himself towards the top. They've removed the pink ward, but there'll be very quick reactions coming through from Victor, especially with the Flash Ghost. You can use that Ghost to get between lanes early. That's that champion. He would always Ghost to engages just so he knew that his first positioning in the team fight will be very strong and still have the Flash for reposition. Same sort of pressure in the early game before you have to really have it in those late game team fights.
Yep, just gives you the ghosting in the battle option here as Drizzle actually going to come in, try and retake his own red buff here. Going to have a bit of a smite ball. Amazing kill.
Those mechanics, you don't see the Victor so often, but that was an incredible situation right there, and it results in the kill for Drizzle. He got going in the last game, he started here again.
And I don't think I'll ever say those words again in a competitive League of Legends match, but that was stunning to watch.
It actually looked like they had the augment on his W ability, but no, that was just the on-point flay coming through from Shu. It was Zero's Thresh last game, largely a non-factor. Shu already impressive on that champion.
Yeah, looking strong so far. We've got a Sightstone actually up now for Janna as well. Actually, ulti coming through. Looks like Korn was trying to snipe something away, but couldn't find anything he liked there, unfortunately. And Raphael continuing to stay very competitive in CS in the mid.
And the only health bar that really makes sense in that situation was Drizzle, but he was around half health. He would not have died even if all 3 ultimate hits had hit at this point. Doesn't even have Merlonomicon complete here, does Korn. So a bit optimistic.
Yep, we're going to give the blue buff a go again here for EP. Unfortunately, Raphael lost the first one, but should be able to pick this one up. Here is back down the bottom. Thresh has rejoined his AD carry. Colin's still down the bottom in a 2v1 now, and a BSO done for Kane. He's more than happy to swap back. Drizzle actually gets a bit low on his jungle, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, we have to think now that we spoke about Shu swapping down to the bottom once Dragon was starting to come up. We're only a minute away from Dragon, so it makes sense to have that Thresh Graves lane complete in the bottom. There's no real ward coverage for either team around the actual river area, so there is definitely a Dragon open to both teams, but you have to feel that Star and World Cup only have a rough timer. They won't have the exact timer, given how early that first Dragon was for EP.
Yeah, and for EP, they're actually really getting geared up for a strong mid-game team fight for that next Dragon here. Both mid laners do have blue buffs on either side, and I like what Amazing J is doing in the top as well. EP might be able to get a turret here, actually. Kane and Shu with a very strong rotation, but Amazing J is going for what looks like a quick Frozen Heart.
It would have trendy force that he couldn't be tanky for early game fights and had to be baby through the laning phase. Just going straight for tank items mean that Amazing J will be very important in this next Dragon fight. But the big issue, Drizzle starts the Dragon. They do not have teleport on Amazing J, and he is not rotating towards the Dragon. This is a risk for EP.
No, I mean, Corki's up stuck in the top as well, so this will be a 4v4 here. EP are just getting on the Dragon. Insect does know what started. He had a ward down here. Mike dive in though, can't get the smite. but a good knockback there from John, and good poke actually. Drizzle does have to dodge up, but will use the safeguard. Insec again getting trapped, but Shu's going to dive in on top of him. Collateral damage just wide there, but a lantern, it's not close enough for Kane. No one can click on it, and now he's actually caught out of position. Thresh just had to sit there and take it, and gives the kill over to Korn.
It was a game of inches when he threw out that lantern. It probably would have led to at least one kill for EP, but couldn't get it over the wall. Was not clickable for the Graves. Didn't want to use his flash heal with no mana pool to be able to continue to sustain a fight. And the result is Shu falls down.
Yeah, a little awkward there, but we'll reset things. EP going to get their first one, so 2 for 1 there. Royal do have a kill edge and a slight gold lead, but Energy Pacemaker keeping control of the neutrals.
So I want to focus on Well. What I want to see from him on the Corki a second time is Starhorn World Cup really abusing that Trinity Force Corki power spike. We didn't mention it, except ironically almost, because it didn't really, and the laning phase ended so early that the Trinity Force power spike was almost negated by the 5-man grouping coming through from EP. Well, at this time around, he's farmed very happily. Of course, been in a solo lane most of the time. He has enough gold to go back and complete his Sheen. Not quite the Trinity Force yet, but the acid test for me is whether Starhorn World Cup and Well in particular can play smartly around the massive power spike, perhaps the highest one-item power spike in the game. Trinity Force Corki.
Yeah, certainly for an AD carry and possibly among our champions here. Is actually down the bottom. Amazing J calls in Drizzle, not Cola, though will back off very. We've actually had the AD carriers swap back into the top lane, it seems like. They're actually sticking there now that the Dragon's down. Kane back with the BF Sword and his pickaxe.
Yeah, with the Dragon being down, kind of the farm fest in mid lane, no real point to try and contest Korn's turret unless they want to put 5 members into the mid lane. So the most realistic one to pick up is this top lane turret. So that's why they've moved 2 members there. No Dragon to be picked up for another 4 or 5 minutes. So we finally get this 1v1 matchup between Amazing J and Cola, but this is a level 7 Amazing J who's been very well held, is sitting on 1,000 gold when he doesn't have much to speak of against level 9 Cola's Aurelia. Amazing J has
Ward, who was sitting on top of, so good play there from Amazing J. Will keep him safe for now, but Cola really ramping up in this Aurelia. We talked about the double Trinity Force here. We've talked about it a lot, at least for the first Trinity Force in the last game, so Royal have a very big power spike to play around.
I mean, you can't overstate. If Corki's the best Trinity Force user in the game, Aurelia might be second or even arguably first. So the power spike in, what, 5 minutes time? 3rd Dragon time, would have to say, as a rough estimate. Starhorn World Cup are going to have a massive burst in power.
Raphael going in, trying for the solo kill there, flashes in, but Korn gets out of the Chaos Storm using the flash of his own and his heal. So aggression there coming out now for Victor.
Yeah, if there wasn't a defensive heal and that ability had hit, I think there might have been kill pressure. But a summoner trade for 2 summon Insect on Jarvan, and of course the Ghost not going to be so useful against the Cataclysm. It's still a favorable trade.
Building up to his Muriel after the initial augment here. Hasn't quite got it yet, but it's pretty close. And Victor has done a lot of work in the mid-games for EP.
Out-pressuring Insect in these games, playing aggressively, stealing away, aggressively moving around. They're looking to turret.
Make some space here, and Drizzle gets a kill there. Great 3-man gank by EP.
Easy to say turret dive when I remember there wasn't even a turret to return to there. And despite the fact that he had both summoners over-leveled was Cola, he falls down instantly.
Yeah, so a good gank there. Will get themselves a kill. No objective to parlay into, but Kane will just continue last hitting here. And if Cork and Graves are free-farming, they're probably both pretty happy. But you said it already, Drizzle on the rest of EP, just out-moving Royal once again.
Amazing J is a crazy man. He's sitting on 1,800 gold now. That's actually more than half his total gold. So his effective amount of items at this point is minimal, to say the least. He needs to...
Way back to his pink wall buff here once again. Drizzle going to help him, his mid laner out there. And Raphael is going to secure that. Xerath looks to do the same here. And we're going to continue as normal now.
Interesting to see if the Frozen Heart is the first pickup coming from Amazing J. He's laning against Aurelia. Of course, there's not too many attack speed-based champions. Of course, Insect will be doing consistent damage with the autos. Corki in the late game may be doing auto attacks, of course, more based around spells at this point. So he elects to move towards the magic resist, showing a lot of respect to the CC and just the AoE magic damage coming through from Korn, and feeling at least that at this point he's going to be competitive enough, even without a big armor item.
Yeah, and curious, like you mentioned, to see him not complete something, even just for the aura effect to get sort of added gold benefit, but again, instead wants to be very tanky, dragging back in 55 seconds here, so I guess he just wants to make sure he is the front line his team needs for these big mid-game team fights.
Absolutely. He's got a bit of everything, a bit of health, a bit of magic resist, a bit of armor, and then some cooldown reduction. So again, he just wants to go in the fight, soak whatever's thrown his way. Maybe building towards a Warmogs might have suited that idea a little bit more, but all these items that he's building towards fit his build path a lot more than a Warmogs, at least early.
I think one of the cool things as well is that if EP are lining up for this next Dragon and do win a big team fight, all of a sudden Amazing J, who has struggled a bit early on here, just explodes.
A win with Trinity Forces both completed. It looks just so beautiful on the Star World Cup item list. They're double Trinity Force, power spikes everywhere, but the fight's on.
No, never mind. Korn gets him killed. Now Shu going to go in and Cola ripping through people, but Amazing J's put it in as well. Now Will's going to come moving. There's the Onslaught of Shadows, gets onto 3, I believe, and Raphael gets another kill just going off on Victor. Amazing J still in. Kane flashes forward for a double now, and Will could be in trouble, but EP somehow turned the fight around.
The aggressiveness out of Kane to flash in is surprising, just given his play so far in the LPL. Maybe channeling some of his aggressive Draven days many a moon ago. He definitely suits these more aggressive short-range carries. He's been looked great on
there as well, really pushing him through the mid part of that team fight, just dishing out so much AoE damage. And Amazing J going to come in there, tank things up. Zero almost got himself flash kicked into the team there, but had an amazing Monsoon to keep it down. Almost steal almost happens, but Raphael does have enough burst.
Would have been a critical steal to get. It was the third dragon. It double scales with Hecarim, we have to remember. Gives Hecarim damage, but in general helps the rotations. And Zero, he's in a lot of trouble.
Nailed there, flayed back as well after the death sentence.
Moving there, accepting his fate after the wonderful skill shot and usage coming out from Shu. Not looking good for Star Horn Royal Club, pastry time.
Not even that, unfortunately. Caught in the gravity field, still stunned after the flay and the death sentence.
Didn't even appreciate it. So Drizzle goes very, very deep, and you can see they just commit everything to kill him. He lives longer, and this means that Korn has to use his ult super, super early. Cola comes in with the Trinity Force. Finally comes in, watch for the aggressive. One big, and that was before Infinity Edge was completed. Suddenly Infinity Edge Zeal to complement his Berserker Greaves. In a big, big power spike now is Kane.
Yeah, Amazing J back in the top side. Gets himself some assists and a bit more gold, so catching up slowly. Does have to be careful of this Aurelia, who does have the completed Trinity Force. But EP right now, kind of navigating that power spike as Insect almost gets flayed out of his EQ. Death Sentence just a little short there as well. But EP continuing to play aggressive. This is the team. This is what Royals team comp wants to be doing.
But line skill shots all over the map, going really aggressively from EP. They seem very on time. We've seen them this weekend. They definitely haven't returned from the holiday too hot. And again, 0-4 their last weekend out. 0-2, especially against EP, will be a big, big upset.
Yeah, we can see them moving through now as well, looking to try and get more aggressive and get themselves the 2-0 that they really want now that they're ahead in this series. As we look back to Raphael's Victor, that's been a highlight already of this series. It's an even faster Fury Enchant for those Sork shoes.
Wow, so he's got it very, very early. Of course, he already has the Augment coming through. The Augment Turbocharge on his Q. Every Q will be moving.
Shu and Kane here coming through as well. Zero getting very low. Does go down to Kane. Korn cannot quite fend them off here. Well going in. Shu going in, grabbing everybody. And Raphael just coming in for the burst damage. Gives up his life, but there's so much AoE here. Insect going to dive in, but Kane's right outside the Cataclysm. Cola going to get low as well. Raphael shredding through people as Victor gets the double. Well, trying to get a few more kills. Kane's already dead, and that's
potential to continue this fight. Been able to get the double kill on both Raphael and Drizzle. Raphael lived so long during that fight, getting the refresh on his Q for more and more shielding, stayed alive, and the consistent damage with all the movement speed afforded by his double move. Surprising burst.
Yeah, Raphael really playing the team fights as towards the top side, but have to back off here. I mean, Royal have plenty of room right now. Aurelia is moving in for a second item. Looks like Frozen Heart's going to come through. Korn still a little bit behind in gold, about 3,500, but they do have tools to push through now.
And their mission is to assassinate Raphael at the start of these team fights. Of course, last time we saw he went for an early Zhonya's. He doesn't have any of the bits towards it. It's probably an offensive stasis option when they have the lockdown of the Cataclysm, when they have Cola with a lot of burst assassination potential on a squishy person like Raphael. That's the target selection they need. It looks like it might be Graves, but with the consistent damage we're seeing from Raphael, they need to kill Victor at any cost.
Yeah, actually a 1 HP blue buff there will get taken away by Raphael, or stolen more accurately there. Amazing J gets the top turret now as well, so 3 for 1 in favor of Energy Pacemaker, and they keep pressing forward in this game.
Amazing J, it's the use of that Onslaught of Shadows to really separate team fights, but team fights begun.
Insect's going way deep here, but Raphael just blows him up there. Kane uses his heal and is safe, and now Drizzle going to kick back Korn there. Raphael going to go in, but Well is coming in for a lot of damage, and now Corky forced to back off as 3 members of Royal have already fallen. Shu going to try and find a hook here. Drizzle's got plenty of skill shots as well. A good play back there for Cola. Amazing J going to run in, just pops his ulti to get a little bit closer, and Well, who can't find any kills yet, will be the last member to completely ace. Knockback there with a devastating charge, and the last kill goes to Kane.
We both the people in a significant item power spike right now, separated from their team, could do nothing. Baron.
Yeah, Baron is going to get picked up here by EP. It looks like here they've rushed up at this point, but we have to look back at Royal there. Insect, just so aggressive, too aggressive.
Insect's trying to make things happen. He's always taken it upon himself to be a playmaker. That's the Insect that was imported to Starhorn Royal Club earlier in 2014. Now both his play calling, Starhorn's rotations have definitely been completely underwhelming compared to EP, who have surprised us with excellent map movement and taking those outer rings of turrets very early. But just those engaged choices have also suffered. So personal play and team play just not coming together for either Insec or Starhorn Royal Club.
No, and like you mentioned, EP are looking very much together here in this particular series. And Raphael's Victor, we saw it in game one, thought, okay, kind of a cute pick, maybe something they won't do again. Looking amazing here right now. 7-0-7. The death cap just completed. If you thought he was blowing up people before, just you wait.
And you get so much AP from those Hex Core upgrades. You start with 3 AP per level with the base Hex Core. It becomes 4 and 5 per level, and you get flat AP. So with this death cap now, already 561 AP at 22 minutes. We're talking about 20 a minute plus coming through from the Victor.
Yeah, just unbelievable damage. And we've seen again what Raphael can get done in team fights. EP going to go for their 4th dragon now as well as they move in for it as it just comes back up. And Royal, just no answer at this point. Almost a 10,000 gold lead here for EP.
We were waiting. Man, it looks good as we see.
But Korn
Yeah, hollow victory, but that was excellent play from Korn.
Yeah, just not quite long enough there to wait out the ulti. Shu trying to line up a hook, but well, we'll just Valkyrie out of the way. Baron, though, still up here for EP, remember, and Kane just rips through that turret.
In top lane, we see 2 people chasing Amazing J. They force out the onslaught of shadows, but you're not going to stop a Hecarim. He doesn't need Flash to get away from that Cataclysm, and the rotations across the map. There's nothing that Starhorn Royal Club can do.
No, 6 turrets. No, 5, sorry. Amazing J still hasn't worked on the top turret, but 5 turrets to 1 now for Energy Pacemaker. 10,000 gold now ahead. And this inhibitor turret in the bottom is not long for this world.
To be honest, Jarvan and Aurelia staying to deal with this Hecarim, who's obviously just buying time for his team's rotations. I'm not sure if they really want to win this game, Starhorn Royal Club. They're just giving more time for EB to just...
Defending, they're just going to lose another inhib turret, maybe even the inhib now as well. Greensec is going to dive in here, but he just gets... Fizzle does have the kill, but Amazing J is running in. Raphael wants it so bad, but instead they take a second inhib.
It's going to be the second inhib. Last week, 2-15 and 16. It's not looking much better than the second game, 0-5 and 7. After a promising start as Rengar, I mean, Insec and Starhorn Royal Club are falling apart.
They are a little bit here in EP. The opposite, you have to say, so together here, finally getting not just the oddball picks to work, but putting them in a cohesive team comp that looks so good when it works.
Exactly. When we saw that level 1 dragon, and then we saw them fall away and not push pressure, and we're like, okay, where's the next level in their comp? Where's their next rotation? In this game, they've always been the first to get the outer ring of turrets. They've rotated very well across the map. They still have that oddball flavor that really, brings a smile to your face when you see the likes of Victor, when you see the Hecarim top with Ignite Teleport, but it works out for them. And EP, they look like a practice top team, and you have to remember, this will only be their first 2-0 win.
It will. I just saw Raphael dissolve the Scuttlecrab, by the way, with a burst combo, so he's doing pretty insane amounts of damage. Cola actually in trouble. The hook not going to land there. Good juke from Cola. And unfortunately, no one took the Lantern right either, so no help forthcoming, but EP just have so much control of this map.
If there's any sort of LPL tipping, you know that this would have been an easy 2-0 tip for Starhorn Royal Club, but the script has been written completely differently. Cataclysm comes onto Amazing J again in the bottom lane. He still has the Onslaught of Shadows. He's just buying time as his team powers down top lane.
I mean, he's so tanky. He's got Frozen Heart, Spirit Visage. Whenever he stands in Champions, especially if there's a minion wave involved, that W gives him so much health back.
And I could hear a couple of laughs as we saw the rest of the team members just finally reach.
At this point, he can just run with his E all the way up towards the top of the map if he does need to get in and initiate. Almost level 16 as well for another rank in the ulti. No Baron buff here for EP, but going to be maybe a bit tricky to break the base.
World Elite as the only team to not have a 2-0 victory in the LPL.
Exploded there by Kane, and Onslaught of Shadow does pop him in 0. Maybe going to get soloed out, who is ignited and goes down to Amazing J. Con gets kicked back there by Drizzle. Amazing J just destroying people. Kane going to run in there as well, doing so much damage. The ulti almost enough. Raphael sniped it with a flash E, I think, just to make sure he secures the last kill in Aurelia, and EP going to take this series 2-0 well, just getting wrecked.
Yeah, he's getting
Here we
solo.
go! Oh, does get it there. Kane finally gets the kill, and they complete the ace.
Their death timer should probably be long enough with 3 members up. They lost a lot of DP out of nowhere. Turn it on in style, all off the back of...
In 20 of the 20...
As the handshakes come in. Who knows how this will revitalize their season? It took just to the halfway point for them to pick up their first 2-0 victory, but that actually catapults them over a few teams, World Elite included, off the bottom spot.
And you can see they just look so happy. I think that was Kane who was smiling his head off as he walked in to shake the hands of Royal, and EP finally pick up their first series win. They've picked up points before, but they've never won 2-0, and they did it in style against Royal. And for me, Papa, the biggest difference isn't just the 2-0 victory, it's how they won. When we've seen EP win in the past, they've taken
a decisive win. 28 minutes, 26 minutes, I believe 27 for EP, 10,000 gold ahead. took 15, 18 minutes, a couple of Barons to finish out a game against World Elite, and we were kind of scratching our heads strategically. This was decisive win. This was high-level League of Legends rotations and closing out of games from EP. Both those games, actually, shorter win time if you add them together than that one win over World Elite.
And just awesome stuff there for EP, but we are done just...
Welcome back, ladies. Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberia here on the desk for our second matchup today of the LPL. It is going to be M3 taking on Snake for Snake's only game coming through to this week. Of course, playing 3 the week following.
Yeah, Masters 3 still not look you definitely used to describe the team at the moment. They have some brilliant showings, but yeah, really up and down. On the other side of the rift, though, just from strength to strength from the start. You have to say they had a fantastic run coming into this, but they haven't let up at all, Snake, and they look like they prepare for opponents really well.
They certainly do, and there's also the fact they haven't lost a series. They haven't gone 0-2 once. They've tied a few times, but of course never actually dropping that 3 points and been taking 2-0 sweeps across the board. And this was a team coming into the LPL that people didn't necessarily have that much faith in.
Yeah, they certainly didn't, and a lot of the faith was in their top laner, FLICKR, but really it's been the MVP Crystal, and I guess that takes us to our key matchup today. It is the MVP currently leading the LPL versus the OG and Spring Split MVP, Dade. It's a mid versus AD carry matchup, but you have to say, if the teams are going to play the way they normally do, these are the guys that we expect to carry, and we're really expecting them to go off.
Yeah, well, that's true. And Dade has been showing a lot of strength here as well. So, of course, it's a bit of a tale of 2 seasons here as well, as sort of season 4, Dade's season, able to get these MVP points. I think he was runner-up in the summer split there of the OGM, but actually managed to win, of course, as you mentioned, in the spring. So even when he wasn't winning the MVP that year, still managing to be very, very close to the top. A fantastic player. But Crystal now top of the MVP standings.
Yeah, certainly. You have to say that a lot of Dade's success was around his champion pool. He hasn't found that much comfort, with the exception of maybe Azir, who he still plays extremely well. But the likes of Yasuo being taken away, he hasn't really been able to get onto the Z as much as he would like. Crystal, on the other hand, he plays everything, and he plays it like a machine. We've seen comps built around him. We've seen him go onto the Kalista. We've seen him play a little bit more supportive. He's even pulled out Cogmore. This guy just has so many, weapons in his itinerary, and the hyper carries are just going off.
Yeah, it's true. And his Cogmore that he played against Royal Club just last week, or 2 weeks ago, considering the fact that we did have a Chinese New Year thrown in there just a little bit, but looked fantastic. And we've been seeing this being used throughout the regions as well. These Cogmore comps sort of raise the puppy, as we like to call it, have been really going off.
Yeah, and to couple with that, they've been running the Morgana top lane, and FLICKR, in a more supportive role than I guess we're used to. It's been farming terrifically from the top lane, been thrown in some awkward 2v1s, and you tend to get focused a little bit more when you do take Morgana into the top because she is very immobile. But he's been able to really get to the point where he's artillery, long range, get around the fight a lot, and the Kalista, the Cogmore, even the Draven when he pulls it out, he doesn't take a backward step, and it really hurts other teams because there's no way you can focus this guy down.
Yeah, well, it's true. And we haven't even touched on the sort of Korean imports onto this team as well. I mean, Beast and Ella are fantastic in this lineup. And normally when we're talking about China, especially this season, it's all about how many Koreans have they got on their team? How much of this extra support have they brought from outside? But it seems to be the Chinese players that are really going off.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you have to say that Beast and Ella are actually playing. Compare them to Dade and Lupa, they've maybe even started slumping a little bit.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Very interesting to note.
Yeah, and as we actually see Lupa here on our screen, not really having quite the performance that he wants to coming in here. Of course, our world hasn't been seeing as much success as he'd otherwise like. But M3, they've been seeing a little bit more, considering Dreams has now stepped onto the team.
Yeah, it certainly has. And the Vi pickup, I think, is key there because it allows to dive on. And I would expect it and cope with the Vi, but maybe...
Energy pacemaker here as well as...
Yeah, certainly. The Victor or the Pony in the top lane. Hecarim coming up... for Amazing J. Take a look at Dade. He has started playing more long range. He's picked up the Azir a lot. I think Azir is his comfort pick. Would expect him to go more to the Assassins, though. I think that Zed is one threat. Why not?
Yeah, but the thing about Dade here as well is the fact that he's always had this sort of standard champion pool, not able to sort of adapt very quickly to a meta as it comes in. This is 5.2. Does he play Ahri?
Yeah, so no, exactly right. We really haven't seen that much of it. I'm sure he does play it to some extent, but will he a lot previously?
Twisted Fate as well.
Yeah, Twisted Fate off meta. So he does get stuck in these, I guess, champion zones, and patches really do affect Dade more than many other high-level mid laners.
Yeah, that's true. And you could imagine against Barker here, who loves Xerath, and Ahri's seen a lot of success against that champion.
Yeah, it certainly has. And that's why I think that he will steer away from the Azir in this matchup, just because of how good Barker Xerath is. The guy...
Oh, yeah.
absolutely a monster on it, and you couple it with something like Beast Nunu, and it just is so hard to play around because of the amount of slows, the amount of CC that comes from just those two champions. So, yeah, definitely agree that look for him to pick up something different. I think that he really does have to focus a little bit more on Dade's champion pool this time around, but I want to see what Dade can do against Crystal.
Yeah, well, and there's also the fact that he can pick up that Yasuo as well, and with Crystal being sort of this high-class player, the one that you really, as we have a look through the Snake lineup, Crystal is the job to eliminate Crystal.
Yeah, it could be, and you see it in Flandre's champion pool. Never would have expected 4 of the last 5 games to be on that top lane Morgana.
Yeah, well, it's true, and Beast, pretty standard. This is what we were talking about. Just loves that Nunu, loves to be able to blood boil Crystal up and just give him so many tools to get around these fights. And Barker, yeah, you can see he kind of likes the Shurima flavor in the mid lane.
Yeah, he certainly does. So I think Azir does become a contested pick in here if Xerath gets taken off the board. I think that Barker is a much better Xerath than what Dade is, and we'll see how that one, I guess, is dealt with in the draft.
Yeah, the Emperor's Divide in order to split up the fights so that Crystal can have sort of free reign jumping in and around. And as you can see, Ella definitely likes to have some of these supportive champions.
Yeah, he certainly does. And Ella has actually been probably the biggest surprise for me on the Snake lineup. We heard good things about very solid things, but Ella's really supportive supports again. Marta-esque play coming out of the Janna, able to keep Crystal safe in a lot of these situations. Couple it with Beast, who plays a very aggressive role during the laning phase and then a very peel-orientated late-game role on a lot of his champions, even with the Jarvan. I think that those two players have really allowed Crystal to play the way that he plays. I think that they've recently thrown Flandre into the mix as well, act as that back line and help out Crystal in these matchups.
Given the tools in order to carry in the late game, and Snake are just very, very good at doing that. And I want to mention Ella on the death sentences. They'll be getting the flays to start these fights off, but that's sort of not how Ella plays it. He plays beautifully in a peel sense and makes sure that Crystal stays out of trouble.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he's very patient on his threats, very rarely follows his death sentences into a dangerous situation.
Yeah.
Doesn't overextend it a lot on the champion. Even during the laning phase, tends to walk into range we're used to seeing, especially in the LPL, where there is a lot of, I guess, engaged supports at the moment. The meta is shifting that way. We're seeing some Leona picked up. We're seeing a lot of Annie. So I guess that seeing these champions coming out of Ella is definitely, it's very refreshing. I think that Snake play a really good brand of League of Legends. I think that they, from start to finish, play the game out extremely well, and I think that that will play on Masters 3 mind.
Yeah, and going over to the other side, speaking of Masters 3, Candy and Love CD in the bottom lane have been suffering just a little bit, but just to mention, across all of the games that M3 have had, Candy's got about double the KDA of the rest of his teammates, able to actually do some work in this late game and become that carry for his team, because Dade takes a lot of the heat.
Yeah, he certainly does, and I think that the difference is that they rely on their top side of the map very heavily for early game and try and leave Candy alone for as long as possible, and he doesn't get that much attention, you have to say, from either jungler at him late game, and I definitely agree that Looper is the one for me. If they are going to win a late game, Looper has to play much better. The game that he impressed me on was his Cinch game, and he's very, very comfortable on that, and he turned into a late game base, went pure tank. So I think that if M3 are going to look better in the late game, get Looper on something extremely comfortable, especially against someone like Flandre, because otherwise the game, they have good early games, but not great transitions.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, the focus might be on sort of the top and mid lane as far as the game's concerned, but in Champion Select, we're focused pretty heavily in the jungle. Nunu going to go away, as is that Jarvan, so Beast is very, very focused, but the Vi, of course, as we mentioned, Dreams played 4 out of the last 5 games on that champion. That's going to be off the board as well. And the Viger, pretty standard ban over the last week.
Yeah, becoming a very standard ban. Of course, that Event Horizon is just too strong at the moment.
It's basically an ultimate on an E, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, and just gets better with levels exponentially. So, Cassidy being taken away now, that is a hit
side
towards Flandre, of course. So Looper plays it as well in the top lane, a fair amount, but taking that away from the top lane. And I like the Jarvan ban because we've seen Flandre play it. We've seen that they play it a lot in the Jungle Beast. So this is something that I think hits 2 sides of Snake.
It's more than one player, but you can see it is mostly Beast is going to be focused out. Lissandra is going to be the final ban here for Snake. Don't want to see that champion. She's just really, really strong. And as far as just AoE lockdown, it's terrifying to deal with. Of course, Snake, they've dealt with it in the past.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they've got rid of a lot of, I guess, single-target lockdown. A lot of the answers for maybe a hyper carry being taken off the board. So that he could, now Crystal is free to play something like a Draven, like a Kalista, because there's no Lissandra, there's no Vi ultimate to have to deal with, even though they have successfully in the past. The reason I like the Lissandra ban so much is because Lupa likes to play mage tops at the moment.
Yeah.
We've seen it through his playstyle, and he defaults to Annie if he can't get the Lissandra, who he's been playing quite well. Put him on something like an Annie, maybe a Morgana, and see how comfortable he is, because he's shown in the past that he's not that comfortable.
Yeah, and even his cannon that he brought out didn't quite do so well. They just got lane swapped on and then really struggled to get to that point where he could be a threat in these fights.
Yeah, he certainly did. So I think that cannon is something that we will see him pull out again. I think remain very safe throughout a laning phase because of that. E is always going to be good in a double mage because he just suits the build path so well with it.
Yeah.
Coming through with the Abyssal and into Zhonya's. So I think that, yeah, cannon definitely a viable pick in the current meta. Wouldn't be surprised to see Lupa go back there.
Yeah, we'll see whether he does. But, of course, bans are going to be repeated, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we did hop out of Champions League just for a moment. A little bit of a trouble in the Chinese end, but we'll see whether we can hop back into that one ASAP as these picks start to come through. Because, of course, I'm incredibly excited for this one, and I'm really glad that Lissandra was taken off the board because LGD showed us yesterday that if you get that and cannon, team fights are almost too easy.
Yeah, certainly are. They just add so much utility and damage through their kits. And talk about a pick away. We've mentioned how at the last second swap over to a Corki.
And is that dangerous here against Crystal? Because, of course, Corki, not the highest range. Does this mean that Draven could be coming in?
Yeah, Draven definitely can come in. I still think that Corki does beat Draven in lane, especially levels 1 to 4. I really don't like seeing the Janna go through. That's the thing that worries me. It's not the Corki pickup so much. I don't think they were in risk of picking that one away.
Yeah.
I think that now there is just so many options for a hyper carry to be utilized because it is so hard to get through Janna in the mid late game.
Yeah, and it's actually Barker putting a lot of pressure on this Azir here as well. So wanting to pick that one up, of course, has played it a lot just recently. Only a couple of games on his Xerath in response because that has been a lot of the counter pick to come through. And his Xerath has been leaving us wanting just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. He still looks solid on the champion, so I don't think you can take too much away from him. I just think that Barker's Xerath is better than Dade's Xerath. But in saying that, Barker has gone with the Azir this time around, and it does leave the counter pick up. And let's see if Dade opts into it. In the past, he has been known to, I guess, try and take some other people's champion pool away from them and utilize it. And instead, they go towards a very, very tanky front line. I like the Rengar. I like the Gnar pickup. That gives them a lot of team fight presence. Going with a Morgana, though.
Yeah, and possibly a Morgana for the top side of the map. Could be a Morgana in support here as well, but it actually is not going to be the top because, of course, Nara has been locked in. And Dade very vocal there from the mid lane, trying to make sure that they get the team the comp that they want at that point. And we'll see whether Dade has any surprises for us as
lock in the Rumble, which they have, as well as the Azir. They have a lot of zone control. The danger here is if they don't get a very big hyper carry for Crystal, Gnar is going to be able to go throw that Hex Drinker into something like a Banshee's Veil and just be so hard to deal with from a frontliner perspective, and both very short range mages.
Yeah, it's very, very scary. And because the Morgana was locked in here for M3, they're looking at a potential Kalista. Okay, yeah, easy things happen in the picking phase.
Yeah, it certainly does. A little bit more roll, a very good anti-dive through Lee Sin and Morgana. The Black Shield help damage threats, meaning you have to throw him on a hyper carry. I was thinking Draven. Jinx just as good, probably the best late game ranged hyper carry if she can get going. They've got a very, very long journey ahead of them here, Masters 3, to really turn this one around.
Yeah, do you think that they have to be putting on the pressure very early?
I think it's the opposite. I think they actually go towards Lupa's lane. I think that Lupa is on deal with Crystal duty here.
Okay.
He needs to get into his face, CC him for a long time. Of course, if she can't get excited and run around these team fights, it's very, very easy to lock down a Jinx. And he's got that Black Shield coming through from Love CD to be able to mitigate a lot of Janna's disengage. So throw the Black Shield on this Gnar, get him transformed, get him into the face of the AD carry, make him disrupt, and then everyone else is on Dade to really be able to poke out these team fights. With Corki, with Xerath, fantastic poke coming through.
Yeah, and as we can see, this is going to be the lineups coming through. And of course, Gnar versus Rumble, and it's going to be, as you mentioned, a little bit tough here for Lupa, but Beast on the Rek'Sai here as well. And we haven't seen him on this champion too much. as the pretty standard Shurima matchup here in the mid lane.
Yeah, certainly, and I think this one will be a real test of Dade. Looking forward to see how he performs, and Corki versus Jinx should go in Corki's favor very heavily early game.
Yeah.
Jinx, of course, can farm safely, but does get poked out of that lane, so pressure on Crystal to be able to perform.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess if Crystal does manage to get sort of a lead in this lane, he does have the rockets to have a lot of extra poke damage from range, of course, because of that switcheroo giving him so much extra, but as you mentioned, you know, Phosphorus Bomb into a Sheen proc, pretty scary stuff coming through from a Corki.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's just, I guess, the steroid on the Q, as you mentioned, does help with the one item spike, but comparatively, Trinity Force just adds so much hidden damage where it does need into that ZL, into another BF sword, get it ramping up, and as I said, terrific late game potential, but just on that first item spike, very hard.
Yeah, a little bit difficult, but... And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Game 1 between Masters 3 and Snake. This is going to be a big one for our second match of the day. But of course, with OMG actually splitting with EDG last night, there is a little bit of a spot there at the top of the standings.
Yeah, there certainly is. They can be outright second if they're able to take a game here. So, EDG or OMG. So I think they've played 12 matches. This is the 12th match coming through now for Snake. So see how they deal with it. And FLICKR, no stranger to this Rumble, picked it up a lot at the start of the season.
Has actually seen a lot of bans towards him on this champion as well.
Yeah, it certainly has, and I'm excited that he's decided to pick it up again because he played it fantastically. Look for his teleports. He rushes home guards extremely early on a lot of his...
Looper possibly rushing that Hex Drinker, already has the longsword in his back pocket, so that is looking to be the first pickup here. Do you think there could be a potential lane swap situation coming in? Because we can see both AD carries heading...
They were trying to dodge it on the... Spotted it out. Match.
Crystal going to be spotted heading towards this top side. Has actually found Candy here as well. So we are going to have standard lanes breaking out. You can see the minions already collapsing, so unable to really turn this one around. Love CD taking a lot of damage from Ella here, who has that shield in order to make things a little bit better. Rocket's going to solidify that half HP mark.
Yeah, and look, the hard push coming out straight away. They actually picked up the pull as a first point coming out of Love CD, so that's why he wasn't using any items to trade there, and they're looking to get this one shoved in, put a lot of pressure on with the poke underneath the turret.
Yeah, and is this going to be really important as far as Candy getting to level 2 as well? How does this lane go as far as levels are concerned?
Yeah, I think a 4 will be able to push some magic damage to break the CC. Ooh, good find.
Yeah, brilliant Dark Binding there on the top side. Crystal takes half of his health.
Yeah, so he'll be able to shrug off a lot of the CC. And with Rek'Sai coming in for an Unburrow as well, that's an absolutely devastating combo because if you're able to not break through that shield, Rek'Sai not going to be able to get his lock up.
Yeah.
Going to have to deal with Dark Binding as he's coming through and just going to make it an absolute nightmare.
Well, Beast is going to head towards his red buff here as well. Our jungler is just more than happy. Clear out their own jungles. No funny business going to be going on early on in this match. Masters 3 actually already with a little bit of an advantage based on the farm here. As you can see, Looper able to bully FLICKR here on the bottom side.
Yeah, and we've seems to be able to get the better of it now with some smart pathing, with a lot of harass in the early game, being able to shove out the wave. It does put a, I guess, little bit of added finesse into the Rumble pickup because he has to be able to see us under the turret like we're seeing right now, and it's difficult at times.
Yeah, FLICKR, as you can see, missing out on a couple there, but of course a very practiced Rumble player. Barker going to continue to push out these waves, actually staying very, very competitive here in this lane. Ahead 5 CS against Dade's Xerath.
Yeah, there's 5 CS right there, though, for Dade to be able to pick up. And I think this is what we see up until about level 7. When you've got some points in that queue, Xerath does get pushed around a little bit at the early stage. Of course, Azir able to spam out those soldiers. So I think that's the way it will go. And then Dade, once he does charge up that queue, able to clear out the waves, should be able to get on top of this lane. Yeah,
and you can see despite a little bit of funny business going on early on in the M3 lane towards the top side, everything is still going to be very, very even moving forward. And we'll see whether Crystal can stay ahead, because you have to think that when the Sheens, when the Phages start coming through here for Candy, things are going to...
I guess slow play coming out of both sides. M3 have actually been able to control a lot of early games and really have struggled in the transitioning point of the game. And they're looking to take it once again, nice and slow, not pressuring too hard, although Beast is now looking for his first gank onto Looper, decides against it.
Yeah, he's just going to move around, get the same items here as well. Both loaded Dreams out here as well. And this early warding from Beast knows that they're definitely going to be safe.
Yeah, push the lane back. And as I said, as soon as they got the 3 points into that Eye of the Storm, they were just able to use all that bonus AD to shove out.
Or Snake, they're going to know because, of course, they haven't had vision of him for too long. And by they know, that means that they just know that he's somewhere and they have no idea where.
Yeah, exactly right. But they would expect him to be maybe on the top side of the map because he handed over the blue very recently, and we'll see a gank here.
Yeah, Safeguard actually going to come through. Sonic Wave does land here as well as Dreams actually flash kicks Crystal. There's the pull and the phosphorus bomb for the kill, but Flandre, he's come in. They try to answer this one, but the counter teleport from Looper is too frightening as he's perfectly in that Mega Gnar.
Yeah, and already the mid laners had the quick teleport, but Dade had rotated quicker than Bucker, and that's why they nasty kick out of Dreams. He'll lose his red buff because of it, but first blood over onto Candy, who's been able to pick up that
well, and then needs another about 600 gold for that, and the really important in order to go toe-to-toe with Crystal.
Yeah, and it's only against a BF sword, so that is a big item discrepancy now, and it looks like they will once again meet in the bottom lane this time round.
Yeah, both of the top laners now relegated back to where they originally wanted to go. And the Dragon probably going to be the focus here coming through. Darkbinding going to find Barker. Lovecity being fantastic with that one. Black shields himself and uses the Soul Shackles as well. There's the other ultimates to come down from the rest of the team, but Dreams just gets eliminated.
Yeah, that was really weird play coming out of Masters 3. Overcommitted with only a support and so low health on Dreams, who wasn't able to, I guess, get any abilities off, wasn't able to affect the fight. This might give the first Dragon over to Snake.
Yeah, Masters 3 sort of with a genius play to start off, but unable to follow it up. And losing the junglers means that they might actually lose the Dragon here as well, as that one's going to fall down.
Yeah, and in the top lane, we saw a lot of pressure coming out of Looper.
Ooh. Oh, Crystal, you're in so much trouble. There's a flash into the rocket here as well, but the knock-up onto Love CD, of course, doesn't have the black shield. That one was... Snake will have to back away, but they get a Dragon for it.
Yeah, they certainly got the Dragon, and they, I guess, released CS, so he's going fine now, but that's, I guess, the benefit of running a Morgana. Or how much CC was
posed to actually break going to happen as far as the magic damage situation, but they're going to be relegated to solo lanes.
Yeah, they certainly are, so we see that Beast trying to play a visit. He's getting more deep wards, getting vision of Dreams one more time. Has been able to keep up in farm and subsequently levels. So Dreams was pulling off a very good first gank. Did die in response and lost one of his buffs. So being hurt a little bit on this experience front.
Yeah, you can see both of the jungle able to rocket around that jungle pistol. Though as Barker uses that E just to escape from the stun.
Yeah, and Dade's performing pretty poorly now in this mid lane. He's fallen behind in CS, just being shoved out of lane. He's trying to stick around and pick up as much farm as he can, but he needs to be careful that
he's in on that shocking orb. But Flandre just going to, of course, use that equalizer to clear out this wave. His spidey senses were tingly. He spotted someone in that top side and just going to use that ultimate just to make sure that he doesn't need to stick around.
Yeah, and very nice play as we have a little bit of an engage.
Yeah, there's the Soul Shackles coming through from Buff City, but he gets exploded as the Super Mega Death Rocket comes through. Candy answers, and both AD carries gets a kill, but Candy, he's going to be able to stick around.
Yeah, he certainly is, and they saw Beast somewhere in the river, so Candy didn't over-pursue, and he's really the bright spot now coming through for this team. And
by the shocking orb, but the entirely sure how that happened. Right of the Arcane going to find Beast here with a couple of shots as now Looper comes down, and Beast, you are definitely dead. Double kill for Dreams.
Yeah, we saw Dreams try and give that one across to Looper. I don't think he did want to last hit it. Would have been great on Gnar, but overall, what a turnaround. Dade being able to use both summoner spells and some fancy footwork to get away in his jungle, and good collapse coming out of Masters 3. On the top side of the map, looks like they have some great communication.
Oh, yeah, and of course, Looper and Dade, of course, both from Samsung lineups. They know how to talk to one another. You can definitely say that as Flandre. He's going to get the hell away from his tower. Looper's going to come through here now and just clear out these creeps and has a lot of pressure, of course. That tower's still at about half health, so no risk of really dying too quickly as Void Rush going to be used by Beast just to get back into his jungle. Of course, killing a Rek'Sai doesn't mean that she's not still too far away.
Yeah, of course, using that ult, especially during the early mid game, just to get back into the jungle a little bit quicker. Once you have that tunnel network set up, it's just so easy and satisfying to farm on Rek'Sai. It gives you a lot of time in lanes as well because you just zip around the map. And we'll look to now pick up the blue buff for his mid laner. Bucker continuing.
Focusing on that poke damage with the rockets and phosphorus bomb. And is that a good idea here in this lane against Crystal?
Yeah, I think that it was more of the fact that he had Zeal not really that fantastic of an item in the laning phase. So was looking to, I guess, maximize how much damage he can do in lane against against Crystal, and be able to, I guess, keep exerting pressure.
Yeah, Beast is going to be able to steal away this red buff, though. You can see Snake have so much vision around this side of the map. Dragon going to be up in a minute and a half. And Beast has been spotted, but successful steal to come through, and sort of a 14-minute 3-buff situation coming through for Snake.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the top lane. Very questionable decision coming out of Looper here, as maybe a bit of action in the bottom.
Yeah, a little bit of action coming through. Of course, Love City getting another nice Soul Shackles. There's a kick onto Crystal, back into Candy. Delivered some money there as the next support player going to fall down here as well. Ella dies at the same time. Nice plays coming through from M3.
Yeah, Love CD electing to use the Black Shield on himself this time around, because recognizing he was all the CC, and as long as he could keep up, he would be able to keep his stick least in-game. This will mean a
Of course, that Dragon up in another 50 seconds, so probably not that one. As Emperor's Divide comes through onto Dade, he's in so much trouble and just dead in the mid lane.
Yeah, Beast picking up that kill once again. Would have preferred it to go over to the Bucket, but that means they'll be able to respond. Azir, of course, ripping through turrets, so being able to get through this one, maybe even push into the second, the tier 2, and they're looking to really shove back.
Yeah, and you can. This is Azir on a 5.2 patch as well. Still incredibly strong, almost like that hyper carry here in this late game, as Barker actually going to find Dreams. Chilling Smite to come through from Beast here as well. The attack on the Sand Soldiers is destroying Dreams, and that Black Shield, not enough.
Yeah, and that was a very poor decision coming out of Dreams. A little bit overconfident, decided to go in for the ward and paid for it with his life. That's a shutdown. Once again, going on to Beast, who looks like he is going tanky, so might not be able to put it towards the best effect, but Soul Tank lineup, they'll take it.
Oh, yes. Preseeker going to find Candy and Love City here, and this is what Snake's so incredibly good, is that they can adapt on the fly to who's going to be getting this gold, and now it looks like Barker really wants Dragon going to fall.
Yeah, a lot of poke coming out of this team. Teleport behind.
Yeah, Looper's jumping in. There's the double gnar into the whole bottom lane, instantly destroyed by the ultimate. Dade might pay for it, but no, the rest of his team's there. Flandre just launches himself into the fight. Somehow Dade survives. And there's, in fact, the ult to come down as well to secure the kill onto Beast. And they may have got the Dragon, but they lost 4 of their friends.
Yeah, 4 for nothing. Dangerous game coming through for Dade, keeping him alive even though he got dove very heavily from Flandre. And that aggressive item build paid off, because we saw how much damage came out of Looper. He looks like he's going for a Phage after the Hex Drinker, and he just absolutely tore through them.
Oh, Emperor's Divide onto Dreams here as he kicks by and watches that rocket just soar past him as well. Dreams is having a fantastic game on this Lee Sin.
Yeah, so in the end, that was a clean ace if you take into account the whole 5 kills that came across and the turret, and Dade was able to roam bot and pick up a lot of farm. So he's only 12 behind, has 2 kills as well, looking very good as we see the replay. So Looper flashes in here and uses the ultimate, doesn't use the bounce, and then gets back in his team. The impressive thing is how they collapse on Flandre here, as a team recognizing he needs to die right now, even pulling Candy back to keep Dade alive, who then uses his ultimate to get over onto the AD carry.
Beautiful play from M3, and this is not the team fighting that we're used to seeing from these guys. A little bit disjointed sometimes, but so far this game have been looking fantastic as Crystal cheekily gets excited after taking down that outer turret in the bottom side of the map. Second turret now kills towards that Dragon, but M3 still need to try and keep their eye on that particular objective, because they're down 2-0.
Yeah, they certainly are. I don't think they have to worry about it too much. I would give up 2 Dragons for a 3,000 gold lead.
Oh, yeah.
By the 18-minute mark. So they're definitely in the driver's seat here. I guess we've seen them have good early games before. They need to continue it now.
Yeah, Looper in a bit of trouble here as Ella's coming up as well. The Unburrow onto Looper. Black Shield's going to be available. Dark Binding, Soul Shackles onto 3 members as Dreams comes through. Love City manages to pick up the stun, and the disengage is there.
The Looper and Flandre were chunked. Both teams just deciding to back off, but what that means, a lot of pressure in this bottom lane, because Corki compared to Jinx at the moment. BF and Trinity Force against only Infinity Edge Zeal. Candy is having a field day here, 2 levels ahead.
Just terrifying as, oh my gosh, Flandre not quite able to stay alive, but that outer turret is definitely dead. Flandre going to head back to base. And I say not quite able to stay alive. He was just able to stay alive.
Yeah, so able to get away with his life. Also will be able to keep the turret up because Lupa doesn't want to have to overstay there. He's very low as well. Actually stops his cancel back, so he will stay for the turret. So very aggressive play coming through here, and he's up the last outer turret. Maybe start to group looking for these fights.
Yep, Sun turret is going to fall down in the mid lane though. So of course that outer turret had already fallen, and this is where the confusion starts, ladies and gentlemen. First Sun turret actually falling. That is 3 turrets dead. 1 Sun turret.
Yeah, it certainly is. And more importantly, it's a 4,000 gold lead for Masters 3. And they have a very good scaling comp. This isn't a comp where you would say that it falls off extremely hard. Xerath, great late game. Corky, we've seen that he's actually turned if he goes this Bloodthirster route. And I think that Candy has shown that he's pretty proficient on the champion. And any AD carry at 5-0 and 4 is going to bring the pain.
Yeah, and there's the fact that you can also sort of go this Bloodthirster into the Last Whisper and then Infinity Edge, and you've got this gigantically expensive build in the late game that a lot of champions can't actually afford to make.
Yeah, it's like the luxury item build, and the good thing there is that if you get that RNG Sheen crit proc out of your Infinity Edge, you just chunk squishy so much, and that Valkyrie is such a good positioning move around these team fights. Not really much that can get onto Candy here and really lock him down, especially when you put that black shield in there. So I think a lot of pressure now transfers onto the AD carry, and we mentioned him in the early game. People focus on Dade. Candy's been able to, I guess, get on top of that this time around.
Yeah, 5-0 and 4. Zap not going to find love CDs, those mobility boots allowing him to zip around this jungle and get all the vision down that he wants. Baron has just spawned here as we have a minute towards the next dragon, and Snake may not make as many aggressive so low in comparison to this Corky.
Yeah, and you see the poke damage that comes through. Crystal able to trade back pretty well, especially now that that Dark Binding's missed. Might even look to go aggressive, but needs to be careful. A lot of support coming now towards this bottom lane. It's been scouted out by Masters 3. Snake, the more they concentrate on this side of the map, the more it plays into Masters 3 hand, because they've really beaten them to the punch a couple of times now.
Yeah, and look at all the vision here for Masters 3 as well. I mean, they have this whole Dragon Pit area on lockdown. And on the top side of the map, I mean, Lupa, he's already got a Banshee's Veil and that Phage giving him so much extra movement speed. He's so quick and so immovable from this top side.
Yeah, he certainly isn't. It's because he isn't worried currently about the bottom side there and pressuring Flandre more than they are of turning him to a team fight presence. So he's got a very good split push build, and you can see in the top lane, Flandre's health starting to flash red again.
We're looking for Lupa. Not going to be unborrowed on as that bounce is there, of course. Only managed to get 1 proc of that one, but Masters 3 able to pick up their first dragon here, uncontested. And the push continues here, and this is a different M3 to what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and shades of the old Lupa, dragging people around the map, using his teleport beautifully at the second dragon fight. Now 3 members had to respond to him, and this is going to mean a dragon and a bottom tier.
Not going to matter as the inner turret going to fall down, and they may not stop here as Barker's the only one to defend with Crystal and Ellard off to the side. There's right of the Arcane to come down. Barker has to go back to base.
Yeah, he actually missed 2 of them, Dade, as Dream's going very aggressive.
Yep, Shocking Orb going to come through here as well as
starting to absolutely...
Yeah, Crystal does have fairly good wave clear as Beast actually found Dade, flashes over the wall. There's the hill. Equalizer in a beautiful position. Zap not going to find anything as Snake. They're trying to engage Love City over to the side. Gets Crystal excited as the chompers come down. Lupa trying to get in amongst it, but doesn't have Mega Nudge just yet. Candy gets caught. There's another kill for Crystal. Dream's going to fall down. Barker picks up the kill. Lupa is gigantic in this fight, and Crystal has finally died, but Barker's there for the damage. There's the 1-2 punch, and
then Lupa in the top lane. Perfect equalizer coming through, and Snake off that have relieved all of the map pressure.
Yeah, and that is an outright Last Whisper here as well for Crystal. He got 3 kills in that last fight alone. What he needed to try and get back into it, and let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, so look how much earlier Flandre is here and nails the equalizer. That means that on the other side, Lupa has joined so late and just doesn't have the Mega Gnar up. They continue to try and fight this one. Lupa actually gets a lot of work done. Remember, he's got 2 damage items and is extremely potent in this fight. Gets a fantastic Gnar and bounces on Beast to be able to take him out in that fight. But really from there, didn't look great because there was just so much persistent damage coming through from this Azir. He was completely through the jungle in that fight and was just able to get on top of all of the carries and put out the damage.
Yeah, beautifully played from Snake. And it had a lot to do with the fact that Looper didn't get Mega Gnar at the right time in that fight there as well. Because, of course, the Gnar that he managed to pick up was beautiful, but
TD went down before the second tick of the ultimate went off.
Yeah.
Which just meant that he had to flash defensively. Not much health coming through, going for that cleanse for his AD carry and all that extra AP. So out of their Morgana really needs to be a little bit tankier.
Yeah, and I had a little bit of a giggle because FLICKR, he's built the Twin Shadows. He's got some spooky ghosts in his arsenal now.
Yeah, and I like that because this is turning into a brawl-heavy game, and Spooky Ghost definitely a good item to be able to start these fights, but M3, they've started the Baron. They've been spotted by a great ward.
Yeah, they didn't manage to see that ward. Dade is going to be right out in front of it. Spooky Ghost to come in, and M3, haha, that item already paying dividends.
Yeah, it certainly is, but they didn't take any damage from it just because of how tanky Looper is. Able to, I guess, re-engage this at any point they want, and there's a big split coming out of the Snake lineup. Flounder is still in the top lane.
Yeah, a little bit maneuverable, though, are these Snake members, as they're giving people some movement speed, and M3 just going to head off to just say, okay, worth the shot, but we're not going to be able to take it this time.
Yeah, and we see that now that Loop has picked up his two offensive items, not electing to go for a Trinity Force just yet. Looks like he's moving into a Randuin's Omen. We'll be getting tankier as the game goes on, and I think that this is a good endgame build. I actually think that Trinity Force as a last item is very, very potent on Gnar because he does so many persistent damaging abilities that he is able to get a lot of damage off in these fights because you really don't want to focus the guy. But the problem is that in the mid game, that last team fight where they needed him to be able to absorb all that damage, just wasn't able to do so.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just a phage, but you're exactly right. I mean, that could have been a Giant's Belt, almost having that Randuin's completed as well, and that could have turned things around just a little bit. But Dream's now trying to clear out some more vision around this Baron Pit, and that is something that M3 have definitely been fantastic at this game, is keeping their vision up across the map throughout the game.
Yeah, certainly, and they've played much more cohesively as a team, you have to say. So
oh, yeah.
They're actually forcing Snake to use their jungler as a split pusher, absorb a lot of the gold, and use his ultimate to get to the fights. Whereas on the other side, Candy's sitting bottom lane and absorbing all of this. He's finished off the last Whisper. He has a Bloodthirster and a Trinity Force. Extremely expensive 3 items coming through, and he's only going to ramp up further.
Yeah, Looper, as he tries to juke it around, the Brambleback is a little bit upset, but he's going to take it without actually doing any damage to Crystal. Crystal probably wanted to finish off either that Static Shiv or the Phantom Dancer fairly soon.
And really nice positioning from Snake there.
Oh, speaking of positioning from Snake, L actually eats a Dark Binding, but Beast really wants this fight. Shocking Orb to come through to disengage. And the members of M3 are going to escape. Arcano Pulse onto Barker takes a lot of his health away as Crystal takes a slow there as well.
Yeah, and so the win conditions have completely swapped on this map. I think that Snake have recognized that with the Azir, with the Jin, with Ella, with the knockups coming through from Beast, but don't panic. Don't push it too far because they're able to fight in closed positions very well. M3, on the other hand, really need to get the game going because they don't want to let this one go too late.
Yeah, you can see this fight might actually break out here as Flandre holding onto that equalizer, wants to get in the right position. Shocking Orb going to go wide here as well as Beast wants to start something up in the back line. Soul Shackle's only onto him here as we've got the ult coming through from Dade, but not finding anything to actually get the fight in the position that they want. And M3, they'll take the Dragon and get out.
Yeah, so they're able to pick up the Dragon. They use a couple of ultimates, but in the end, because the fight didn't fully eventuate them on the side of Snake, and
there's a fair bit of money here in his back to his name, going to be able to finish the Phantom Dancer or the Static Shiv if he wants to, and that 3-item spike will be hit, and it is the Phantom Dancer. I love this pickup on Jinx.
Yeah, it certainly is. So being able to get through there really, I guess, utilize his spike. See that a little bit of a, I guess, lull once again in this game. We see that the objectives have just dried up a little bit on the side, and that's fantastic because now
Twin Shadows, although they've been base check to find people.
Yeah, he's been doing that anyway, and they really haven't wanted to blow him up, so I don't think it's actually hurt him too bad, and they have a lot of AP that come out of them on that item. I think it's about 80, and the additional movement speed that comes through. So
a lot of things, but I mean, I'm a bit silly.
But yeah, so I think that it has a definite niche in here, and I think it is because of what you said. They don't want to face check, so using that item as their scout, they only have one tank, and Beast can't afford to get chunked out at these fights, so gives them the...
And Beast does have that Void Rush available. It's okay for him to be on the bottom side of the map here, but the rest of the members of Snake need to spot out this Baron. It's going down incredibly quickly. As you can see, they're nowhere near it. This could be a free sneaky Baron for M3.
Yeah, it certainly will be. You can't underestimate how much damage comes out of it. Active 5,000 gold, 30 minutes in. Now the ability to siege with a Baron, Xerath, and Corki. That is huge.
That is terrifying. Zap going to land onto Candy here, just take away his Bloodthirster shield. And Snake, they need to be quite enough. Sonic Wave finds Crystal, and he has to get out of the way of this turret. Oh, somehow manages to dodge a couple of those skill shots as Shocking Orb to come through. There's the equalizer. Everything exploding, but first it's going to be Barker falling down. Love City stops Beast from being able to come through this backline. Crystal dodges out some abilities. He's still alive, but Beast is going to fall. A double kill for Dade, and they're the only kills so far on the map. Beautiful play from M3.
Yeah, it certainly was, and this will mean a couple of turrets because of how strong the Baron up minions are. They're not going back, sticking around, looking to burn through this one.
Yeah, and with Beast and Barker dead, Flandre and Crystal sort of without any ultimates, unable to really answer this one. The first inhibitor of the game going down for M3. And Snake's dreams of that second position are slowly slipping away.
Yeah, they certainly are. Very greedy teleport coming out of Looper here, trying to save his turret, able to get up there, pick up some farm for himself, so he'll appreciate that, but did leave themselves open to maybe being engaged on there. They look together. They're a unit.
We've been witnessing, but what you have to mention is the fact that they've had an extra week here. They had really gone back to the drawing board and made adjustments in order to contention in the playoffs.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, and now they have those super minions in the mid lane, be able to rotate bottom, siege that one up in perfect time for the next Baron. There's just so much inherent pressure now on Snake to be able to break this one up, and the answer is that Crystal and Barker in the mid lane are both very fed. They're to the point of the game where they can now start taking over with some great team fights, but the answers, Looper's got his Thorn Mail. Dade, we saw there, was able to use not even his ultimate to be able to take Barker off the map, and that's the danger of playing this Azir. You have to dive in there to get a lot of your damage done, and we speak about how good Xerath is if you just walk towards him. He has so much upfront burst damage.
Yeah, this last in turret. The super creeps, you can see M3 fives there as the Rite of the Arcane rains down on top of him, but that is going to spell the end of that inner turret, and Crystal will see whether he can make it back in order to save this. They have an opportunity to try and get through. Shocking Orb just going to go wide of Beast as he's looking for an unburrow opportunity to try and get in there, but you can see taking a lot of poke. Dreams from the backside. Crystal gets bounced on. He's somehow alive, but no, Dade takes him down as Beast is going to get focused. This could be the end of the game as Looper finishes off Flandre as well. Barker and Ella find themselves the only members alive. The Korean Bastion here to now try and save the Nexus, and unable to, you have to think, as the second inhibitor falls and super creeps are pouring into this base.
Yeah, that'll be Game Atlas coming through, and what a performance out of Masters 3. The outright aggression on the last turret dive. Dreams has played out of his mind terrifically.
With the Emperor's Divide, but it's not going to be enough. Ella flashes onto the fountain as the Nexus falls down, and 14,000
that it was a battle of the MVPs. Dade came up huge in the bottom lane. Candy out.
The fact that in the victories that M3 have, Candy able to really carry in that late game. He didn't wait for the late game. He was destroying throughout that whole situation, and Snake are going to have to really respect M3 coming into our next match.
Yeah, they certainly do, and I think they just gave up too much early game pressure. The Lee Sin, Candy, Morgana coming through as well, so that was just a very good 3v3, and there was nothing to break that Black Shield. We just saw it time and time again. No CC able to go down onto this Corki. The Unburrow was completely ineffective, and to have to walk towards a Corki who has all of that damage was just devastating.
Yeah, and Love City has shown these fantastic engage moments coming through. Even in games that M3 lose, Love City has always been fantastic at being in the right spots and landing the bindings that he needs to. Whether it be Dark Binding, Love City needs a lot of credit in this match.
Yeah, he certainly does, and I think that the vision control really was kicked off from him as well. We saw that a lot of vision coming through from the support and jungle position.
Yeah, really, really great stuff. But I want to get into the second game because I want to see whether Snake can answer back to M3. So guys, we're going to have a quick break, but we'll be back very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, and they came out with a huge victory in that game one.
Yeah, they certainly did, and a lot of it was driven from their jungle and support position. Who
Yeah.
would have thought it? Able to get very good Dark Bindings down, some great flash kicks coming through from Dreams, and even though he went a little bit over-aggressive at times, looked very good in that game.
Yeah, he looked really, really good. And, of course, Dreams only with the team for the last couple of weeks and really having an impact thus far. And that was just a fantastic performance from M3. And we'll see whether they can continue it moving into the next game because consistency is something in the LPL that every team is looking for.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think it's something that we will continue as jungler having swappies come to perform.
And Nunu early on. But it is going to be Vi and Corki now being taken off the board from Snake.
Yeah, and maybe just not wanting to deal with, once again, that, I guess, hyper carry answer that they have in Corki, that lane bully. We'll be interested to see if on top of that lane. But I like the ban Nunu, ban Jarvan, and pull and continually taking it away.
Yeah, although Beast has sort of shown his hand at a lot of different junglers, we'll see whether it is going to affect him. Azir going to be taken off the board here from M3. They don't have the option of a Xerath because that has hit the bench as well. That has been left open. And we'll see whether Snake pick up the Kassadin.
Yeah, Kassadin being left open. I think that Rumble also being left open is something that
Lissandra being left open?
Lissandra, nah, there is a whole host of good first picks here, Atlas, and I really think that they will focus towards more of the mid or jungle at this point.
For that one, just taking it away straight away, and of course that is more of a pick away from Lupa because he looked so strong on that champion, but now has to deal with a Lissandra in that top lane, and she's just so frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that we saw Lupa was able to affect Crystal in a couple of those team fights. Had one very impressive now where he flashed into the dragon and was able to grab a 3-person. And that's
goodness.
A lot of damage coming out of the top and mid lane duo. These are the picks that M3 go for.
Yeah, M3 sort of look down their tier list of champions and go, all right, looks like Lissandra and Kassadin. No worries, we'll lock them in.
Yeah, exactly right. And at the last moment, swapping it over. Surprised that they took Kalista away, just because Lissandra is such a good answer to Kalista.
And Morgana hasn't been locked away for either team just yet either, and Morgana is almost necessary to try and keep Kalista alive. And Snake's aim looks to be, let's just try and make M3 do something different this game.
Yeah, and it looks like so far 3 champions are 3 pickaways as well. He's picking up Lee Sin, he's shown he can play it, definitely, but I think with that Nara and in the mid lane, it looks like they will elect for a Kassadin.
Yeah, Barker going to hop onto that champion, and we'll see what Dade can do in response to it. Of course, has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, does this Dade, and we'll see what he goes with this time in order to try and keep down Barker, who now on sort of this hyper-mobile hyper carry in the mid lane. It's very, very frightening, and we'll see whether they save his pick for last here as well. Of course, M3 still sort of rifling through some picks.
Yeah, I think they will go for the jungle here. Let Dade counterpick. I can't look past the Zed because there's not really a split-pushing answer currently coming out of Snake.
Yeah, and Snake, now it's up to them to sort of round out this lineup and see what they go for as far as sorting out exactly what their team comp wants to achieve. Looks to be a possible Janna Caitlyn lane, and this is the furthest down a pick phase that a Janna has ever gotten, as far as my memory is concerned.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't. That's an looking for something to shove Candy around, and I think that if a Zenith Blade is missed in this bottom lane from Love CD, there will be pain coming out of Crystal and Ella. They have something to prove.
Oh, they most definitely do, and you know that when Crystal brings his Draven onto there's a lot of facility to do that as well. Although with Beast sort of not on the Nunu, they're sort of not going for the hyper carry Crystal. They're just trying to have him on a champion that he can
Raven as well, and I guess this is the reverse. Instead of going for a peel-heavy lineup, there is going to be so much in-your-face action that on the side of M3, you have to peel for. If you get engaged on it, is terrifying at this point. The only thing I worry about is, and Crystal has a very, I guess, interesting habit to do this. He picks immobile carries into the likes of Vise, into the likes, in this case, a Lissandra. And now that a Zed has been locked in, there is a real chance that he doesn't even get to see a team fight if he is engaged upon.
Yeah, and I mean, you're talking about multiple threat comps. On the side of M3, they've got Lissandra. They've got Rengar that we saw coming out of Insec actually building a Ghost Blade for the second item, and now a Zed here as well as a Kalista. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, and augmented all that magic damage that will come through from Love CD. You have to say these guys will bring the pain. Both teams horrible at going backwards, though.
Oh, yeah. We'll see who manages to get the snowball that they need here, because you can imagine this game, based on who gets further ahead, it's going to go the direction of the other.
Yeah, and I think that is the most important matchup in this game. The Kalista versus the Draven. Can Draven, to be able to keep him safe, get Love CD away from him, and really bully the hyper carry?
And we'll see whether M3 actually go for standard lane, because, of course, you probably don't want to be against a Draven in the early game if you're a Kalista, because she doesn't have all that much damage.
Yeah, you certainly probably wouldn't go looking for it. Also, the fact that Love CD just will roam so much more effectively on Leona, definitely would expect them to look for a lane swap.
Yeah, we'll see whether they manage to pick that one up, because, man, things could be dangerous. But let's see what happens as we hop onto the Rift. And we are onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, with Snake taking on M3. M3 have taken the first victory. Are they going to be able to give Snake their first 0-2 loss in the entirety of the LPL? We'll find out this game, and we'll see whether it's going to be off the back of Dreams, who's now on the Rengar.
Yeah, and he looked very good on the Lee Sin, was able to get the fight started. Good with his skill shot, so Rengar, similar champion, very good at diving in there, locking up a carry. Will be using that bowler strike, of course, instead of that Dragon Rage kick, but he had an impressive last game.
He did, but is sort of like the power curve of a Rengar going to affect him? Just because
Lee Sin does a lot of damage as well. FLICKR.
Yeah, Flandre's found Looper here. Looper's actually taken the Q. Misses one there. There's the flash to follow here from Flandre. Trying to close the distance. One more auto attack. No! Flandre gets baited and killed for first blood.
Yeah, overextension there. Looper held his flash until the last second, and even if he didn't, that shield stacks up very quickly.
Yeah.
Flandre went very deep.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of tilt coming through on the side of Snake. That was a mistake.
Yeah, I can see why he did it. 22 armor on Looper. So he's a very squishy mage, but diving a turret level 1 is an interesting life choice.
Yep. Well, it was more of a death choice, let's be honest. But Candy's going to be spotted out here on the top side. Spear going to come through onto Crystal as he checks up here, but you can see it is going to be Snake getting that 2v2.
It gave a little bit of a chuckle as well. Some swag in the step of Masters 3. They're feeling confident going into this one.
Yep, Ella predicting rain up in this top lane. We'll see whether Crystal can be the bully that he normally is. Already trying to zone out the members of M3. Love CD taking a lot of damage as the shields to come down onto Crystal up here on the top side.
And zoning away from experience is so important in Leona lanes. Leona needs that level 2 to be effective. Needs to be... Ooh.
Speaking of needing things, Flandre needs to stop dying.
They didn't even do a buff. They sent from the Gromp as Dade. Wow.
This could be more aggression. Misses the Shuriken as Beast comes around. Ooh, Flash actually blown from Dade. I think that Sonic Wave may have gone wide, but a bit of respect given to Beast. Finally get this wave to push in towards the turret.
Yeah, and now Beast Rengar spent a lot of time on the bottom side of the map, stealing that one away. Has all of his camps still up as well, so some very early ganks coming out.
Actually left a little one up there over on that blue side, but you can see already, I mean, Candy's on 5 CS here in this lane, and that's actually a big deal because, of course, you shove in a Kalista, it's a little bit more difficult for her to CS under turret until she has a few points in that rend, until she can actually manage.
Actually went from his Gromp to his Wolves to smite that, make sure it wasn't stolen away, and then went straight for that counter gank. Didn't go for a buff either, so both junglers, peculiar jungle routes at the start of this game, but it worked off very well for the Masters 3 lineup.
Yeah, actually Crystal still putting the pressure on there, taking a consistent level advantage here on the top side as Love City's down to about 300 health. That Relic Shield helping as far as the sustain is concerned, but Dreams did head back. Does have a bit of an advantage here due to the fact that he picked up that first blood under that turret in the top side. But being 3 buffed early on is not a good thing.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, and there's not much you can really do in the top lane because Candy needs this farm, needs to be able to keep up, so we'll probably continue to focus Looper in that bottom side of the map, but now that the vision's being picked up, that's going to be much more difficult.
Yeah, Dreams is spotted out by a ward here as some farm up this wave. Ella just playing defensive duties up here. You can see Beast hanging around, wants to try and assist Barker if Dade goes aggressive yet again. With that flash on cooldown, he's a little bit more susceptible to these ganks, but with the Living Shadow there, you have to think that he's probably not going to die anytime soon.
Yeah, but what it has meant after he burnt that flash is that he started to once again fall behind in CS. Cassidy able to bully out the Zed, who should have a much better early game because the auto attacks. Cassidy trades very well with auto attacks, especially 1 or 2, but Zed's passive, especially if you're able to poke someone down with those shurikens, just tips him over the edge in most matchups.
Yeah, Love City moving forward to pick up that relic through. Love City must have a lot of health regen there in that top side. Already managing to get back above half health. As Beast going to take away his first blue buff, and that red buff has been up for a very long time.
Yeah, it certainly has no, I guess, movement from Beast to go into the bottom side of his jungle. Might have even expected that this Rengar took it away because they didn't really have vision of him after he swept out that ward, and that would have been a good path to take, but means that Beast has been content to farm the top side of the jungle. He's doing completely fine, has been able to pick up his chilling spot, although he is standing on top of a ward.
Yeah, sort of displaying himself here. For Dade in the mid lane, Crystal continues just to auto-attack relentlessly.
Oh, they pull out just at the last second. They were waiting for it, and that would have been a brilliant play if they had waited there.
Yeah, actually moving towards this other brush, and it might be Beast actually coming through to stay around there. Of course, Beast playing very patiently here. Is Relic Shield going to take away that cannon creep there as well? And Candy doing admirably because, of course, there's been so much pressure here on this top side. Barker takes a lot of damage from the second shuriken coming through. And Looper, man, he's just had his way with this lane. Flandre struggling quite.
A nice roam into the bottom lane.
Yeah, Frozen Tomb to come down there as well. The Glacial Path just going to be thrown out for some extra damage. And he says, here's one for you, Dade. I prepared for this one. He's looking for Flandre. There's the death mark. Is he going to have the damage? Yeah, he most definitely is. Doesn't even go back to his ultimate, as he might actually die to the turret. One more hit? No, not going to happen.
To get out.
Yeah, actually, Beast coming through. Took a bit of a long way. Dade's out. No worries there at all as the Howling Gale comes through, but man, M3 still with so much pressure, and you can see they're just carrying the momentum into this game.
Yeah, and even more importantly, they rotated Ella into the bottom lane, which is done here. That's a very, very questionable move there because now that they've been able to zone out this Draven, a lot of CS dying might even be able to pick up a turret, and they've equalized the bottom lane.
That is ridiculous. Thrill of the Hunt going to come through. Ella actually going to tank that one up as he flashes out of the way of the Empowered Bowler. Crystal, of course, only level 5.
Through.
Yeah, Flandre looking to come up here. Dade's in pursuit, though, as well. Barker is level 7, does have the Rift Wall, can get in there as well, but the teleport to come down from Looper wants to try and come. That Howling Gale was godlike as Dade and Flandre actually swap positions there. Barker looking to continue the pressure. Force Pulse onto a couple of members, as Looper and Dreams take a bit of damage from that one, but it looks to be the disengage. Barker takes a lot of damage. There's the launch out as well. Somehow that Zenith Blade didn't connect as Beast kicks Looper back into his own team. There's the stand aside to come down as well. Every member of M3 so incredibly low. Barker picks up the first kill. Dade's dead as well. A double kill for the Kassadin, and M3 relegated to under their turret, but they may not be safe there.
Yeah, maybe not. The dive comes through.
Oh my goodness, Ella trying to tank it up for as long as he can. Finally get captured by Crystal, and a trip.
The kill, gold back in their favor. They'll be able to pick up a turret as well here, and Crystal cashing in on those Adoration stack and gets his CS lead back.
Yeah, no problem there at all. Up by 12 yet again, and able to now start this objective snowball at the same time. Looper might be in a bit of trouble here in the mid lane as, Frozen Tomb just coming back off cooldown. Barker not going to be able to pursue that one, of course. Gets a little bit low from that.
Yeah, and looks like now the map's settled down a little bit better. 1,600 gold advantage over onto Snake, who they were struggling.
Yeah.
Flandre was getting, he was getting picked on. He was camped a little bit. They really lost control over the bottom side of the map, but with those 3 kills, Kassadin is just so good at securing mid games. If you can get him going, he just becomes such a threat, and Now they really have to go back to the original plan, split pushing with Dade, because they can't really team fight. Ooh.
Solar Flare actually going to land it at Barker here as well. Deathmark comes down. Dade tries to land the damage. Barker's definitely dead as he turns his attention to Beast for an auto attack or two before getting out.
Yeah, and really nice Z play coming through from Dade, but even better vision control from the M3 lineup. Those two pinks absolutely instrumental of being able to catch the Kassadin overextending and give another kill over to Dade.
Yeah, Beast going to use that Oracles to come through from the Raptors in order to clear out some vision here as well. This Sight Ward may not be around for too much longer as, yeah, the last attack is going to come through as a lot of vision being removed around this Dragon. Candy now split pushing here on the top side, but of course doesn't have a teleport to speak of as Barker is going to head up there and try and answer that push. Flandre might be in a bit of trouble. Thrill the Hunt actually being used down here onto Flandre, but he's pretty tanky now with the Mega Gnar transform that just came through. And in the meantime, Beast secures the first Dragon.
Yeah, so they're able to pick that one up there. That was because they didn't have their AD carry, and I think they just, at this point in the game, a little bit weaker. Don't want to give anything away without that death markup. Can't delete Crystal off the map. So deciding to give that one up. The fact that they pulled out of the gank was a little bit questionable. Maybe they thought they weren't going for the Dragon. They lost a lot of vision, but in the end, that was a fantastic...
And Crystal now just still struggling. Dade down to below half health. Oh, Solar Flare only going to get the slow here onto Crystal. There's the Monsoon to try and keep him alive. Fate's Call comes back in onto the... But Candy survived.
Masters 3, Looper bullied Flandre out, used his ultimate a little bit earlier, shoved him completely out of lane, and this Lissandra pick is paying dividends.
Yeah, and Lissandra just enjoyed on this play, and you have to say it's sort of coming off the mistakes made by Flandre here in the early game.
Yeah, it certainly is, and a little bit of overstaying from the whole lineup of Snake. They're trying to eke out every advantage they can, and they're getting punished for it. The only lane that really is now, I guess, ahead is that middle lane. 30 CS and a kill is very important for Barker. He really is the shining hope here. He needs to get his team I guess, through this rough patch because they still scale amazingly. Late game, Flandre will be absolutely annoying to deal with, especially from something like a Kalista. So they have the tools that they need to be able to win this game, but really relying heavily on Barker to get them there.
Yep, Candy does have that Hurricane completed. Blade of the Ruined King also done for Dade, probably looking to finish off that Ghost Blade for his next item. But if we're comparing mid laners, I mean, Rod of Ages completed by Barker, it was finished by about 10 minutes, which is ridiculously quick. But of course, still needs some time to stack up. It's not going to be until about 20 minutes before that one's really at its peak performance. And so there might be a little bit of a lull here on the side of Snake, and you can see M3 already capitalizing.
Yeah, they certainly are looking to, and they've really committed to this split push, but we see how much damage comes out of Barker. He will allow persistent fights to go through that long, and is very tanky at this point, deceptively so. Roller always gives you that tanky spike that you don't expect out of a mage, so look for the team fights. If they're over quickly, a good Solar Flare into a death mark and someone just gets blown up, they're definitely in Masters 3 favor. But if these go for a long time, they're able to use the mini Gnar poke and the continual slows that comes out of the top laner and the mid lane, get Graven chasing instead of going backwards. They just do so much damage.
Oh yeah, it would be really, really scary. And as you mentioned, I mean, both forcing that momentum.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it, once again, Love CD, we praised him for his vision control last game. This time, a little bit more onus on the carry factor. He's got to be able to get that Solar Flare on point, get in there, use the Fate's Call to re-engage as well. We saw it used it very well the last time around. I think a lot of pressure on the Leona player to be able to lock down key targets and be able to allow Dade or Rengar to get in there and help get rid of them, because it's not going to start anywhere else. They don't have a black shield this time around. Janna will be fantastic at peeling.
And actually, Dreams going for the mobility boots here. Doesn't have any tanky statistics just yet, so we'll see whether he does decide to go for more of that carry Rengar or whether he's going to be picking up potentially a Spirit Visage or that Randy ones as his next pickup.
Yeah, I would expect a Locket to come through here. Just such a good item. Allows him to stack up that Bone Tooth necklace nice and quickly.
And of course, cooldown reduction, fantastic here for Rengar as well. So see whether that one comes down. Beast just going to take care of these Raptors as Crystal going to be pushing out this bottom side. Going to head back. Has been sitting on just that Bloodthirster for quite some time, as that CS advantage is just gone. He's only 200 gold in the lead.
Yeah, and that was a roam that came out of Alla trying to catch Dade out after the first dive. really didn't amount to anything because Dade was able to get away for free, and it did mean that Crystal was stuck there by himself for a long period of time.
Yeah, FLICKR actually now clearing out this top wave. The Dade is very intent on split pushing.
Team looking to get their split. They're the team fighting team, so you can see both teams, two bottom side, complete vision control for Snake over the Dragon area.
Yeah, a complete ring around it here as well. They know exactly when M3 are going to come through and start looking for that one. Looper now trying to clear out this bottom wave. Brutalizer completed for build to come through. Going to be finishing off that last Whisper, you have to say, as his played as well, because that's when he really starts to go off.
Yeah, it certainly is. It just allows him to chase forward even more effectively. The resurgence of Warmogs as the mixed damage continues to come through will allow him to
down for M3 though, so man at the same time.
And this is the danger of the wards that Snake produced. They know when they go into that area, but now that they're there, they're completely blind. As soon as Candy joins them, good ward at the back of the pit, knowing they've started it up, and good pizzle here.
Yeah, M3, we'll see whether they decide to actually defend this outer turret in the mid lane or whether they are going to go for the Dragon. Looks like the defense is on as Beast and Crystal get slowed down. There's the stand aside on a loop. He flashes forward. Crystal gets caught, and there's the down. We'll see whether Snake can answer. Candy tries to get the Renset, but doesn't quite get through. Barker still in this fight. Candy with the fadeaway auto to pick up FLICKR at the same time. A 1 for 2 now in favor of M3. And we'll see whether they continue the pressure.
And this is what was always going to happen. IG-esque, every single one of the M3 members is diving onto this Draven. And without the Nunu, without the Mikhails yet coming through, they just don't have the answers to be able to keep him alive. Unfortunately, Crystal falling. And whilst Barker does a lot of single target damage, able to burst one person down, the Kalista, too much persistent threat.
Oh yeah, and she just soloed out FLICKR here as well. I mean, if it was at a point where this Mega Gnar is able to sit on top of a Kalista and make her life hell, as Dade might be in a bit of trouble. The teleport to come down from Looper. Force falls. Barker picks up the kill with a W as Beast now coming around. We do have Dreams in the backside. FLICKR trying to escape. Gonna fall down. Crystal, he's found his way into this fight, now trying to kite around, but he's a little bit late here as Barker gets caught by the bowler. Crystal's dead. A triple kill now for Candy. 6-1-1 as Barker. Buddy, you just can't just keep backing.
He will get the Rift Walk over the wall, so...
Oh dear. Another Rift Walk going to be available. Bowler not going to find it, but Frozen Tomb finishes the job.
And they pick up the Dragon just to add insult to injury. That was a dive that looked like it was going to be fantastic, but get that one. So great collapse once again coming through from Masters 3. And we aren't used to seeing this M3 lineup collapsing as a unit, looking cohesive, being able to have the vision control. Dade, even though he died, saw that dive coming. Knew exactly where they were, was able to get the message out to his team, and fantastic follow-up coming through. And Snake, once again, their lineup, if ahead and moving forward in these team fights, has fantastic chase lockdown potential, but they cannot kite backwards. They just don't have the tools to do it.
We'll see whether they can actually turn around the momentum of M3. Of course, only 4,000 gold is the lead. They didn't manage to pick up any extra turrets after that one, but did even out the Dragons here, as both of our teams now sitting on one stack apiece.
And who would have thought, Atlas, if you have a Lee Sin and a Janna on a team and there's no Morgana, saying that they can't kite, because that is a lot of disengage potential there. But there's just a Solar Flare, the Fates called Dade diving in there, Dreams diving in there, Looper with all the lockdown. It's just impossible to get them off.
Yeah, and you can see Dade actually follows Barker over the wall. He does have the Zhonya's Hourglass available, but Fate Call finds him. And, I mean, that's a Kassadin getting locked down.
Yeah, and that's a perfect example. Yeah, he gets rid of one part. Ooh.
Yeah, Ella's in a lot of trouble. Beast actually going to tank up the empowered bowler just to save his support, but losing Barker is...
Kassadin getting locked up, just repetitive chain CC, able to traverse over...
Beast is going to find the Sonic Wave onto Dream. A little bit baited by that ward if they can see it. M3 just going to be backing here. Scrying Orb used from
back. A lot of items now being able to pick up. Dade nearly got the last whip. Absolutely massive. Has another 1,200 gold to go back and maybe even pick up a pickaxe. Just some more raw damage coming through to go towards that last Whisper.
Gosh.
Maybe even a Blade of the Ruined King if he wants to go that double lifesteal choice that we've seen popularized so much on these Kalista. Looper has been able to just get that far ahead. Zhonya's out. Going to be very difficult to deal with this mask.
Potential to come through from Looper. He's hit that sweet spot on Lissandra, you have to think.
Yeah, and for this team comp specifically, it's so much better because never has to worry about ulting himself. Can always throw it on Crystal now. That is their job. Kill Crystal. Dade looking to do it again. Ooh, deciding a little bit against it.
Yeah, we've got Beast and Ella. Try and get that one down. It's down to half health already. Pinkwood to hop over the side here as well, and you have to think Candy on this Kalista, able to secure it from such high health. There's the Rend, not even needed as Dreams does have the smite, and first Baron going down at 23 minutes.
Yeah, and the Pinkwood over the wall, learning from last game mistake of being spotted out from that one, just looking to pick up the Baron, and it is so hard to push into Baron minions at this point in the game. 23 minutes, they are so tanky.
Yeah, and 7,000 gold now the lead, so many more resources here on the side of M3. Snake totally on the back foot at this stage, and sort of Crystal gambling a little bit with this Draven. We've seen it in the past be so incredibly effective, but Dravens, when they're behind, it's not a place that you want to be.
Certainly isn't, and Kalista when she's ahead, wow, if you can't kill her, she just has so much persistent damage as those Ren sets come through. Just able to take over these team fights, and 7-1-1, being able to back up the freakish Corki performance. Candy and Love CD,
after getting bullied around in the early phase of this game and not being worried about it, of course, just biding their time, and you can see now everything paying.
It's just, this was always the danger when you give Kalista that heavy engaged support. You pluck her up, put it back into the fight as the re-engage tool, just even more layered CC coming through, and it's just such a devastating combo when used correctly.
Yeah, Dade actually looking to try and pick up this Krug as Beast takes about half of his health. Dade decides to go in on it. Flandre's around here as well. Dade picks up the kill. Flandre not even going to find the boulder as this Zed's starting to get out of control too.
And that aggression coming, ooh.
Yep, Ella, you are dead.
Even use the exhaust there. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, Fate's call to come down onto Crystal here at the same time. Barker's there. The flash out of the way of that solar flare. The Gnar onto 3 members as Whirling Death is going to finish. This was fantastic as so easy from this Kalista. Barker actually, oh my gosh, that brush juke from Kenny was fantastic as Barker going to have to flash. The Pierce not going to find him. But that could have gone so much better if Snake had any semblance of a gold similarity.
Yeah, exactly right. That just came down to Candy being too big at this point in the game. Just so much persistent threat and, you know, backward step.
They certainly are not, as Barker still here under this turret, happily farming that one up as Beast going to come through with a safeguard and try and protect him. Dade stealing away this red buff now, and 10,000 gold in the lead. They've taken the Baron, they've taken the dragons that they want to as well. And Dragon having just respawned, Snake still continuing the aggression. There's another death mark as Dade just gets kicked away. Oh, Barker, oh my gosh, that Howling Gale was amazing. He's got something to prove this game.
Yeah, he certainly does. Dade actually failed his flash into a wall there as well, just to make matters worse. So a little bit of a beast. And Snake, with that massive deficit, nearly 10,000 gold, able to pick up a dragon against the flow.
Yep, still bullying around M3 at any opportunity that they get, but that isn't going to 1,000. Mark Candy continues the middle. Base of the mountain completed from Love CD as well. He's gone for a Randuin's or that Frozen Heart potentially on this Leona, and probably wants the cooldown reduction.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see the Frozen Heart, just very good against those axes. So, and we can see that when you build Draven this way, and it's a terrific build, don't get me wrong, if you aren't able to get those dual axes up and really get the reset on your W, it becomes hard to output a lot of damage. Does good burst damage. You saw the Whirling Death come through, and it was definitely part of why they went nearly equal in the last team fight, but does, I guess, punish you for the aggressive.
To this Baron very well, of course, did quite a lot. Dade going to be able to take away that blue buff. And M3 looking to see where they're going to put the pressure on the red side. Is most definitely going to be covered in red wards.
Yeah, and I think now M3 just wait for the level 16 ultimate on Dade. If he can get that in the next couple of minutes, level 16 versus 13 for the AD, Dade is going to absolutely rip Draven apart on Zed, and just has the items to really be able to do it. So much flat armor penetration coming through, be able to nail those Shuriken combos, and he's looking to the point where he will be able to, even without the Solar Flare now, get in there and affect the team fight.
Yeah, and he only needs to land his first round of spells here as well on Zed in order to just remove Crystal from contention in this fight. And that could even mean that Looper can afford to use that Frozen Tomb on Barker, who is getting a lot of AoE damage down in these fights, now has the Void Staff completed.
Yeah, and Barker's build is, once again, very aggressive. Goes for the Zhonya's Hourglass, actually allows him to get a second round of spells off. So even though a lot more burst damage would come out of a Death Cap in these prolonged fights, remember, Snake are looking for the out of the M3 lineup is the fact that they have that Callista. Everything else is really... They're going to look for a turret dive here. Dade actually clearing out that ward. If that wasn't there, I'm sure they would have looked for the collapse. Instead, removing all vision around this Baron area. That is up in...
Yeah, there are a couple of Snake wards there on the map. You can see this is what Snake can see, and it's basically nothing. The members of M3 getting a free back here, able to prepare for this Baron. But Snake, I don't even believe, have the timer on, as they're going to now potentially go through and try and spot something out. They do have an open sort of, I guess, pathway towards that Baron River, but that's about all you can say as far as Snake's control over that Baron is concerned. They are moving up 4 members strong towards that area. Teleport available for FLICKR. And Snake going to now try and get some vision down. This pink ward is...
Can't remove the Scuttle's vision. So nice move coming through from Beast here. He's been able to pick that one. Even chooses to smite it and just get the heck out. So using every little bit of an advantage they can find to try and stretch it. But when you're 10,000 gold behind, that's just huge to try and overcome.
Yeah, and we don't get to see this side of Snake very often. Of course, the Snake that's behind is not one that we've seen in the LPL because they have just been so successful coming through here. Only 4 losses at all as Dreams...
Candy threw a spear at Baron and just took half the health off his jungler.
Yeah, not very nice. Or was that actually Dreams jumping on it? I'm not entirely sure.
No, it was Candy.
Still mucking around. Still happy to have some fun here on the Rift as the Ghost Blade's being completed from Crystal. He's got that 3-item spike to come through for this Draven. As M3 continuing to try and get the pressure down. Dreams popping the ultimate. FLICKR in a bit of trouble. FLICKR is actually going to take the... Look at that Fate's Call! That was insane! As he looks for Candy. The Zhonya's is there, but he might be in trouble. Flashes under his turret, and he'll live to see another day. But 3 dead already. And Dade is just going to execute himself.
So Dade able to dive, picks up a kill, but has to execute. That might be enough to stop the Baron. But these fights going horribly wrong. The layering CC, purely from Candy and Love CD, just allow Looper to get so much work done. And ooh.
Yeah, Barker seconds. M3 looking at maybe starting off that Baron, but they are going to back away.
Yeah, so they need to back away, get a quick shot in here. Will mean that Vision can go back in the favor of Snake if they swoop in and use this opportunity. FLICKR once again going aggressive.
Yeah, Frozen Tomb's up again though. As Ella and Crystal come round, Looper unable to have that ult.
Yeah, but I think FLICKR will take that for this because Dragon's up, mid lane turret is up, and they're both very key objectives. Ooh.
Yeah, Solar Flare going to land only onto Beast here though, and the outer turret still does fall down. A couple of ultimates already used, but fairly low cooldowns on those ones as Dreams looking to pick up the Scuttle Crab here in this river. Does have the Warmog's armor completed, as you mentioned before. Has got a Sightstone as well as that Hex Shrinker, so really wanting to be able to help with this vision. You can see both of the junglers now having Sightstones, and you're certainly going to have one on Lee Sin.
Yeah, and you look at Draven and you think he's at the point of the game where he can start doing damage. That is a whole Mercurial Scimitar up for Candy. That is an absolutely massive item. 3,000 gold, the lead between the AD carries. And we were looking to see how this matchup would go. It hasn't even turned into the MVP versus MVP. Dade's had a much better series, but the bottom lane has just been completely on point. And they're the lane to watch now for M3 when they're playing well.
The team, you have to say that, I mean, Looper's stepping up. He had some disappointing performances earlier on in the split, and Dreams now as a part of the team is really being that, a part of the team.
Yeah, it certainly looks like a more coordinated effort, to say the least. And
is in Mega Gnar form, is going to be there for another few seconds here as well, so M3 not looking to engage when that stupidly impressive ultimate is still available. And now M3 are going to take this opportunity to start off the Baron in full vision of Snake.
Yeah, need to be careful that Candy doesn't get low, because we mentioned that if he's able to get burst down, ooh.
Yeah, actually, Sparker annoying on this. Now, Dreams actually may be caught here. Now, Looper gets monsooned out of there as he ults himself. Beautifully played as Love CD now going to go down. Snake actually pick up the first kill in this fight. Flandre, he's about to get through the double Gnar into the wall. Double kill now. Stand aside, not going to find Candy, but he's the last one alive, and you can never count Snake out of these fights.
10,000 gold behind, and they come up with the win, and they just kept going forward. We mentioned how good they are at chasing. The persistent damage that came out of BARKA in that fight really set it up. Fancy footwork for Dade to dodge the Gnar ultimate, but just not enough damage to be able to get through. And now very big danger zone. They're able to swing it out. There's so much gold left standing. As they pick up a turret in the bottom lane, they're got this Baron buff to take down. They can get back within 3,000 gold through just taking those turrets out. And let's have a look at it again. So they go forward. So many ultimates had been used, and M3 here just needed to get out. They re-engage because they think that Love CD and Looper have a good choice, but they just get kicked back, able to be kited because all of the ultimates weren't available. Dade didn't want to go in, Candy didn't want to go in, and there's just too much chase potential that comes out of Draven, that comes out of Cassidy.
And Crystal picking up a double kill as well as nothing to scoff at. Now has his own Mercurial Scimitar, so going to be evening out those damage items here. And you can see that gold lead has been dissipated at this stage. Actually, M3 still ahead by a fair bit, still 7,000 gold, but I mean, getting back by about 3,000 already is fantastic, and they now have the Baron buff on their minions as Flandre just going to explode into Mega Gnar form here in the mid lane.
Yeah, and he is absolutely massive at this point in the game. Against an AP laner, probably isn't even considered an offensive item, and we can see still a lot of damage coming out of Candy here, but he's going for a defensive item. His spike is done. He's not going to get, they're not getting much stronger as the game goes on.
Yeah, we'll see whether Crystal use that damage push on this champion, of course. Ooh, there's actually the Solar Flare to come down. Thrill the Hunt's been recently lacking the coordination just a little bit as the bowler goes wide there as well. Flandre about to get into that Mega Gnar form here as well. Has a lot of tanky stats. About to finish off that Warmog's armor to complement the Randuin's and Thornmail. And it's going to be Snake now being able to put the pressure onto this mid lane. They get the inner turret, and that gold lead, something that we're going to be able to talk about less and less as this game's going forward.
Yeah, so they're able to pick up the first outer. Look for them to rotate around the map, be able to pick the rest up. The bottom lane is starting to build. Red side of the map, need to be careful they don't split too far because there still is a lot of CC that comes through from M3, but the last couple of fights, M3, you're right, not executing the way they need to.
And not executing the way that they have been throughout this whole series as well. So maybe sort of feeling like they're throwing, having that feeling of, oh, there's the doubt that may have been in the minds of M3 in previous games.
Yeah, and now it's their game to lose. They're in the driving seat. They should have been able to close this one out. They had a 10,000 gold advantage and the Baron, and the pressure is on. You're exactly right. When you're not expected to win, you play much more freely. But now that the game was theirs to have, all of the pressure back on M3 here.
Yeah, and that wasn't the same story. Of course, it was a almost freak victory in their first win. Snake definitely the favorites in this matchup. But after that first performance from M3, you have to think that they had an opportunity to make this a 2-0.
Yeah, they certainly did. And now Dade probably going back to split pushing. But so many answers. The Warm killing can defend turrets. Cassidy, he's got so much damage in his own respect. So there's just running out of options with that QSS being picked up from Crystal, not even really able to get in there and affect the ultimate. So this is a problem with Zed. Very hard to get going in the late game.
Yeah, Dream's actually finding Flandre here. It's a beautiful Randuin's just to stop him from being able to get in. Flandre with the perfect Gnar Looper against the wall here as Beast comes down. Whirling Death comes through, but a brilliant Zhonya's from Looper to help him out. BARKA, oh my gosh, the damage to come down as Crystal's at full health in the backline. Candy picks up Beast. But this might be the re-engage from Snake. Look at the force pulses. But Candy, he takes down Crystal. He takes down BARKA. And Ella and Flandre have to run as Candy has just fallen down. Dade's up. A lot of damage as Ella falls down. And Flandre, the tanky man himself.
How close is this game on a knife's edge? And that's still with a 7,000 gold lead. I guess the only person that will get much stronger on this side of Master 3 is Dade. He still is waiting on a major item and transforming that Mercurial Scimitar. But Love CD completely on point. Let's check out the replay. They go very early again, and Flandre looks like he had a good ult, but in the end it only hits Lupa, who survives for a very long time. And then just all of the CC coming through from Love CD. Look at him repetitively Zenith Blade back over the wall, and just all of his effort is to shut down the mobility. Continues it, more clean up the kill, and it really is at this point who plays better in these team fights. Can Crystal outplay Love CD, or is this Leona going to be able to disrupt Draven to the point where it has no choice but to attack Leona, and in which case M3 can really pile on top?
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to talk about what changed after that fight, I mean, Barker now has his Rabbidan's death cap, so maybe a little bit more damage. Crystal changing up his build a little bit. He's got a Giant's belt.
Yeah, once again, just looking to survive because he has a lot of lifesteal that comes through in that build and a lot of survival that can come through. I like the changeless in the team fights.
Yep.
Also allows him to maybe even build into something like a Frozen Mallet. We don't see it very often, but we'll be able to keep himself safe. I probably would expect a Warmogs just for the raw health to try and get away from a lot of these assassins, but Lupa Dade really need to get on top of him next fight. I don't think they can trust Love CD to hit 2 Zenith Blades onto the Draven to be able to secure a teamfight victory. They need to blow him up at the start. Otherwise, Flandre, he's only getting tankier. And as you mentioned, now that that death cap's out, we'll go into a Morellonomicon last item. This Kassadin is just absolutely massive.
Yeah, it's going to be terrifying trying to deal with Barker because, of course, these Force Pulses in the late game are just going to be ripping through M3.
Yeah, and Dade really stepping to the plate. Picked up the Merc Scimitar, but he's got another crit cloak in there, probably looking for the IE. This is the point where, once again, if you are brave enough to forego the Guardian Angel, that defensive item, maybe the Banshee's Veil, and go all out, Zed's auto attacks late game absolutely destroy with the passive on the W, just able to get so much AD through. If he picks up an AD, he will be critting for a lot.
Oh, yeah, and with Lupa being able to reliably get members below half health here as well, that passive just destroying members of the team. And Dade has always been known for fantastic Zed play, even in the late game.
Yeah, he certainly is able to position around these fights. Doesn't have to split push as much as other Zeds. And now
Andre gets the ultimate here as well, as Crystal's going to die in the backline. And this could be M3 being able to make this one work. You can see that Fate's Call was incredible. And M3 destroy Snake.
Yeah, able to get both ultimates onto Crystal. Just no hope to be able to get away from Lupa and Dade at the same time. Too many abilities used on Dreams. That will be M3 pushing through possibly for a 2-0, and they've done it again with a fantastically coordinated team fight.
Yeah, and we weren't expecting M3 to be the ones to take away Snake's sort of no-loss streak through here. This is a massive upset. Dead as M3 plow through the base turrets, and I'm losing my mind. M3 really stepping up.
Yeah, and the impressive part is controlling the game. They had a little bit of a hiccup in the late-ish game.
Yeah.
But they were up 10,000 gold. A Baron. They were able to get team fight after team fight in their favor. And a complete transformation. Able to light up the split pushing path. The wards that were best support games this season.
Yeah, and not to mention Candy as well. 2 and 6.
Yeah, added AD that comes through from the Eye of the Storm, and that was a losing lane. They tried to swap it, they got followed, but in the end, really good coordination and team play. I really can't emphasize how much that was spearheaded from the support position, able to dictate the flow of those team fights, and just, in the end, they crushed them.
Yeah, they did. They most definitely did. And Snake, I mean, they had a valiant effort trying to get back into the game towards the end there, but it just wasn't enough. And I think that Snake were about as surprised as we were to see M3 really step up. And they've got an opportunity now. We're about halfway through this. In fact, we're literally at the halfway point of the season. And if M3 turn it around, they could definitely be coming back. But after the break, we are going to be having our third matchup of the day, World Elite take on Invictus Gaming. And we'll see whether there's going to be some more upsets in the LPL.
Hello and welcome everyone back to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're here for our third match of the day as a World Elite take on Invictus Gaming. I'm Julian, pay for your time card.
Back, and what a night. So many upsets so far and really throwing the table on its head a little bit because we're halfway through the season now and things really starting to count.
Yeah, officially halfway through, so all of the matches from now on are going to be a rematch, including actually to take it, at least take one of
in favor of IG. That was really when they started their, I guess, really big push into this season. But World Elite, they've started to come together a little bit more. They're seeing a little bit more recent success. And if anything was going to happen, it would be tonight, Patrick.
I mean, it would. But if we go back to the last matchup, IG's mid laner rookie basically just tore World Elite a new one. He went off in the mid lane in those two games. 14, 2, and 17 across their 2-0 victory.
Yeah, he certainly did, and he did lead berserk with two very different kinds of champions, and we keep going back to rookie when we look at this IG lineup. He's just so good. Really is the, I guess, big motor for the team because Cacau's been up and down.
I mean, he has, but IG are starting to come together. So many LAN finals together.
Yeah, they certainly are. Nozatai, I guess, is the biggest name that you have to look in, although with Victor rearing his head, maybe if there's a time for the return, it maybe could be tonight. But yeah, completely different lineups, very different playstyles, especially out of the IG lineup. They look like KTA Junior from a couple of splits back, really relying on their mid lane a bit. Kid and Kitties, they're still the same, very solid bot lane.
Yeah, really solid. In fact, IG have kind of, it's interesting, developed slowly a very cohesive, teamwork-oriented style. Pokemon very tanky, very reliable in the Kitties just staying consistent. And we've moved from a lot of aggression from IG just into much more controlled, very deliberately paced League of Legends.
Yeah, and on the other side of the riff, Aluka has really, I guess, he's moved completely towards the tanks, and he's becoming more solid as this split goes up. It's the one that we have to hit, but yeah, two very different playstyles.
Yeah, and there's Pokemon, of course, for IG to start things off. So many Maokai games, and a Mundo game, and just some Aurelia, so this guy kind of knows what he likes.
Yeah, he certainly does. Plays in there and mix it up, really is that first person in a lot of the time.
And there's Cacao, completely different story there. 5 unique champion picks in the...
He plays whatever he wants, whenever he wants. Care about the matchups. We've even seen him bring out the Nocturne. He really can go very, very far into that champion list.
Yeah, and he's been one of the better junglers here in the LPL. Rookie now, kind of varying it up, playing a lot of Ahri. One of the Ahri players actually in the LPL. Look for that today on 5.2. But Rookie's just always been consistent as well. Even snuck in a Yasuo game there for me.
Yeah, he certainly did. Coupled it with a Lee Sin for a lot of lockdown. Kid, this is a guy that I guess has been unsung across the lineup. You see the 5 KDA there. He's been an absolute beast, and this patch really has suited him. The Corki, the Ezreal, you can't say much more about it.
No, and there's Kitties as well, rounding out the IG lineup, and lots of Janna, of course. There's so much Janna in the LPL, but again, still some playmaking here on the Thresh and Morgana. Kitties and Kid, we mentioned...
Lead little by little, not very find themselves a little bit ahead, and I guess there's dynamic playmakers like Cacao and Rookie.
And that's a fantastic way to put that duo from KT as well. Dynamic playmakers is exactly how IG love to play. We've seen it time and time again. Kind of when they were first winning games, it was just sort of everyone almost outclassing their opponents in a lot of instances, but really coming together. Everyone has leveled up as far as teams go in the LPL, and it is really Cacao driving his
on Royal Club, and he absolutely destroyed in second. Since then, Royal Club's look has stepped up, and as we said, their very solid and crisp map movements have been really good, and it reminds you of a Korean-esque team, but with a very good Chinese AD carry.
Yeah, with just almost a bit of hint of Chinese aggression, it feels like, and we're going to now as well. Team that has unfortunately struggled here in the LPL so far, but IG are a team that have found their new identity. World Elite are finding theirs.
Yeah, they're starting to get it together, and I think a lot of top laners.
Yeah, I mean, he's just playing. Look at the last picks there. Sign just loves the big tanks there. On Spirit, he's also started to play more consistent. No more River, no more Rengar, just very solid.
Yeah, exactly right. Even pocketed the Nidalee. So the Jarvan, that's a big one. Rek'Sai, very good at controlling it. Has always been able to play Lee Sin, as all great junglers have been. And Spirit definitely still is a great jungler.
Yeah, Ninja, this is a champion pool. Look at those last 5 picks. And Ahri in there just for good measure, but 3 Anivia games and an AP mid Cho'Gath.
Yeah, certainly, and you know, why not mix it up? Ninja, if you can reach into these pocket picks and shake teams up, especially against someone like Rookie who's normally solid, go for it.
Yeah, and STYZ here, just hyper carry potential. World Elite always build their teams around him, it seems like. 2 Kalista games, 2 Jinx games, and a Corki just to round thing out. Not the player we thought he was going to be, but still a respectable KDA.
He certainly is a very good player. He just hasn't exploded, and he's kind of a time bomb. Everyone's waiting for it because this guy, especially in the Demacia Cup preseason, there was a lot of hype around this World Elite lineup. They looked good, but just haven't been able to deliver the same kind of performance in the LPL so far.
Yeah, and the thing is, if STYZ is a ticking time bomb, there's a chance he just never goes off. And the World Elite, they need multiple carries to really get them through. Spirit's been very solid. Aluka's starting to get more consistent, but they need someone from a lane to actually push them forward in games. And they've always looked at STYZ. He's had mixed performances so far, and I think Ninja is stepping up as the second carry for this team.
Yeah, he certainly is. He had a very good Anivia game. Never thought I would say that, but really did take over, and a lot of control comes out of Anivia. So maybe that's why they're looking for the Cho'Gath, looking for the Anivia. They're looking to get someone that brings the CC, a lot of control, can dictate flow of the game. And I think that if they can play a game on their terms, get their people ahead, they look much better than they do when they're playing behind.
Yeah, they really do. And we've seen it with World Elite just taking their picks in. They're going Cyan Rek'Sai. They're picking big in to start to play one way and refine it. That's all they need to do in the next half of the season. Just start refining that play.
Yeah, exactly right. And if they do want to play those two beefy frontliners, a hyper carry, drag the game past the 35-minute mark, they can consistently do that because they do stall particularly well.
Yeah, Ninja, I believe, also has a Cassiopeia game in his champion picks this LPL, so that's another good champion for Ninja to pick up and sort of help carry from the mid lane. So there are options here for World Elite, but IG pretty good at applying pressure, especially in the mid lane.
Yeah, they really are. And IG, once again, they pressure differently. Spirit really is a lot of the pressure on World Elite side from the jungle. And IG consistently win 3 lanes, or at least 2, and then go even top, and Kakao can pick where he wants to apply pressure. So it's a very different feel coming out of the jungle, and I think Kakao really is one of the best at going, I use the word proactive when I explain Kakao, because if he can get ahead and dictate flow of the game, he does it better than anyone else. And when you couple him with Rookie, who played with him for so long, on a Twisted Fate, on a Nocturne, something like that, they are just so good at ganking together.
Yeah, and they've started really picking it up as well here. So we are at the champ select for game 1. IG on the blue side for this first one. World Elite over on the red, and Annie and a Vega, so 2 support bans already.
Yeah, coming out, wanting to get them off the board. The heavy engage supports really are starting to shine. We saw Leona in the last game. If you can get a secondary engager in that bottom lane, it just does so well around these mid-game fights.
Yeah, it does. An interesting ban here for IG. Going to target Aluka just a bit here with a Gnar ban, but Gnar, of course, still very strong on this 5.2 patch.
Yeah, he certainly is. And I guess with that transform coming through, he's able to get in and affect the fights. And Ahri being taken away from Rookie, these are very specific bans here.
Yeah, a smart ban, though, I think. Rookie are pretty good on Ahri, and one of the strongest members of IG. Possibly it's a star player here as well, though IG playing so well together, it's hard to actually say that, but we'll have to see as the season develops for this team as well. One more.
Maybe they're just banning against what is strong. If you look, Viga, very strong pick. Ahri, very strong pick. Just take them off.
I think still building up their resume as far as their picks and their potential goes, but Lissandra, the last ban there for IG, another pretty standard ban, and Woodley have got one more left now.
Yeah, so last standard ban to come through top lane, but I don't think you can look past Rookie. He's just got too many good champions. Kassadin's another one that comes to mind that just is too dangerous to play against.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Kassadin go, especially given that World Elite don't really play it from what we've seen, but instead Azir is going to be the last ban there, so IG have their pick of a lot of strong champions now.
Yeah, they certainly do. Kassadin comes to mind, of course. All the junglers still up. Maybe Kakao takes Jarvan or something like that, try and get it away from Spirit in the jungle, but really is a smorgasbord open here, and there is the risk. There's a Kassadin.
Yeah, great pick up there from IG. Gonna take the, I guess what we'd call the standard first pick on this batch. It is Kassadin, number 1.
It certainly is, and it's just so strong in 2 positions, so you don't give anything away, and unless they really pick up something like a Janna to disrupt it, there really isn't much you can do against Kassadin. He's relentless and keeps coming.
Yeah, I mean, Pokemon probably not playing Kassadin, hasn't played a mage yet, I believe, in the top side, but it is still Flexbook and Rookie, a very scary Kassadin. It's a pretty safe blind pick there as well, but World Elite gonna mix things up slightly. Corki for aggressive mid-game, and Nidalee there probably for Spirit.
Yeah, probably for Spirit, but we have seen it a little bit more in the mid lane, and Ninja does the jungle at the moment.
Yeah, and IG now gonna get their next 2 picks. We'll see what they do there for the Chinese New Year break, and he's pretty happy about this game. Back finally after the break-in, looking to continue form that he started just in week 5.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I like the next 2 picks that come through. They're really facilitating towards Rookie and Kakao here. 2 dive-heavy people and getting rid of the Morgana. So no Black Shield to stop that Assault and Battery coming through. Rookie dives on top with Kassadin as well, and they just delete someone off the map. We've seen it used to great effect. We saw it last game with Looper and Dade. Very similar tactic coming through here.
Yeah, really similar. We talk about, duos that like to dive. Kakao Rookie really do like to dive, and Kakao's going to get some help there. Possibly the best looking Vi so far in the LPL.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that when you look at the champions STYZ plays as well, the hyper carries, he does have Corki in this game, but I think that this will be something that IG will consider revisiting if STYZ does want to go towards a Jinx, does want to go towards something like that.
Yeah, and even Ninja's champions as well. He plays like pretty immobile, high damage mid laners, at least recently. You can vi-ult them as well, and Nivea's a great target.
Yeah, it certainly is, and really does catch her out because needs to stay alive to get that storm going for a long period of time to get the persistent damage out. Janna and, I guess, the Maokai being picked away here. World Elite has had a good draft so far.
They have. I mean, it's not the World Elite we've seen in the last few weeks, I guess, where they've looked quite comfortable on some off-meta picks, but they're taking a lot away here from IG. I like the comp already, but that would be very different if they do want to pick those up.
Yeah, it certainly would be. I'd expect a Mundo to come out here because Maokai really can't get through, but if they go with the Jace, that will be a top lane Cassidy.
Stuff, but is Jace last pick there for IG? So Pokemon's going to have a very different role now in this team.
Cacao take out that Corki or whatever is taken into the mid lane here. So very different, similar playstyle to Maokai. It sounds really silly because one's a huge tank and one's a very, I guess, assassin-heavy top laner. But you go the roller, you go into the Zhonya's Hourglass, and your job is to get in the back line and then disrupt. So very similar role. As after that, where Maokai gets extremely unkillable and Kassadin goes into very mobile threat that they differ. But the first couple of items, Pokemon should be relatively comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. It's a big change here, but last pick, Ezreal's going to go to Ninja, one of his most comfortable champions, and a fine matchup here against what we assume is the Jace.
Yeah, and I like the Ezreal pickup. We mentioned that Corki augments poke comps very well. Throw an Iceborne Gauntlet or a Trinity Force for even more damage and a Jungle Nidalee. They can group as 3 from maybe even the 12-minute mark when that second blue buff is about to come up and really start shoving down these lanes. And we really have seen a great effect of poke comps with this Nidalee coming back into the map.
What we've seen them do so far, and for me, you have to get ahead early and mid. You have to kind of get ahead and stay ahead to win with a poke comp.
Yeah, it certainly does, and we're about to see the jungle matchup. That's what really worries me about it, because you've got a Vi going against a Nidalee, and if they ever meet one-on-one, Vi is going to absolutely, I guess, punch Nidalee up.
Yeah, really just beat her up. I mean, Vi pretty good at breaking cedars. There's Cacao versus Spirit, of course, so pretty interesting jungle matchup. Rookie going to take, a champion that he's known for, at least in the past here, and Ninja taking comfort there as well, but that's very poke-heavy in the mid lane.
Yeah, it certainly is extremely poke-heavy in a back-and-forth lane, because Ezreal can E out of that to the skies and help out a lot to get rid of a lot of the damage. So I think that that is one to watch and really does need to be focused on.
Yeah, and I do like the swap up there as well. Again, Morgana versus Janna, pretty, I guess, defensive supports. They do like to protect their carries more than just, going aggressive. We're not going to see big engage from UJ or from Kitties here as well, which they've both played. So, again, some different comps, but we'll see what happens. We're just about to get under the rift. And welcome back for our third matchup this evening. Invictus Gaming going to kick off their first game against World Elite here. Blue side for IG, red here for World Elite. And World Elite, Anivia, Cho'Gath, Sion, not today, a full poke comp they've picked up here.
Yeah, going for the Ezreal, and if they go double Trinity Force, they have a very early power spike on that one item. Graves matches it very well, you have to say, as far as AD carries go, but might be able to pick on the Kassadin and might be able to get into the tier stacking Jace and really dictate the flow of the game.
It may be, but for me personally, I've really achieved a lot of strong mid to late game team fighting. World Elite committing to much more early and mid game here. So we'll see if this different look for them can actually convert into a game win here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They have looked much better when they're playing for that mid-late game, but it's just to the point where I think they're trying something different once again. They're still trying to really find that what works for them, and it's getting to the point where they're
exactly halfway through the season. Now, this is a rematch where IG won 2-0 in week 3, I believe. But we'll just see how the lands will shake out here. Looks like Kid and Kitty's down towards the bottom, and we are
favor early. Surprisingly, base auto attacks to come through with that AD. Mid lane will be a very, very high skill matchup. I would expect the Jace to get ahead early just because of the wave clear aspect. And Spirit actually starting Wolves here.
Yeah, something really different actually for Nidalee again. Actually, no, she was not changed, I believe, on this patch. Could have been, but Spirit going to start on the Wolves here, not for a major buff like the Grump. And looks like it's actually going to move into blue, so some very creative pathing early on.
Yeah, able to get across there. They gave up the Grump to their duo lane, which was why they did it, and a very good XP lead coming through here. And not going to be shoved in because he's got that shield and phosphorus bomb, and look, he just shoved straight back into the graves.
And you know what? I love this. STYZ, when he was really coming up again, end of last year, moving into the LPL, he was definitely an aggressive carry player. So I like that he's back on form here. Going to get a quick level.
I think that This is something that if we continue to see out of Morgana players, starting that W and trying to push the lane, people are going to go aggressive very early. And we see STYZ wasn't able to actually get the lane pushing as much as he would have liked, but now it's equalized and he's in a very good position.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup's sort of interesting. Who do you think gets the best takeaway here as far as the aggressive Corki versus Graves matchup?
Yeah, I think that generally this is one of those matchups that unfortunately does come down to support players. And I think that in this matchup, Janna is much, it sounds weird, Janna's better in lane than Morgana because adds a lot of augmentation through that E and is able to knock up the person that doesn't get the spell shield on. But in saying that, you can never underestimate the burst damage that comes out at level 6. I think that that is the point that if they get poke damage, it goes to Corki, but the hard engage definitely goes to the Graves Morgana.
Yeah, so we'll have to see, even on CS there on the bottom, but moving in towards the mid lane now as well. Rookie starting alongside here on Jace, so a bit more aggressive and going to try and push in Ezreal as much as he can.
Yeah, certainly is. Looking for that early brutalizer, not wanting to go. I think that the benefit of here for the Jace is that he pushes much better than Ezreal can push back, and that's where he really wins out in this lane. Has surprising burst damage, all that good stuff that Jace normally has, but this matchup specifically, Ezreal struggles when people push.
But moving into our last matchup here, already 10 CS as Aluka, went back for a second Durans and is walking.
I want to see how Pokemon plays it because Kassadin really... You tell how aggressive a Kassadin player is going to be by how many points he puts in his Q before transitioning to the E. We've seen people like Dade just 1 point in Q and then go for the E max to really go for the trading potential. As we see potential.
Good pressure and Rookie forced to flash away.
Yeah, so had to burn the flash there. Has the Ignite for the offensive summoner spell, not electing for the heal. So
behind before, going to start getting ahead now and can start pressuring Rookie. I mean, Rookie wants to be aggressive and push here, really wave clear and push up against the turret, but he's still, if he's getting ganked like that with no flash, can't afford to.
Yeah, and now pressure on Kakao to be able to counter gank it. So many good wards. That deep ward in the Wraith, the Raptor Brush, is one of the most key wards if you are looking to pressure mid early because it shows you where Kakao is whenever he wants to clear that camp. Raptor is one of the most important camps in the game because of the fact that it allows you to clear wards, and every time he roams past, now they're comfortable to dive top potentially because they know exactly where Kakao is.
Yeah, Spirit going to move up now. Here's Jolene. Worst gank, sorry, before 6 here, but looks like Pokemon will just maybe give up here as Spirit does just pop down into the
just repetitively auto attacks. Maokai's base AD is, I think, 3rd highest in the game and just able to capitalize on top of that, CSing much better. He's gone back, picked up the blast. This, I guess, different pick coming out of Pokemon.
Yeah, very different pick. Doesn't even have his catalyst done, just some components. So 95 flat AP for Aluka. So now with his Trailblazer going to move into
early game jungler Nidalee if you are able to land that spear, which twice now Spirit has been.
So Graves actually a little bit ahead of the US. He's not too fussed.
Yeah, he's not that far behind. I guess the pickaxe is a much better first buy than what the Rookie looking to get aggressive than what the Ruby Crystal and Longsword is. So that's why Graves is starting to eke ahead. In saying that, though, the components of a Trinity Force are much more useful than the raw AD.
Yeah, Spirit actually hit level 6 now, going to jump on top of the Dragon with a Pink Ward right in the pit and just try and solo it away. IG actually pushed up in the bottom side and Kakao's here, and they still don't know that Spirit's in the pit doing Dragon.
Yeah, and I can't believe Kakao hadn't warded that because Nidalee just does Dragon so quickly from early on in the game and farms extremely well. Now collapsing, but that's a level 6 Nidalee before the buffs have spawned for a second time, just spawning now.
Yeah, and the kill that he got on the top side, the pressure he was able to get, some of the camps he took away here, just a very quick level 6, a good Trailblazer early on, and Ninja now going to get the blue buff.
Yeah, it certainly is, and once again, you see Aluka utilizing that auto attack whenever he can, just beating through the shield, not throwing any Orent spells into it, and he's really started to bully this top lane now, repetitively shoving in, looking to get every advantage possible.
Yes, TYZ is forced to back away, but does get back to the safety of his minions. Again, Kids Graves getting a bit more aggressive here down towards the bottom side of the map, but Wardlit already have the first Dragon, 1,000 gold ahead actually as well. STYZ, he's more than happy if he's just staying a little bit behind here.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's waiting on that level 6, the Sheen and Phage to be finished up where he can start poking out in this lane. As I said, if it turns into a poke lane, Corky's going to be happy. He'll win it. But if they can get an engage here with Kitty's Dark Binding landing, Kid's brute force that comes out of that collateral damage and buckshot is just going to be so hard to cope with.
Yeah, I like that from Will. Very later, so Rookie going to get it in a minute or two, you have to think. But both mid laners stacking up with their first initial buy of the tier. Going to be a lot on the early game for these AD carries, you have to think.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that both sets of AD carries have a lot of pressure if you put Jace in that category because Graves Jace have a lot of be able to burst people down. And, ooh, nearly the steal coming across. Kakao actually nearly paid for holding that with his life there. Great heads-up play coming out of Ninja, but they do tend to win out.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where we're going to chart that item spike here as pretty much IE is going to raise Trinity Force, but Rookie did get his blue buff, and Spirit actually has the Magus. He's going to go back into the mid lane, almost gets the spear. Rookie might have redonated the blue.
Yeah, looking to get aggressive one more time onto Rookie, and you can tell that it started to play on him. Missed the cannon creep, he's 11 CS behind, so this Ezreal's starting to get rolling, and he's picked up a cloth armor. A very good item pickup against Jace is actually Ninja Tabi. I wouldn't be surprised if that isn't into the Iceborne Gauntlet there, but because of how Jace's W works, getting those 3 auto attacks through actually mitigates a lot of Jace's early game's damage.
Yeah, and, you know, Ninja looking very strong in this Ezreal, a champion he is comfortable on. I guess World Elite have an interesting choice here. We've talked about their comp being mid-game focused.
Iceborne Gauntlet, that means they want to siege. If they go double Trinity Force, that means that they want to start getting a little bit, depending on how far ahead.
World Elite already back away from the bottom side. Very safe play there. Spirit actually going to come down, clear out some wards, and threaten the 3v3 as well. And I didn't think I'd be saying this today in the matchup, but 2 of World Elite's lanes are ahead.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're playing very well. The top lane is the one that surprises me because Pokemon's been so good at equalizing, and it's just to the point now where World Elite, we credited them. They play well when they're ahead and very poorly when they're behind. If they can get ahead, especially with a team comp like this, they're going to look dangerous in the mid game.
Yeah, and my question was, could they get ahead? And so far, so good for them.
Yeah, but even that, in a very bully-heavy matchup lane because of how Graves works, that's not a horrible outcome for Corki.
No, I mean, still farming up here. Quick check on the Wisey, but again, he'll take it.
Yeah, he certainly will, and you look across the of how much more impact Spirit's been able to have. And he picked up the first dragon as well. The second one's coming up in a couple of minutes, so look for him to pressure that area of the map one more time.
Yeah, we've seen Kakao do the big AP in Italy build. He had a Magi's famously in the game that he's played on Italy here. Spirit is going for AP.
The amount that how quickly he's pushed through his jungle has allowed this tier pickup. Normally not a great pickup in my opinion, but because he is 900 gold ahead, that's a free tier. That's a value right there. He's not giving anything away to Kakao. He's in the exact same position, so it's not a greedy item build in this regard because he's ahead.
And we've often seen Spirit when he's playing well, be a good, so scary to IG that he's just controlling simply by possibly being there.
Yeah, he certainly is, and now he's stalking Kakao out.
Good pounce there coming through as well. The Q does land in. And now Spirit, can he land another spear? Kakao does juke it. Rookie comes in, but Ezreal going to force a flash out from Kakao.
Yeah, and once again, really good play. He got that deep ward and the wards in the river, and he just tracked Kakao throughout the whole jungle. Burns another summoner spell. Kakao won't be able to go as deep. And once again, now he knows where he is. He can look towards the top lane.
They're going to move in now here as well, possibly for a dive actually as well. Pokemon, he has to be a little bit careful. Pokemon has to turn in and try and get the Q down. The smite, I think, no, didn't quite come down as well, but Cassidy does get away.
Yeah, he certainly does, but that will mean that they're able to pick up at the top turret, so that's been equalized. IG's response, a very good one. They're pressuring down mid lane.
Yeah, they already took the bottom tower there as well. They're going to look for a second and probably get it here as well between Jason Graves. No, too scared of Ninja. Aluka actually teleporting down as well. Kid going to get knocked back, but he flashes out of the way. Rookie now could be in trouble, but Kakao just goes on a Spirit and dunks him. Now Aluka taking a lot of damage. UJ pops his ulti to disengage, but Aluka still taking a little bit too much damage. Rookie going to clean him out. There's just not enough damage here. World Elite just getting destroyed as Pokemon moves in for another kill. The rest of IG moving through 3 for 0 so far. Ninja gets a trade kill, make it 4 for 1. The tower not quite dead. SDYZ holding on for dear life. The tower firing back. Simply a 4-1.
Yeah, and wow, what a turnaround fight for IG. We mentioned if it gets into a poke battle that World Elite will win out. I don't know why they would go for a hard engage. Graves turned around and chunked the whole lot going forward, using that.
Just wants to sit back and poke. Cassidy pretty good at saying no to that.
They grab the dragon, but the danger here is that they've got 2 dragons, but given up the early game gold advantage, and they don't really need the stats that come out of dragon because they're Trinity Force users. They don't use the raw stats. What they needed was the early gold lead, the early control over the map to be able to use this poke comp to take down structures. And if we have a look at the team fight, they just commit so hard, and look at that collateral damage buff shot, chunking out everyone, and Pokemon is in the perfect position to chase. Full health, returning from base. This is the Janna, and he's not done. just continuing to frontline, continuing to get in there. Another slow coming across everyone. They turn it into a siege and get the turret. So that's really where Pokemon needs to be. He'd been held down. Now that he's picked up a kill, couple of assists, he's in a much better spot.
And this always happens with Cassidy, it feels like, in the LPL. You know, people know how to punish him. They can lane against him quite well. But whenever a team fight breaks out, Cassidy is always the best person to clean up and get gold.
Yeah, the problem is you blink and he really does take over a game. Ooh, that might actually be a very... yeah, so well spotted out there from World Elite. But you're exactly right. Cassidy is one of those people that you keep him down for such a long time. You have one bad fight and he explodes.
Yeah, and our Pokemon, who was, you know, actually kind of down here, still down in TS actually to Aluka, having a much better time. Rotavator's completed for both top laners now as well. Pokemon's still behind in gold actually versus Aluka, but he's starting to power up, and all Cassidy really needs at this point is time.
Yeah, and the problem is that Aluka will get more tanky and will become, I guess, very hard to deal with, but that ultimate, Jace is going to sit there and continue to use his W. He carries to choose from. It will be much more effective in the late game than what the Maokai counterpart will be.
Yeah, and again, that's sort of IG's comp here. World Elite, very narrow, very specific. That's sort of what happens when you pick Nidalee in the jungle, I feel. And IG, just a few more options here as well. STYZ, though, finally completes his Trinity Force. A little late there on that one. Just about the top end of where he could have finished it.
Yeah, certainly. And we said that he was about 10 CS behind. I don't know if he can go toe-to-toe with the Jace. Got the level advantage. Has been able to pick up a lot of those core items for Jace now with the Brutalizer heavily.
Yeah, and you mentioned cooldown boots there. Pokemon actually going for those as well.
To chase in very quick, like Zonya's Hourglass will be stuck in the position, but I think that it's because he doesn't feel that people are going to itemize magic resist this early in the game because there's a double AD comp on the other side of the rift. So just a little bit more... the cooldown reduction boots Lucidity are actually one of the highest gold values for cooldown reductions in the game.
Yeah, and I like the choice there from Pokemon, but we'll see what happens as the game develops a little bit more. IG 1,000 gold ahead now after World Elite were about the same just a few minutes ago. No dragons here to contest. A couple towers still up on the outer ring there as well. IG currently lead the score there at 2-1, but Invictus Gaming starting to power up, and the mid-game...
And I guess it's not being mirrored yet on the side of World Elite. Jason Graves, really, after they get those two item spikes, if Jace is able to get the last Whisper within the next like 4 or 5 minutes, he's going to be very strong at 23 minutes, which will coincide with the next Dragon fight. So they need to be careful of that. Iceborne Gauntlet really does need to come through, and they need to start controlling the map. Has gone seriously wrong in the mid game.
Yeah, and you saw it before. That one big team fight that IG were able to win was the thing that went wrong, and World Elite now kind of backs up against it. Ninja looks like he'll be completing his 2-item spike pretty quickly here, presumably going to go back, finish up his Gauntlet, and does get as well. But I like that you mentioned Rookie's build, because for me, that is the jumping off point for Jace, when you have those 2.5 fights.
Doing much damage to being absolute out of this world with the transformation coming 50. So he's looking at this point in the game to really accelerate on Jace and get his team in a winning
power here for both sides, but still, especially with the Dragon coming back up in just over a minute.
Yeah, we certainly will. And we see the poke coming out of Rookie, trying to chunk UJ out. He's just a little bit far away from that spike he wants. Maybe if the Dragon was 2 minutes delayed, he would be in his position. Wow.
Yeah, Kakao though, going to ult in onto STYZ. He'll flash out of the way. Kid X took a lot of damage. UJ though just face tanks the Kid ultimate, and the Luca has put him back in to protect his front line. Ninja going in a decent ulti there, but not quite enough burst damage, and everyone disengages.
Yeah, more importantly though for IG, they managed to burn the Janna ultimate, so there is no way they can do that again until that cooldown is back up, which puts them in a fantastic position because they still have the Cassidy to be able to slow people and allow the poke damage to come through.
Yeah, you know, Kakao doesn't have his ulti, but you mentioned the Rift Walk. Pokemon can get in whenever he would like here as well, but World Elite going to set up some vision around this Dragon. It seems like back up in 15 seconds, though. They'd love to get their third.
Yeah, I guess the shining light here is the fact that Aluka, very full health and spirit.
Minions, STYZ, though, will just back off here on the Corki, and actually now Kitty's going to get dove on. Aluka going very aggressive, does get hit by a Dark Binding. Kakao going to find the win there. Aluka, though, does pop his ulti, taking so much damage here, and the Pokemon are going to get low as well. Elite poking under the turret. Ezreal's already back. Kid going to dodge some spears, and World Elite going to get this tower.
Yeah, and that is what the World Elite lineup was trying to do. Prolong the team fight, poke them out, make them go backwards and get rid of all that Rift Walk damage, and it gets them in objective, maybe even 2.
Yeah, going to get their second dragon. It seems like Rookie going to line up for the steal, but actually just doesn't even pull the trigger on the shock blast. Instead, Water Elite will run back towards the mid side, pinging the outer turret there now as well.
Yeah, so it looked like Rookie was hoping UJ would come around face check for that pink ward. He doesn't. They just transition into a mid lane push. This is going to be 3 unanswered objectives, and very well played from World Elite.
Yeah, 280 carries in Italy, very good at pushing down turrets, and you can see the potential here for Water Elite when they have those longer fights here and are able to poke out. Aluka played that fight fantastically.
Yeah, he certainly did. He was able to zone and ate all of the damage at this point in the game with that Ninja Tab by just mitigating a lot of damage. W that Jace pumps through. No transformation, no last whisper. Rookie wasn't in a position to fight. I don't know why they did.
I mean, they got a binding and thought they could get a pick, and unfortunately, Aluka just too tanky. And the other thing I love about Distortion Upgrade is going to be very useful in this mid game.
Yeah, it certainly engages, because at some point they do have to be able to pull the trigger. They can poke as much as they want, but if they can't get a hard engage in response, they're not going to get anything for it. So able to get in there with the flash twisted advance will be able to help Aluka get exactly what his team wants.
Exactly, and now World Elite starting to get a few more items ahead. The gold almost evened up here as well. World Elite 800 gold ahead, excuse me, but STYZ, he's got a Trinity Force. He's moving in for his Bloodthirster now as well. Ninja working on the way, got his cooldown boots done, plus alongside we've got Frozen Heart almost finished up for Aluka as well. I mean, the items just across the board now coming up for World Elite.
Yeah, they certainly are, and this is the position they wanted to be in. Transform will come in a couple of very control-heavy composition. Maokai is the best single tank lineup in the game. He just performs the duty so well because he's passive on his ultimate makes everyone else in his team tanky. So not only is he a very huge tanky threat to deal with, he making everyone else tanky just allows people to survive longer than they normally would and has very good disruption through that Q, as well as all of Janna's disengage. They have nearly a perfect disengage comp here.
Yeah, they really do here, and you can see all these items are stacking up now as well. Rod of Eight is pretty much fully stacked for both. I believe Pokemon's is certainly done. The tiers are on the way. It's about 50 mana away from Ninja when we last checked in, so plenty of time left here. Last Whisper done for Rookie, not quite on the transformation, but it is not far away for any of these teams. And World Elite, they are ahead, but they do have to play carefully.
They certainly do, because there's very little margin for error in these poke compositions. I think that's why we saw them fall out of favor a little bit, because with the likes of the Vise, Jarvans, things like that, you really can get on top of them. Couple in the fact that they've got a black shield here, there's just no room for either Ninja or Spirit to make a mistake. STYZ a little bit more forgiving because he's like the third part of the poke composition, there for consistent damage, but Ninja needs to be able to slow people in kite. And if Spirit isn't chunking people with those spears, he's just not doing his job.
Yeah, and I love that Spirit sort of identified what you said there and wants to make sure he does consistent damage. There is the transform done for Ninja, so he's ready to go on this Ezreal as far as the blue build's concerned. But and a quick void stuff there for Spirit, very cost efficient.
Yeah, it's the most... Wow, now they've got them completely out of position.
Yeah, Luca's down the bottom with his port ready to go. Great rotation here from World Elite, and these turrets just going to melt onto the Trinity Force BF Sword Corky.
Yeah, and Cacao wanted to pull the turret and rotate into the jungle. Very well played.
Yeah, taking the red buff away as well. We're going to have UJ just swing in with the Janna. Got an Aegis here as well for, I guess, some of the latent Kassadin poke here, or maybe even some Morgana. I mean, Aegis just a good item, especially in Sieges.
And Spirit's positioning is fantastic here. Kid, in the end, has to burn the ultimate to clear out the wave, but Spirit making sure minions aren't in the way of his spears whatsoever, hanging out behind. Needs to be careful he doesn't get engaged on, but overall, very nice setup here.
Yeah, Waterloo got plenty of time, and you can see Spirit, great ward there from Kitties, goes right over that wall, but Spirit immediately cleans it out.
Yeah, and the important position here is watch Cacao. Can he get in?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Ninja poking, gets only Pokemon, I believe, with the ulti as well, and IG have to give up another turret.
Yeah, they certainly do. Rookie and Kid took a spear each, and that was the turret gone right there. They are looking for complete non-base. World Elite now have that time on the game. Off, especially around the base. Outer turret's very easy to see. Base turret's nearly impossible.
Yeah, and that's really the big question here. Actually, Spirit stacked with his tier as well, so if he wants to move into maybe a Seraph's, he's got the option once he has enough gold there as well. I love the Sork Shoes finish there as well, so lots of cost-efficient damage here and penetration coming through for Spirit. But one of my first observations for Waddle at this game was, can they get ahead early? They've answered that question. They can. They've done it in this game. Our other criticism has probably been Waddle Elite. They pick cool comps. They have good ideas.
Executed very well in the last couple of minutes on their win condition, but as I said, it's about that clock. They need to control Dragon. I think that Dragon in a game is very key here because it gives that, once they get the 5th Dragon at Dragon Pit. So I think that IG weren't able to get any back when they were ahead.
Yeah, and full points to Spirit there for that. That early dragon that he stole away from IG is going to parlay into a very swift fourth here for World Elite. IG are onto the Baron. Aluka does have teleport, but they know what's on. There's a ward in the back, and IG just going to run all the way over there. In fact, Ninja's already used his ulti.
Yeah, exactly right. Using that on cooldown nearly as a scouting tool just because of how Q affects the cooldown of it. Already has very high cooldown reduction, would be maxed out nearly from that. And he's having a terrific game, transitioning into the Blade of the Ruined King. Very nicely done. I like it to deal with what Kakao is bringing to the fold. And they're now...
If you want to talk about that as well, I mean, much damage.
Yeah, he does silly damage at this point in the game just because of how he's built. I guess we take a look at the Zhonya's Hourglass being picked up for Pokemon. That's key because if he can slow the backline, Kakao might be able to get in. But that will be maybe a Randuin's coming out for this Mouth.
To hit that stride very soon here in this game, and that's still 4 dragons.
Certainly are, and you can see how desperate IG are. Once again, going back towards the Baron. Can we sneak it away? The answer is no. Spirit has been completely on top of Kakao and dominated him in objective control. You wouldn't think that we'd be praising a jungler so much for 0, 1, and 2, but even his ganks early game really set the pace for World Elite.
I mean, they did, and you mentioned the kill score. This is a low kill scoring game. 7 kills completely took over the game.
Yeah, certainly that seems to be the map and get that one step ahead that they need to be able to outposition. Once again, throwing that Ezreal ult across, making sure waves are pushing out, really trying to get everything in their favor.
Yeah, and World Elite have been doing a lot of this very well. We talked about their execution of win conditions. They've done a lot of 1-3-1 split pushing this game, and you already mentioned it. They're very safe as a small unit with the Janna.
Yeah, they certainly are. Janna is one of the best, I guess, 2 people plus the support. Janna just augments it so well. Morgana's the other one because you just can't dive on Morgana. Ooh.
See, why is he actually going to get caught out there as well? Bleeding to death, but Spirit heals him up. He's going to disengage, but Pokemon will not be denied. Now Aluka going to get locked up there as well. Tanking up a lot of damage on this Maokai. Gets healed there as well. Kitties almost gets killed by a spear there. Now Spirit does get chunked out by Rookie and has to be careful with the heal. Keep him in life. Rookie getting chunked down there as well. Pokemon, though, claims another kill as Ninja goes down.
Yeah, and they're the 2 important members taking out the Corki and the Ezreal. So now Ninja can poke, I guess, but not Ninja. So Spirit can poke, but he can't
dive in here, but Spirit has to do a lot of work with the spears here to get this done. Baron going to get shredded very swiftly under the double AD here, and they're going to try and clear out some more. Spirit, can he thread a few spears? Pokemon tanks that one very intelligently.
Yeah, able to get rid of the...
And he does get the Baron, and Kakao goes down, and that's actually very good news for World Elite. Now Rookie in the backline going to get shredded to pieces. Spirit is dead, but UJ and Luca can just clean up enough. Kitty's going to run away. I don't think Maokai is going to be able to kill her, but everything goes right for World Elite.
And everything went horrible for IG. They lost the Baron. They failed a flash over the wall that would have put Kid in perfect position to clean up the fight from safety. Wasn't able to get it. Now they've got a Baroned up siege composition with only Spirit going down.
He had to do a lot of work there, and you did work.
Yeah, he certainly did. He was able to poke out Aluka. Massive credit getting in there. The execution damage, and that was the failed flash that nearly cost them the fight. Wasn't able to get the terrain advantage. Would have been able to get a lot of damage done over the wall. In the end, just wasn't to be.
And my apologies, the award for Best Actor, in fact, goes to Aluka. He was the one that stole the Baron somehow as Maokai.
Yeah, so it gets in there. That's what happens in a high-pressure situation. Just so much can go wrong, and in that case, it did for World Elite. And a very aggressive call coming out of
Alonso doing a lot of damage on the Nidalee. He's actually about 2,000 gold ahead of Kakao, who has 0 magic resist at this point in the game.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's not a great place to be if you are Kakao. He does favor, I guess, going fast, but hasn't been able to get it done this game. And I like the answer out of IG, not taking Phantom Dancer picked up 4 Graves. So I guess they're still in a position to do good things. It's just that World Elite, this is 6,000 gold, nearly a 5th dragon, got the Baron buff. They're in complete control.
But no locket here for IG to shake off some of this poke, or even use the active to shield it. World Elite.
The problem is that, with the exception of Pokemon, very immobile team coming out of IG here, but all the reposition flashes they need to be able to get in Italy just become too elusive to deal with.
They really do, Kieran. World Elite, I love their trinket choices, especially in this team comp. They've actually gone for double scrying orb with all this poke.
Yeah, exactly right. Making sure that they don't have to face check anything, don't want to go anywhere near that Vi in a brushed area. And now Graves is in the mid lane. This is going to be a 5th dragon for free.
Yeah, I mean, Water League going to move in here. We could see a steal coming through here for IG, which would be a little bit of repayment for the Baron. But Water League going to do this surprisingly quickly. Nearly especially shreds this to pieces. They should be able to get it. They do get the 5th, but a great buckshot there. But Cacau's in the back, just gets eaten there by Spirit, and Kitties and Pokemon have to run away. This damage is insane there coming out from the Corki. Ninja gets the next kill. Pokemon going to go down for a double kill there for Ezreal, and this might just be it.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. Aluka goes in, able to get another kill. That will be the game secured, and World Elite come out and have an absolutely dominating performance on a hard-to-execute Pokemon.
And that is not what we thought we'd saying. IG tap the mat and surrender. World Elite. What a first game here against IG.
Yeah, and what control and poise they showed. We said maybe they weren't into the position they wanted to be. They fell behind in turrets, but when they were able to pick up that one advantageous team fight, ran over the top of IG, and they did it through fantastic objective control.
Yeah, and you might not have been able to see it too easily behind the moustache face mask there by Spirit, but he was beaming after that win.
Kills in 34 minutes, but he just led the charge as far as Poke went, being able to dictate flow of the game and really secure everything his team needed.
And you know what, SDYZ, shout out, very solid game, 0-1-5. Not a pretty looking score on Corki, but fine. He kind of had one job, and that was be the serviceable third threat that you talked about there, but the solo lens from World Elite.
Able to hold down Rookie, who we've always spoke so highly of, but absolutely huge. Dominated the lane by himself from the start, able to build himself a lead, got the turret very early, and really was the shining star.
Yeah, and there's Pokemon, I believe. Cacao did not look happy. Is he packing up a keyboard?
Yeah, so maybe a substitution coming out of IG here. We might actually see the victor after all today, phase 3 time, but that was a, I guess, intimidating performance coming out of WE.
That was. I mean, we used words like early game, mid game, dominating. The praise there after that match.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they did it in a way we didn't expect, but they got it done.
And a great game one for World Elite. Can they continue for a very massive upset in the 2-0? Don't get anywhere. We'll be back with the second game between IG and World Elite. Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're almost through our second day of play here for Week 6. I'm Julian.
Good fashion to take it. They ran up, and didn't they just do that? Controlled Baron, controlled Dragon, really had complete control over the map. After maybe the 14 to 20 minute mark where IG did get off to a relatively good start with that fight in the mid lane, but after that one slip up that World Elite make, they didn't make.
We'd have, what, 6 upsets in a row today if World Elite could take the second game, but IG, we kind of saw it at the end with Pokemon actually packing away his keyboard. IG have made a very interesting substitution from their squad.
Yeah, they certainly have. So Pokemon packed up. He's not going to play this game, but Rookie is playing. They're actually taking Zatai into the top lane, it looks, which is definitely something that will mix it up a little bit. Zatai, we call his champion pool more of an ocean because this guy plays anything, and with the Victor coming through pastry time, not surprised to see him back in the lineup.
I mean, yeah, we thought that the second coming of Zatai would be today. It might just be with Victor making it back in, but top lane Zatai is very interesting here. I mean, keeping Rookie there clearly with the synergy FLICKR, but this is a very interesting mix-up.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it means that they can maybe even swap, not the top to the bottom, but maybe even swap the top laner and the mid laner, because Kassadin, Jace, all these things that Rookie plays, sometimes even Yasuo, if you get a favorable matchup, can be taken into that top lane. So wouldn't be surprised if it is in name only and that they are looking to move Rookie and Zatai around the map.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, IG, one of the biggest squads here in the LPL, you know, we're kind of known for having a big swap that they would have to make here because they have to swap multiple players out, usually when they're making substitutions. Remember, in the LPL, 3 of the members of your team must be Chinese in any squad that you build for a game. So, you know, Save and Pokemon, Save and Zatai, so we have to play on the same team because they have to move a Chinese player in when they put another Korean in. Instead, though, they just take out a Chinese player and replace him with another one.
Yeah, exactly right. And just a little bit of a role swap. So I like what they're doing. I think this actually got a very good idea behind it. It mixed up the lineup a lot because all of a sudden you have 3 very aggressive players on the top side of the map. Zatai is absolutely brutal if he gets ahead. He just goes on rampages and really doesn't have
it. Because Rookie and Kakao have been playing so much together, but they found a way to get him on the roster, it seems. And Zatai has been doing well with his practice. He's, I think, top of Chinese solo queue still. So it's not like he hasn't been practicing.
Yeah, exactly right. Been pumping a lot of games in. Wouldn't be surprised if some of them were into the top lane, and looking forward to see how that goes because he's going up against Akai Kassadin matchup. But if Zatai can maybe take it to Aluka, make him play passively, there's a chance that he just gets a stagnant lane.
We'll have to see here as the bans do come through for our second game. And a very interesting substitution here, moving Zatai in towards the top side of the map, but Vega, the first ban for World Elite, and IG responded with a Nah.
Yeah, exactly right. Getting away Luca's best champion by far, that Nah. Played a very good Maokai.
In the last game, we sort of thought, you know what, he doesn't play Kassadin, and that seems a bit weird to Cass.
Yeah, he certainly does. Looks to get onto aggressive carries as much as he possibly can. So I'm not expecting a tank in the top lane. I'm expecting something crazy like a Hecarim or a Kassadin or something like that. But see, Ari being taken away from Rookie again.
Yeah, so Ari is going to move away there as well. So that is the next pick there for World Elite. IG going to ban the Nidalee away from Spirit. Very smart adaptation.
Yeah, I like that. Means it shuts down the poke comp straight away because there's nothing that really performs the same way from the jungle that Nidalee does, enabling the mid-game poke comps.
Yeah, it really does. And Spirit played fantastic. Has had some plays on the champion as well. And IG have one more ban to give over. We'll see what they want to pick for their last champion.
So potential for a mage to be taken in the top lane as well. And I think World Elite need to be careful here because they were able to hold him down with some good ganks from Spirit. Maybe they've overcommitted into this mid lane.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see. Actually, never mind. It is Lysandra as the last ban there as well, if he wants them.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's played a lot of Rek'Sai, you have to say, a very big amount. If they ignored it just because of the fact
there instead. And the interesting thing here is that Kassadin was available, but World Elite don't really have a Kassadin player from what we've seen. So IG, if they do want to take it here, have the option to just pick it up. And right now, hovering through some pretty interesting champions.
Yeah, they certainly are. I wouldn't be surprised if Cacau's Jarvan was what would be locked in. He is the next best jungler left up, maybe along with Lee Sin.
Pool was untouched apart from Nidalee, like you noted. So IG have a lot of time to take some picks here. Looks like they're going to slow things down. I'm going to stop talking for 5 seconds. Never mind. Jana Hecarim. IG going off.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it looks like Cacau's picked that dive in and disrupt a team fight. But Cacao swapped over to the Ghost, probably going into the jungle.
Yeah, quite probably. But, I mean, it is a flex pick here, weirdly enough, for Invictus Gaming. I mean, we have very flexible players like Zatai and Rookie. That's what's so exciting about these two solo landers is that you mentioned the pull for Zatai's more.
Everything to a really high standard, and then there's just a couple of things coming back, absolutely dominating on that champion. And I think that his TF, another one of those champions that is just up there, regardless of patch, plays it very well. But then he's got everything below it, the Ari, the Azir now that he does really do well on. So wouldn't be surprised if he had something that he was comfortable to take in the top lane. Something like that Kassadin, depending on the matchup, might even wait till last pick it.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. IG will have the last counter pick like you mentioned, but Thresh and Corki the picks there for World Elite going to keep very solid and safe. They're both SDYZ with the last game, and UJ just historically have had very strong games on these champions.
Yeah, they certainly have. So I like where this is going. Ezreal versus Corki is a fun matchup to watch in that bottom lane. I like the fact that they've taken it away from Ninja because it denies the double Trinity for Spike, and it looks like it will be Cacao picking up the Lee Sin and the Hecarim going into the top lane.
Well, again, these are all flex picks for IG potentially because Zatai can pretty much play anything, and Rookie's not far off there as well, so plenty of options here. I like the Ezreal pickup especially. Kid has actually said that in interviews he does like this matchup, Corki into Ezreal, or Ezreal into Corki for his case, so he's definitely comfortable there. And World Elite have to consider their last few picks here, and we might be wrong about the cast, and they're at least considering it.
Yeah, they certainly are looking at it. It means that that will be a mid lane cast, and I don't think they'll make the same mistake of giving their tank lane player a Kassadin in the top lane. So it looks like Aluka will settle for that Sion, and Ninja will pick up the Kassadin.
Yeah, and Aluka has one of his best performing champions in recent memory has been that Sion, so I do like that he's picking it up here. Big, tanky, very consistent laner there for him. And Ninja, we talked about him having to step up for a carry. He's got a big carry champion now on Kassadin.
Yeah, he certainly does. The team looks like it's got a lot of CC, maybe lacks a little bit of damage, but wow, the Fizz hover coming through, and just look at all the teleports on the side of IG as well. This is going to be insane. I feel like this game will escalate rather quickly, Pastry
And this is what I thought we might see. They haven't picked in yet, but remember, IG don't have one. They have two exceptional Fizz players.
Yeah, they certainly do as well. So coming across here, it will be... Because Fizz is very good against tanky top laners as well. So you can't... Hecarim counters Kassadin in the mid lane. Wouldn't be surprised to see it go there, but I can't wait to see how they line this one up, where players go on the map as well. This is just going to be crazy.
Okay, so it seems like we are going to settle. We'll give them a little bit more time to swap around as well. IG are actually entertaining us with some pretty interesting summon, I suppose, but I imagine we'll have some changes here as we move in. But World Elite, we can look at that comp, very solid.
Yeah, it certainly is a solid composition. As I said, the only thing I worry about is, does it lack damage? Combo that comes from Kassadin, but will they be able to, after that point, consistently push through? Because Sion, unless he gets very very far ahead. He just becomes a CC bot, really doesn't do that much damage in the late game. So is interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, we'll have to see a Cacao. He tricked me, by the way. He had Ignite Teleport for the longest time and still switching to Flash Smite. So it is going to be in the jungle here for this one. Ignite Teleport is available for Zatai, though, so going to use that very offensive Sound Spell combination we've started seeing more of. This is the big matchup for me. Rookie got a counter pick here. I'm not too sure about the matchup, but Ninja has to step up on Kassadin.
Yeah, well, the thing about this matchup is you can dodge the Q very easily with your E and go extremely aggressive. The other thing is it's very easy to guess Kassadin when he is going to Rift Walk, so the fish is surprisingly easy to land onto Kassadin, and because it follows him, just is brutal in the slow.
Yeah, we'll have to see there as well. But Invictus Gaming, they've made some interesting elite. They've already had one big...
Exactly right, and I feel like the start position, but this pony might go...
And we are going to get into game 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Zatai is back for Invictus Gaming. Their spirit lives on here. One of the most aggressive players to ever grace the LPL is finally back where he kind of belongs, in the top lane.
Yeah, exactly right. I can imagine a happy color caster somewhere overseas smiling at Zatai, running around on a very majestic horse, and an early invade coming through for IG, looking to get some deep wards, making sure that the lane swap doesn't go through. Sion's so good in lane swaps. Hecarim, not so much.
No, not. We do have a quick pause here to start this game. And again, we mentioned that, we've got changes coming through here. Hecarim is coming in now as well. You talked about the level 1 invade. One of the interesting things when we looked at this roster was who gets the shot call. Because we knew that we were going to have Cacao Zatai on the team at one point. Cacao recently has been doing a lot of that work, you have to think, with Rookie. But Zatai is back here, so we might see a lot more diving.
Yeah, we might see a little bit of conflicting shot calling as well, because we mentioned that IG, they look a little bit of a hybrid team, very controlled with some aggression in there, but Zatai doesn't know what control is. He just, as I said, he looks to eke every advantage, even when sometimes they're not there. So look for Rookie to be able to follow through on that.
I mean, thankfully, they picked him a pretty good champion as far as being aggressive and making plays here, and that's what Zatai brings to any team. He's so aggressive, and he loves to get in there and really initiate and make plays. So it's a good spot to pick him in. I like that they're bringing him in against Aluka especially.
Yeah, that's what I said. I really like that matchup, actually, because Aluka can't try and nullify this lane. There's no way that Zatai will let him. So if he's able to get in there and really take it to Aluka, Aluka's got no choice but trying to go toe-to-toe because, as you said, Zatai, very forward motion player. There's just... it's not going to work that way.
Yeah, and for me, we've started to see ID change identities, coming into a much more controlled, almost Korean team with a bit of Chinese flair, like you mentioned. Bring all of this to their...
able to get a read on them because as you're always going to have that consistent bottom lane, but the top half of the map really does get changed up by this roster swap.
Yeah, I mean, it gets turned on its head, basically, and they still have Save on the bench there as well if they want to bring him in for even more hard carry potential there from that top side. So lots of options here. Well,
certainly look like they have been able to get it, so that will be Hecarim heading into a 2v1. A lot of wards were expended on the top side of the map by World Elite to make sure they got this, and Kid and Kitty's following their minion wave in. They're going into the bottom lane.
Yep, so we are going to have the lane swaps made up here. Zatai's going to have to go in 2v1, and if there's one place you don't want to put a player like Zatai, it's out of his 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is, because he might be a little bit out of his comfort zone, but more importantly, might not really understand the dynamics of it. Being new to the top lane does mean that it's a little bit harder.
Yeah, and we have Aluka, of course, getting executed there as well. Very standard stuff nowadays for the Silence. Pretty crazy the first time we saw it, but he's going to pick up his camp, get level 2, and then port into his lane.
Yeah, and once again, just going in there, using the Q to get it as quick as possible. We'll be able to just walk to the lane you would expect because it doesn't really have to use that teleport and gets a very early level 2.
That's true. Looks like it's frozen up there as well, so he's just going to bide his time now. Sorry, in the bottom lane, still being frozen here by Kid, as we can see. So Aluka will just wander back calmly.
Yeah, so that shield actually is for a lot of health, even as a rank 1 spell. So Sion, as I said, very good, has fantastic wave clear, so able to farm from a distance. Just has a lot of good tools in a 2v1, so I think that they really have one out on this one, have World Elite. IG now have to be able to play to it.
Yeah, and we do have Hecarim. Looks like double jungling so far with Cacao as well. Sticking together. So Zatai's going to get some experience here and maybe some CS as well, as he does help Cacao clear out the jungle, but he's going to have to stick here for a long time as the top lane slowly unfreezes.
Yeah, he certainly is. The only thing I can really think that they might, because I don't really understand how Hecarim and Lee Sin break a freeze like against a Corki. So much early game damage, so much mixed damage coming through. will really put some pressure here.
Yeah, and sort of the other thing that happens in a lot of these 1v2 or 2v1 situations is we isolate the mid lane here. So Rookie is going to actually...
I think that Fizz wins out on this one pretty hard. I think that Cassinan has to choose between it in general, actually, and really does allow him to stand toe-to-toe with a lot of Cassinan's strengths.
Yeah, Spirit, they're going to come in. Rookie level 4 here, pressuring Ninja, but Spirit's going to look him.
It's frozen the wave in an absolute shocking spot, and he's come in again.
Yes, keep the wave here and keep his farm up.
Yeah, and actually they've been able to break the freeze. Somehow Zatai got a favorable trade against the Corki, and he's been able to go into that lane and really shove it hard. Cacau's going to join him now, and that's completely back in Zatai's favor.
Yeah, I mean, only Zatai knows how that happened here, but again, the player, like you mentioned, loves to get edges in his lanes. Even in a 1v2, he will do his best to try and break it up, and he has done now. So both of these top laners actually starting to farm up, and Zatai is catching up to Aluka, who's been in the bottom lane for
Of the support down there, so he got starved of a little bit more.
He's done some work here, and Kitty's with some great harass there down the bottom on the Janna. Again, Zatai will have to play back. STYZ and UJ will try and re-get the freeze as best they can here. And Ninja and Rookie in the middle lane here, just going blow for blow. Ninja actually up quite healthily on CS right now.
Yeah, he certainly is. That's a big wave pushing in for Rookie, and I think that Rookie will, I guess, be able to use that sheen to really get ahead in this lane. But so far, Ninja's look fantastic.
Yeah, Luca getting pressured there as well. And you're right, we talked about Ninja needing to step up here. He's got a big carry champion now on the cast, and I believe it's the first time he's played it in this LPL split as well. So if he's going to make it big here after a big win for World Elite in Game 1, it's going to be now. But Cacao is starting the Dragon.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's got the double shields that come through, so if they rotate through the Lee Sin shield as well as the Kitty shield and juggle some damage, won't take much at all, and they're even pulling the AD carry across. So this is a fantastic early Dragon. They were completely starved off that objective last time around.
Going to secure it. Their Spirit will come in to look for the bad news and does get it as he pops the ward over. So they'll have a very good timer there with World Elite, but they do lose out in that early Dragon, and you talked about it already. That lane swap not helping them there.
Yeah, it certainly looked like they had a better team for the lane swap, but IG, credit to them, they've played the lane swap much better. I think that pulling the jungler being a bad decision because it's cost them a lot of map pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, it really has. And as you mentioned, Ninja looking good. There is a Luca down the bottom now. Just going to keep farming up. Has managed to kind of break the freeze there. Get out from under the lane while John has actually left now. Kitty's actually rotating in towards the top side now to maybe
pick up the Golem experience here, which is good. The Krug's going to help him out. He will have to recall after it, though. Took a lot of damage and probably doesn't want to go back into a Corki lane. Corki just has so much surprising damage. You really don't expect it when you go up against a Corki that has been given solo experience, because all of the abilities just do so much early.
You eat one hook and it just all goes wrong there in that lane, as Kitty's actually also has to be careful, maybe getting caught out. Rek'Sai's actually in the area. Wards are going down, but UJ going to clean them out here, and that good pink ward very aggressively placed. ID just can't go anywhere near the brush to clear it.
Yeah, exactly right. So looks like they've got 3 members up there really trying to pressure Zatai. We mentioned that it's so important if you are playing against someone that's not used to playing top lane, put them in a lane swap, continue to camp them, really make them uncomfortable, because it is a different position. Top lane is such a long lane, and with the way the brushes are, not the it's got the 3 brushes, and it's just much different to play in.
Yeah, Spirit tries to pressure kick. And as we're also pulling off, so we can see a pretty epic skirmisher around the red side. Ninja level 7 does have his ulti here. Rookie can help Cacao and clear some of the little minions there, maybe just to clear skill shot space.
Yeah, Rookie's actually got an item advantage here because of Catalyst, no combat stats. Very good for laning, but against a Fiendish Codec, which is going to just add a lot more early game this one up.
The tide's level 6 as well, so that's a really weird giveaway, but World Elite do steal the red buff.
Yeah, so I agree. That's bizarre that it's come to that point. Maybe recognizing that the teleport was in the bottom lane, so it could turn into a 5v4 with how much control they had, is the only thing I can really think of. And Ezreal a little bit low on mana, so wouldn't have been able to chunk the Sion out before he could arrive. So maybe overall good call for IG to let that one go. Maybe Cacao responds by going into the bottom side of the jungle and trying to pick up the red buff in return.
Yeah, at least a safe play there, as Kid actually going to move his way into the top lane now. Got his Mana Muno ready to go, and we're going to have another game where lots of tiers are charging.
Yeah, it certainly does look that way, as Cacao actually chunks out STYZ in the top lane. So Cacao having a little bit of a better time, and it does look like Cacao
buff, just like you mentioned, even the ping's coming through there as well. STYZ in the meanwhile just keeping this lane back here, trying to get in. Seems like the swap's going to get reinitiated now by IG as Rookie does
again for IG, because now their teleport is in the bottom lane, and they once again want to be able to slowly World Elite is starting to eke the advantage of this lane swap.
Yeah. And World Elite even swap back in now as well, so really good awareness. Kid actually gets chunked massively there by the Psione, and Kid actually has to Arcane shift away.
Yeah, so it looks like this Scion starting to do 20 CS advantage, has been able to pick up the makings of his Frozen Heart, which is just such an important first item for Scion. And coming through, it looks like he is starting to ramp up.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the Phaedra as well as the type probably going in for a Trinity Force here. And we've talked a lot about Hecarim builds recently as Kid actually takes another big chunk of damage. But this is the greedier Hecarim build, the more carry-oriented with
Aurelia build, but has much harder time farming than what Aurelia does, so I guess it is. Ooh.
Good fish there, actually, by Ninja Rookie. Going to move into the tie, dives in with the ulti. And no, the last turret hit, not there. The teleport coming in, there's one kill for Spirit for Rek'Sai.
Yeah, as the tie goes extremely aggressive, recognized he couldn't go into the bottom lane, but forces something mid lane. Didn't pick it up, probably could have turned around and traded at least, but trusted. Ooh.
Kakao sniper that kill, does kill Ninja now, but gets knocked up, pulled back there by the threat. The ulti coming in, the turret shield there from Kid, he's almost enough, but Spirit gets his third kill. The turret going to go to World Elite as well.
Yeah, so that is huge for World Elite. Able to pick up absolutely everything they wanted out of that, and now a fed Rek'Sai with 3,000 gold to spend.
And I wonder what Spirit's going to do. He's got lots of choices. He's probably going to finish the Warrior. I wonder if he's going to get a luxury Sightstone here as well. Spirit, like he was in the first game, is dictating so much of the early pace.
Yeah, and we mentioned the fact that when he gets ahead, it's not really a greedy build anymore. Spirit Duster now.
Yeah, Giant Spell and the Sightstone, so much early effective health here already. Spirit can look to dive with impunity if he wants to as well. And you best believe that World Elite are going to try and get this second dragon.
Yeah, they certainly are. And now ahead in that lane. Now he's lost his turret, and there is a Rek'Sai that's going to chase him for days. So on the map, because he certainly can't stand toe-to-toe.
And STYZ down the bottom as well, building in towards his Trinity Force. It's interesting that Kid has also gone for the Manamune because he's typically not gone blue build on Ezreal's actually gone straight Trinity Force, skipping the Manamune before as well. So I wonder where those 80 carries power spikes are going to match up this game.
Yeah, it does look like he is going for the Trinity Force after it this time. He's picked up another longsword, which probably suggests that he's going into a Phage. So more of the mid lane Ezreal build that we normally see, and it does give him a weird power spike. It completely correct. It dodges the second and third dragon. Well, normally the second dragon, which will be the third dragon in this case, because he won't be able to have the Trinity Force there at about the 18 minute.
UJ and Spirit going to move in. Kid has to be a bit careful. So does Kiddies actually, but not quite in hook range. Spirit does not have his flash. Good Tornado there, going to keep them out, but that might be enough control to get them Dragon.
Yeah, potentially, but they even were able to hold the ultimate out of Kiddies there, which really is a disengaged cool. And it looks like IG, they're happy that they got the first dragon. Now they're looking to put pressure over the top side of the map.
Yeah, so Ty needs to get building in towards that Trinity Force. So they are going to go in. Luca does move through, but Rookie going to find a fish. Beautifully see indeed.
Yeah, that target became unstoppable really quickly and was able to get out of there. They might not even be able to trade objectives because Dragon's going over and they walked away from the turret. Now they go back, so they will trade.
Yeah, great pressure there from Waterley. Going to get there. First dragon there, I believe, after IG got the first one, but going to keep control over those objectives. Top tower looking to go down now as well. There's IG going to pick up their first, and Zatai will manage to last hit it, so good work there on that.
Even make it push. Doesn't look like he is. Looks like it's just shoving out.
Yeah, so Ninja going to do the same here in mid lane as well. Got his Rod Evaders already finished and stacking up. Almost level 11 now as well. I mean, it was a quiet landing phase here, but he's done very well to get out.
Credit to the mid laner. They were able to put pressure on that red buff. Now they're stealing away a blue as well, and it looks like Rookie and Kakao really are being dictated to from Ninja and Spirit.
And that's very rare, I feel like, in IG games. Those are not words I expected to come out of your mouth today, Spawn.
Yeah, definitely not, especially when they're on such aggressive skirmishes like Lee Sin and Fizz. You would expect if they were going to take it to them with any duo, that's probably one of the ones that you would say is a very good winning. But yeah, they're having some problems here. Zatai also starting to struggle a little bit. He has caught up to within 10 CS, but once again, that was with a Rookie gank. So across the map, World Elite just have control.
And the thing about the top lane as well, Zatai's build is just so expensive.
Oh, it's then get the Spirit Visage. Really gets rid of what exactly Kid and Zatai are trying to do, and you don't have the luxury of being able to pick up a Last Whisper.
And IG right now a bit behind here. World Elite 1,000 gold ahead. A dragon apiece for both these teams, and equaling their next few items to come through, especially on the Corki, and Cassidy's going to power up as well.
Yeah, they're waiting for the Trinity Force Pro to smash through mid-game team fights because Aluka is going to be impossible to kill, just brings so much CC, and if you just go completely insane.
Yeah, we look at Spirit now as well. Going to continue jungling here. Spirit, of course, with the lead that he's gotten, spent his gold well, not selfishly at all. To got finish the Warrior enchant. Both the junglers now have Sightstones, and Rookie Merlinomicon here as well. I do like this. More of a team fight oriented Fizz build.
Yeah, I actually think that this is a better Fizz build. We saw Lichbane a little bit more coming out, but I think that getting the cooldown and then the cooldown boots on top of it just allows Fizz to E, especially if Max
UJ actually just off screen did almost get a hook there on the kid, but Spirit's down. Diving there as well. A great double slow, but not enough damage.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And once again, Kitty's held his ultimate. There was absolutely no danger. Didn't use it early, and now Kakao in support, getting some wards down for his team.
Spirit, they're going to clear out wards now as well. Kakao ignite back up as well. 2 parts of his Trinity Force done also, and actually almost finished here. So Zatai a little late, but he's going to catch up.
Yeah, he certainly is. It'll be... He's got around 1,000 gold, so it will be about a 17, 18-minute Trinity Force that he's able to pick up. That's not too bad, all things considering. In fact, he will have it... Wow, that's 3,000 gold actually on STYZ. He's being extremely greedy with his second shot.
Well, he is too there, as Waterley have to start thinking about the third dragon in this game as well. There it is, 2,800 gold in STYZ's inventory. He's done with the Trinity Force. It's just a matter of what does he want next.
Yeah, I think he actually was sitting on Trinity Force BF sword, maybe. And wow, picks up a smorgasbords of potions and even a pink ward. So once again, very ungreedy builds coming through for World Elite.
Yeah, it just signals one thing to me there. Third dragon, World Elite absolutely want to take it for their second as well. And Corki is very well set up with these 2 items to start contesting heavily for that objective.
The 1,000 gold lead for the jungler and only a 1,600 and the top laner. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy. Their lead isn't as big as they think because Kakao, Lee Sin adds so much innate pressure, doesn't even use items, really is all about that kick, and has been able to get tanky in his own respect. Only a Warden Mail behind, so will be able to do his job. So World Elite need to be careful here. Yes, they're in the lead, but it's a little bit skewed.
Yeah, and this tends to happen a lot with World Elite games, at least recently, where they are capable of getting leads, but they're often very thin. They're not a massive snowballing team. They pull.
Certainly is. I think that what they're trying to do is draw as much pressure onto a Luca as possible. As wow, gets absolutely chunked out in the bottom lane. This kid has to use the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, does clear out a couple more creeps, but STYZ with the Trinity Force now going to start clearing things out, and Kid doesn't quite have his Trinity Force done yet. Here is Aluka back in the top lane. He is just so happy. Double Ruby Crystal, Ninja Tabe, and the finish Frozen Heart.
Yeah, exactly right. Might even be going... He'll be going for some magic resistant, but wouldn't be surprised if he did go for a Warmog's armor here just to augment all that armor that comes on top of the Ninja Tabe as well as the Frozen Heart. Does need health at some point to really turn into that mid-game terror. And what they're trying to do is they're letting Aluka overextend. They're continually trying to draw pressure up out of the map. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Very smart move here by IG.
Big chunk there out onto Jana, and they're actually going to contest for this blue buff. Dragon is back here. UJ throws a hook, but doesn't quite land it. And World Elite are very aggressively forcing. Rookie goes in for the flash fish, but can't find it. Teleports now coming in as well. And Ninja going to get blown back. There's a tie. Ulti's back in, but he actually has to get out there. Teleported a little too deep. Now Ninja going to dive back in. Chunking coming out there. Now Aluka going to run in as well. Kakao trying to disengage, but there's so much damage coming in, and they will get the blue buff. Amazingly, no kills yet.
Yeah, no one died until then. But that was just very much overextension from Zatai. And Kakao looking for a very weird flank in the end. And World Elite, credit to them. They got their tank in the position they needed. There was no way Zatai was going to be able to tank up all those members with only a Trinity Force. And they're able to pick up a second Dragon.
I mean, second Dragon who got the only kill in that skirmish.
Yeah, it certainly did, and no one wanted to hit him because at this point in the game, Kassadin is freakishly tanky. We mentioned it. He's nearly got the same build path as what Maokai would have. He's got all that armor from the arm guard, and then he's got all of the health and scaling out of the roller, and really is more of a bruiser mage with the shield that comes through from his Q at this point in the game.
Yeah, Corki going to get a turret there as well for World Elite, so bottom turret does go down there. 3 for 1 now in turrets. All of the outer turrets down now for IG. Ninja going to work on his next item. Actually has a blasting one there accompanying the arm guard, so couldn't quite afford the need to see larger. Just going to go for cost-efficient AP right now.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that's the way, and all of a sudden, that 1,000 gold lead we were talking about, out to 3,000, so they're definitely in a commanding position now, World Elite. They have a team that scales very well with levels, so the more they can get ahead in that regard, the better off they will be. But still have to worry late game whether they have the damage output to deal with what IG will bring to the table. I think, once again, they're playing this game fantastically. Don't
some nice items there, charging through the mana Munes, about almost 600 mana through the 750 required for the transformation. Did get his Trinity, no slouch in the damage department, now has BF Sword, Sork Shoes, and the Trinity Force.
Yeah, he certainly is in a fantastic position at this moment, STYZ, and you saw the amount of AoE damage he was able to do last team fight. Kid is kicking himself. If he had have had that Trinity Force minutes earlier, he would have been able to impact the team fight so much more than what he was able to bring in. Now that he's finished it, it's just a little bit too late because that BF sword and the
general here. I mean, we've got a Glacial Shard now onto Zatar. We've got a Giant Things really add up in these close fights here. And Waterloo, instead of, keeping the 1,000 gold lead and maybe just getting themselves another dragon, instead get some kills, grow their lead, and get the dragon they wanted.
Yeah, that blue buff with such a losing composition at that point in the game, they understood that they were behind on items, but still were willing to pull the trigger, and it just has really come back to bite them.
Yeah, and STYC's rockets are doing insane damage. I love that Spirit was zoning Kid there as well. And Waterloo have decent siege. They're quite short range, but even Kassadin Thresh is a decent poke combination under turret.
Yeah, it certainly is. Being able to throw Kassadin in there and then Lantern him back out is always one of those fun combos to watch. I guess they also have surprising dive presence as well coming out of a Scion at this point to Siege, although they've got a flank from Zatai.
Yeah, here comes the target and run, but just gets Ninja back there who riff walks out. The fish does not land there on a Luca. Susieing everyone out. Yuja's getting zoned out by Kakao, but Ninja gonna jump on him instead. Kid though, gonna jump in onto STYC. A good double knock up there, but a great ulti finally comes in there. STYC not dead yet, does kill Hecarim. 2 kills for 0 there for World Elite.
Yeah, and wow, STYZ lived on no health whatsoever. Single digits, and look how low Kassadin is. They once again just win a team fight. Much better positioning that time from Zatai, but still not enough.
No, and not enough there. 6-1 now for World Elite. Still pushing in. That gold lead, what, 3,500 before 5,000 gold ahead now. And starting to pick things up. And World Elite, again, they do not look sloppy at this point. This is the part of the game where we'd see the old World Elite and say, we're not sure. They don't seem that good at closing out games, but they have tightened everything up today.
Yeah, they certainly have. Even the collapse that came through in the end onto Zatai, so he wasn't able to get that last auto attack off onto STYZ, just shows how much more crisp their play.
Expect, I guess, halfway through the split, and World Elite really trying to stick it to IG in this rematch. It was 2-0 last time for IG. World Elite have the chance to turn that around.
It is Rookie. He showed up so big at the start of the season, had nothing but praise for him. Bit of a lackluster Jace game, and now struggling hard on what was a counter pick for him, taking...
But Ninja's been doing up to it this game.
Yeah, he's certainly absolutely nothing. And Spirit has bullied him around the entirety of the game, really teaming up with his mid laner and making sure they're the ones dictating the flow.
Yeah, doing their best Kakao Rookie impersonation, you have to say. And Spirit, it's a subtle thing here on a global jungler like Rek'Sai, but the amount of pressure he has implied this game is unbelievable.
Yeah, it certainly is. And once again, he was the person that got the first 2 ganks off that just relieved pressure, putting it towards mid lane. In the end, got the Kassadin ahead, maybe made the other lanes suffer a little bit further, but Iluka and STYZ, to their credit, have been able to eke out gold advantages on their own. So really big props to the jungler, understanding what IG's win conditions are, and then countering that.
Yeah, just such strong player, and it's parlayed into some great advantages for these carries. We've got Nidasid Ladrod done now for Ninja, so he can go either Rabadons or the Zonyas. He has good choices now, and of course the blasting one will be a Void Stuff if he does go the Zonyas route instead. STYZ done with his Bloodthirster, sorry, excuse me. So transform that up and got a big 2-item power spike. Both Kid and Rookie not doing too badly. Zatai also leveling up here, but Aluk is getting tankier. The World Elite carries just everything a little bit better for them.
Yeah, exactly right. They're just a little bit... It's what wins game in the end, just being able to dictate exactly what's going on. And you see, there's no teleport in the top lane for IG. They use Spirit to push out that wave, get up there. They'll
have no business, or want no business at all, contesting this dragon. So World Elite going to get their third very swiftly. And the rotational play from World Elite, how they've played as a team, the carries that they've supported, everything so far today has been fantastic to watch.
Yeah, it certainly has. And the only way IG win this game now is if it goes so ridiculously late. I mean 6-item versus 6-item. Zatai and Kick in the game.
Yeah, Ninja going to get another blue buff here as well. The gold lead still creeping up now as well. About 6,000 gold ahead for World Elite. So it seems to be slow but steady for them, but they're winning games carefully and safely and making sure they don't make mistakes along the way, which we have seen from them in the past.
Yeah, and the gold lead is still going up, now out to 6,000 gold, nearly outright. And Kakao, he's kicking, and you have to say credit to, once again, the World Elite lineup for being able to control the map, control vision, use this the tunnel network to rotate Rek'Sai around the map. And this is a little bit better when they allow, I guess, the Rek'Sai to be the one doing the split pushing, as opposed to something like a Riven or a carry and put the farm onto Spirit.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen again. Started seeing a bit more from Spirit, at least in the early stages. He was, little too much pressure he put on himself. But Rek'Sai especially seems to be the jungler where he's really flourishes on.
Yeah, and Rek'Sai is able to join fights, whereas he was forced to make bad decisions on the Riven if he was the one split pushing. So I do really like the fact that he is keeping more control of the side zone, so really is playing to his strengths, and a good one.
Damage with the W, which I believe does max health damage.
Yeah, it certainly does. So that is, I guess, one calling card that comes through. But when we see Sion really get going, it is through that passive and being able to affect the end of team fights extremely well. But all the CC can't be underestimated, and the base
almost gets taken. A Rookie though. Peel off for the carry. Rookie does get the kill with the fish, but Zatai is gonna get low here. Ninja Kitties is low, but Thresh is going to go down here, and Ninja doesn't have that much left. That Reflex costs so much mana. But now Rookie going to get turned around. The double kill there comes in for Cassidy and Kid. Going to try and get the kill, but a great knock up there for Spirit. Ninja just has to keep cutting, and Spirit gets the kill.
Yeah, and an overcommitment into all that CC that we talk about. The maximum charged up Q coming through from Aluka. All the burst damage coming through as well from Ninja. And what a great turnaround fight. It looked like IG had finally got one, but weren't able to pick it up.
I mean, a great start there by Kakao. One of his legendary flash kicks to try and kill STYZ, but Waddle again peeled fantastically for him. Yes, he died, but he output a decent damage. IG threw everything in the kitchen sink at him to kill it. Did eventually get it, but Ninja was just too strong.
Yeah, and really watch for the collapse here. Great flash kick, as you mentioned. The fish missed, which is a big thing, but look at all of the peel that came through to deal with Zatai. He got taken out once again so early. Rookie did dive with him. Kakao wasn't able to because he'd already expended so much. And from here, it looks like it's going to be IG's fight, because look how healthy Kid is. He's just sitting there getting as many free attacks as he wants to, but they chase a little bit too far. Right now, they've won the team fight. They can look to pressure the mid lane, but they chase into all of the CC. Kid even goes over aggressive one more time, flashing. Not that the cooldowns were still available for that Cassidy, and they, in the end, throw away the team fight.
Yeah, I like that Aluka flashed there, and so did strong team fighting there. This might be our 6th one in a row.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it's 7,000, 8,000 gold now the lead, and a Thornmail coming through from Aluka. He's absolutely immovable at this throughout these fights.
Yeah, I mean, just last fight there as well. IG chased through a pink ward, and Aluka was able just to pop in with that Q and get the last few knockups that won them the last stages. So Wadley have so much going for them here, and 8,000 gold ahead now.
Yeah, exactly right. They're in a position as well where they've swept out all the wards, so more impact. We'll just be able to pressure down the next dragon, maybe even rotate that into a Baron. And Zatai, he's been looking to continue.
Yeah, and Spirit, like you mentioned earlier, the perfect person to bring into these side lanes. Jules fairly well is very tanky here and can always be back in the
head of the top laner. So that's why we saw Zatai run away with a push. It just has put him in a fantastic position.
And Ninja...
Right, they weren't able to get in there because of how low the cooldown is on that Fizz is E with the Lucidity boots, as well as the Morellonomic. High burst potential out of his 3-0, not able to get in there and, I guess, affect the scoreboard the way he normally does.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Spirit, no, I thought he stole another blue buff there, but unfortunately has not. But we mentioned it already, Rookie's really been starved of resources this game. I mean, he's kept up at DS, but he hasn't got many kills, no assists at 2-3-0 here, and keeps getting his...
So Dragon's coming up. What can they get over the other side of the map? Can they get a Baron? Can they get a mid lane turret? And it doesn't look like they can get anything. In the end, STYZ just going to solo out Dragon, and IG is starved for choices.
So smart by World Elite to know that the Baron was there. You talked about the vision they have. Incredible vision that they're able to get. STYZ at this point in the game. An easy solo of the Dragon. Kakao might have been caught, but World Elite, they can go in if they want. Spirit's even ulted in. Does he up, but Spirit's going to turn it forward to Ty. Going to dive in the back, but STYZ still ditching out some damage. Ninja just destroying Rookie in the backline. The Rookie is still alive somehow in the fist, but he's going to go down. Fine as well, and World Elite protect their Corky.
Yeah, at 2-2 in the end, though, and that was all on Rookie. What a fantastic outplay. Kept himself alive, used the brushes, and then the last moment output as much damage as possible. That's what we were looking to see, and IG showing signs of life.
Yeah, Kakao finally steals away as far as defenses go. STYZ can move into other lanes. He's actually going to go into the bottom side, top side now, sorry, and last steal it up. Has to be a bit careful of Kakao, but he's already abandoned the push.
Yeah, he certainly has. STYZ is very strong at this point. 313, has 330 CS, and is doing a fantastic job in the middle.
Well, Aluka showing up
as terrifically or horribly you feel every game he appears in, and this is definitely relevant, recognizing that he needs to be a damage threat, maybe going for a Hydra.
I mean, that would be an awesome build here from Aluka. He's already pretty tanky, knows that he's not getting killed particularly easily at this stage of the game. So one more of the items, well, blasting one done for Ninja, so a Rabadon's likely on the way after his first 3 items, and a spare BF sword for STYZ. The big Corki is coming through.
Yeah, and you think that would be a Mercurial Scimitar. They're very surprised if it is the Overgrowth. It's a persistent damage out of Kassadin and Corki that will win them these fights. They don't really need to go for the burst damage, I feel. So does need to keep himself safe. Overall, I like the build from Aluka a lot because it forces Rookie to be the one that deals with the Scion, and that's a horrible situation that your Assassin is very good persistent damage build with that Blade of the Roaring King. Very low crit though, and that makes him not a tank buster whatsoever. So overall, really trying to be matched by Invictus Gaming, but there just isn't enough gold available.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. There's just not quite the gold. There's 7,000 gold ahead still. Aluka even committing to some split pushing now, able to do some decent wave clear. Already a Scion. Going to get a bit of extra help from the pickaxe. There's also Tai, of course, still committing to split pushing. Now finally has a Spirit Visage, so quite a bit tanky now, but not quite at that 3-item stage yet.
Yeah, and you just feel as Hecarim, once you get the next pickup, which will, the more W's you can get off in the middle of the team fight, you just feel so much tankier. So he hasn't got the raw health that he might possibly need, but all those resistances are going to put him in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, pretty funny scuffle in the bottom side of the map as well. Rookie being very sneaky, moving around to Lucas, slow moving, very telegraph CC, but, you know, Sion just slaps in there with a shield, and actually just respectable damage at this point. So not even Rookie on this Fizz, who might want to split push, even with his Lich Bane, just can't crack the Sion.
Yeah, and it's because of the base stats. We spoke about it already, but Sion's 2 levels higher than the highest level on.
He just can't do anything, really. And the Thornmail might do more damage to Zatai at this point, and we wonder why the game's been a little bit slow. That's probably it. The timer in the top left. Dragon back in a minute 50, and that is World Elite's 5th.
Yeah, exactly right. And World Elite, 2 games in a row. IG able to get the first one at 5 minutes, but since then it's been a complete shutout. They've really controlled the objectives around this map. They've done it through great vision. This game, they've done it through great tunnel placement by Spirit being able to get wherever he wants to very quickly. And now they're really challenging the mid laner from IG. No one else.
Spirit actually going to meet up here in the jungle. Rookie's off to the side there as well. Zatai even coming in for a potential flank.
Ooh, and here we are. Zatai's actually picked himself up the makings of a Youmuu's Ghostblade, recognizing that he needs to be able to contribute to the damage and all the armor coming out, getting some flat penetration. But I don't know about it pastry time. I just think the Frozen Heart so much more important. Needs to get the cooldown reduction and needs to be that unkillable Hecarim. Not the Hecarim that runs in, does a lot of damage, but gets blown up.
No, I agree, but at least Infamous almost for Ghostblades. But World Elite navigating around this Dragon Pit so well. A ton of mobility with Thresh and Cass. The Dragon's going to be up in 25 seconds. Do you really want to fight us?
Yeah, and maybe STYZ is going for the Infinity Edge. If a fish lands or he gets kicked into the team, he will die very quickly, and that is a lot of the overall damage that they're putting together. Gone.
Oh, that's Kitty's getting grabbed up, though. Ninja just explodes him, and there's a free kill for World Elite. Cacao coming in very aggressive, though. He's quite tanky. Will safeguard off to Kid, but Ninja going to dive in there as well. Does to the face of the mountains, and Cacao is crashing here. Kid is doing a lot of damage, and Hecarim does get up, but 2 free kills going to give World Elite their 5th dragon.
Yeah, exactly right, and that might even spell the game. What a fantastic catch. The denial of vision is what does it in the end. It doesn't even matter about the items. If you are that far out of position and they have all of the CC they could want, they're going to be able to secure objectives. That's the Dragon. They'll grab the Baron as well because there's still 20 seconds.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I don't know what happened between today and yesterday, but this team just looks unbelievable right now, and it's funny seeing World Elite today going to get the victory like they used to, but Rookie going to dive back in, gets knocked out though, forced to use the Zhonya's. Baron is low, but World Elite going to turn out the Rookie, just destroy him there with Ninja. Now Kid getting a dove, but an amazing Zhonya's there from Kassadin, dodges enough damage. Zatai will go down there, but he does get the kill into Kassadin, but World Elite still going to get this kill. Kid is kiting as hard as he can. Corki secures the Baron. Kid cannot do anything about the Scion, and there's another 2 kills and the Baron.
Yeah, exactly right, and that was really well played from Rookie. He actually flashed halfway through his hop to try and get even further on top of STYZ, but all the answers are there. The fully charged up Scion knock-up, able to get all of the peel you could want from UJ, and overall, every player from World Elite has stepped up simultaneously. I think that's why they look so much more impressive, because this isn't one person going off. This is a consistent team effort.
And that's the great thing about the LPL. We're halfway through the split now. This is the first game of the second half of the LPL, if you want to think about it that way. The first rematch to Luca. He has a frozen mallet.
Yeah, he is absolutely unkillable, and you can't get away from him. And he's just going to probably chase you to the end of the year.
I mean, literally, in fact, there as well. We talk about Simon being a CC bot. Fromo is a great item as far as continually CCing someone is. We saw Kid couldn't get away from him before. Now he definitely can't get away.
Yeah, and you can't put a gold value on, because considering already the amount of CC that comes out of Sion, being able to continually slow on auto attacks. Remember, that's the difference between this and Rylai's. So much more frequently, they're not a skill shot. He's going to be able to tie up anyone he wants very effectively.
Yeah, and we see Waterloo just plowing through turrets now. Still got some time left on that 5th dragon buff as well. Cassidy has 4 items now as well. Ninja's done with his death cap.
Exactly right, and that is a 350 AD Corky, going to be able to use that Sheen and Bloodthirster to take out the turrets, even getting some minions dragged across to him so he can lifesteal back up. Good guy Ninja there. STYZ now full health. Sion can take the turret forever.
Yeah, he can. He actually is there, and the tower just melts there between the Baron and Dragon buffs. Here, Waterloo break the base. Luca goes in very aggressive. He's on.
Yeah, and the second catch out of Yuji to really secure the end of this game. I think it was all done but a formality, but fantastic play coming out of the support player at the last. And once again, they can take up this turret with their huge Sion, take it out easy.
Luca hilariously tanky at this point in the game, just face checking everything without a care in the world. Another inhib goes down. IG have got not a whole lot left to hold on to, but Luca's somehow getting Cow diving in and diving out. Very cheeky, and Waterloo will back off for now.
Yeah, but the Keck that gets ahead in that regard. And as I said, if they fall behind at any point, it's going to be hard. But any team will not lack damage if you are 14,000 gold ahead.
No, and the Giants belt done there for a Luca as well. That Warmog's
just absolutely massive. And on the side, Spirit, he's a 6-item jungler as well, 43 minutes into the game. He's just so huge. And what more can you say about this game? Such an impressive showing from World Elite.
Yeah, I mean, impressive across the board. Everyone is doing their role correctly. The drafting's been great for World Elite. Their execution of the drafts and comps they picked has been fantastic. They pick their windows, they pick their spots, they rotate well, they control objectives. Who is this World Elite?
Yeah, exactly right. And where have they been for the first half? As I said, they were very impressive coming through the preseason on the back of mainly STYZ, but this is completely different. This is a consistent team effort, not relying on Spirit to go crazy. Ninja really stepping up in this series and taking it to Rookie. I think that's what's impressed me the most. But overall, they just played fantastic. And now the final team fight might have started.
Yeah, Spirit in there, tanking up a lot of damage there. Does tunnel his way out on Luca. Now going to run in. Ninja onto the tie, chunking out the hack room. Great knock up there, and that's going to be the first kills of the tie. Cannot ult out of that. And Luca just chasing, forced to use his ultimate. Worldly get a kill, and that's all they need.
Yeah, and you saw how much they had to expend to get away from the Sion as well as the Cassidy. They have zero cares in the world. They're going to be able to get through this last outer turret, pushing on the last inhibitor, and Lee Sin kick of Cassidy into the fountain, maybe?
I mean, Waterloo are going to have to make some pretty style against Invictus Gaming, and we wondered who are the 2 true carries of World Elite. When will they rise? Today has been their day. They break the base. It's in tatters, and Invictus Gaming going to lose
Yeah, I think the only thing I can take solace from today, Pastry Time, is the next game I didn't know who was going to win, so I can't expect an upset, but so far, 0-0,
4 3-point. Do not look pleased.
Yeah, they don't look happy, and you can tell why. It looked like they had some sloppy play throughout the early game and just couldn't pull it together in a mid-game. They looked so good the last time we saw them play, really playing as a cohesive unit, but that is a completely different look out of IG.
And it's a completely different look from World. 2 different comps, 2 different threats. Ninja and STYZ were, at least Ninja was, required to play 2 different styles. And they pulled them off for the plum both times.
Yeah, and the team comps were very different. One poke-heavy comp where they didn't want to engage. The next one, very brawl-heavy, very scrappy. Get the Scion and the Rek'Sai in there and really execute through team fights. And they played both comps very well.
They did. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, Spirit for me feels like the best performing member so far of World Elite, and that's true in those series there as well. Does everything right, plays 2 different junglers, but we asked who's going to step up on World Elite, and Ninja and STYZ really delivered today.
Yeah, Ninja especially, going head-to-head with someone like Rookie, who's so impressive, especially on his comfort picks. He went back to the Fizz. He tore him apart the first week with it, wasn't able to get it done. Really good job from Ninja.
And another upset today. World Elite finally rise from the ashes and get a 2-0 victory, but we have one more match tonight. Don't go anywhere. Vici Gaming are taking on King.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Last matchup of the night. It's going to be Vici taking on King for our second rematch here.
Yeah, certainly. And we've seen that these teams have gone head-to-head, as you said. I think it was in week 3, day 3, if I stretch the memory bank back that far. And Vici took it in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, Vici managed to get a 2-0 victory that time. But, of course, today seems to be a day of things all going upside down.
Yeah, it certainly does. When we were looking at this game, we were looking at the results that the teams had recently played against. And Vici very convincingly were able to take across the other side of the rift. We saw that actually King had struggled with World Elite. They were able to pick up the 2-0, but weren't in such a convincing fashion. But we've just seen a completely different World Elite. So who knows how strong King might be? This game is completely up in the air.
Yeah, and of course, World Elite sort of came back in looking very, very strong after their 2-week break. But King also must have managed to do some practice and get themselves sorted out. And they managed to get a 2-0 victory against a World Elite that's able to take down Invictus Gaming in emphatic fashion.
Yeah, exactly right. So coming into this one, we've got some interesting matchups that we can go through, but we really don't know. Looks inconsistent and unsure in their map movements, and is playing Sky going absolutely completely nuts and tearing this team apart.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Carry versus Sky is an exciting matchup to look at here. And one thing that we've seen is that Carry, great on that Rumble, but Sky, he's always had this incredible reputation for his Aurelia play coming into the season. And went, 1-3 earlier on, but now 3-3 after back-to-back Aurelia games yesterday, and he might be able to come through with a huge performance yet again.
Yeah, exactly. And he has a very, different champion pool. The Aurelia, lots of people play, but he goes on to things like Jarvan. He's willing to, use the teleport very liberally as well. He's another very frequent teleport user.
Similar
in the
to
LPL.
Lupa.
Yeah, exactly right. So able to get around there. So I guess that's what I'm looking for. I think that's where the barometer sits for this game. But the other place that you have to look is Assassin versus Hatong in the mid lane, because it's just such a, volatile matchup when you look at it. Assassin's been playing a lot of Ahri, which is just so strong in this patch. The last 3 games actually have been on Ahri, and I would be very surprised to see if he can get it again.
Yeah, and Hatong, of course, likes to play the Azirs, the Xeraths. Finish that.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I'd be really surprised to see if he got it, because if he's able to dive on there and close the distance on the likes of an Azir, on the likes of something like a Xerath, then he really will be able to push it. The other thing is that when you play with an Ahri, you have to play around Vision very carefully, which might put a little bit more emphasis on trying to get rid of all of Mata. If they're able to trap off Vision, bait them into a round, these are big fights around Dragon, around Baron, Vici Gaming might have their measure in that.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to talk about playing fantastically together, but Liam's style is to keep the bottom side of the map or the top side of Vision battle is concerned than Mata.
Yeah, Liam, as you said, really is dense in his warding. He likes to light up one spot, whereas Mata will go everywhere. He will run top to drop a ward and then recall. So we see that is something that will be, a difference in style going forward.
Yeah, we'll see whether that's what's going to shine through here, as Wushin has had some fantastic games just recently. Vasily, though, has been really performing.
Yeah, and they share a similar here. They both like the Corki a lot recently.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't seen Vasily, go back to the Tristana yet, but he has been pulling out things like Graves. He's had a very good split in general, Vasily, but Wushin, he's started to ramp up and get impressive.
Yeah, and of course, as you can see, Vasily tried his hand at the Draven. I don't think it worked out necessarily quite as well, but on these short-range carries, these bursty carries, he's fantastic at.
Yeah, and I guess the reason that burst carries make so much sense for Vici is because when they play the way they want to, they get a lot of picks, and being able to just get the map uneven, and then they siege very well and move around. So I think that will allow that to happen. Very different game.
Yeah, and we're talking about sort of contested picks and similar playstyles coming through here. Talking about Dandy versus MLXG, you wouldn't say, look, Dandy and MLXG looking to go for these sort of carry-type junglers, both of them, but Dandy, he's been picking up a lot of this Nidalee, playing these junglers that don't necessarily have to build that Sightstone.
Yeah, the Nidalee and the Rek'Sai, and I guess that Rek'Sai is turning a little bit more into Vision, but does have the potential to carry. We've seen that a lot more, but the Nidalee in particular is an interesting one because he plays it very well.
Yeah.
And completely different from his normal playstyle. Still is able to pick up wards when he wants. But as you said, no Sightstone, goes the tier, really greedy build, likes to siege up and really, I guess, become a carry for his team, which we're not used to seeing out of Dandy. He is more of a controlled jungle, trying to set up his carries.
With Mata heading around that map and just making sure that they have everything warded, because of course Vici, one of the things that they were criticized for was the fact that they were over-warding a lot, purchasing too much vision and falling behind as far as the combat stats were concerned. So now moving towards a more carry style might be just the fact that he's meshing with his team a little bit more.
Yeah, it certainly couldn't. It could be a little bit more of a trust, because if you feel you have to light up a map to the extent they were earlier in the season, something is going wrong, because you only need to control pockets of vision. You need to understand where the next objective is, what your goal is and how you're going to try and secure that, then ward to that particular thing. If you're not playing near top side of the map when they were not that far ahead, which was one thing because people were just walking over the top and disappearing, and they were warding incorrect sides of the map. So I think to the vision game, but they still uphold vision very well.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, going back over to the other side, of course, we're cycling through King here, having a look, of course, noticing that Wushin also had a little bit of an unsuccessful Draven game there coming through. Both Vasily and Wushin sort of hop at work, but of course, Crystal, Wushin and Liam, I'm just excited to see whether they can bring their level of lane synergy to Vasily and Mata, who have been playing fantastically together.
Yeah, they certainly have been playing fantastically together. I like the matchup. I think that Wushin has his work cut out here. Expect to see Janna even maybe taken away so they can try and pick on Vasily a little bit when he's AD carries. I think he's a fantastic player, and especially if he can get something like a Corki, he will be able to bully the lane.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of Corki, of course, his last 3 games on that champion, last 3 of Assassin's games on Ahri, last 3 Sky's games on Aurelia. So really liking to get into a flow on these champions.
Yeah, certainly. And they've got a very, I guess, specific comfort pick. And when you look at what the team does in general, it's a very mid-game oriented team. It allows them to, I guess, be able to hit power curves around the same thing. The first item that comes out of the Trinity Force users being coupled together really gives them a defined playstyle when you look at it.
So we'll see whether they do manage to hop onto those ones. And of course, having double Trinity Force power spikes is something that King were able to utilize in the last series that they faced off against World Elite yesterday. And they utilized them quite well. Of course, unfortunately, keeping Wushin on Corki in a lane a little bit longer than you'd otherwise expect. But we'll see whether they can adjust to that playstyle and maybe capitalize on it a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's the thing about decision making throughout the game. As a team fairly often, I think that they can go very far.
Yeah, and we'll see whether on certain champions if he manages to pick them up, and we'll see whether that's where the focus is going to lie. But of course, into champion select, and as we were talking...
Coming through here, a nice ban on the Rengar. MLXG has been playing that a little bit lately, and it just, the vision game, which is so important to Vici, gets countered so much by that champion, like taking it away.
Well, had a fantastic performance in their first game yesterday. A lot of time on the bench.
Yeah, he certainly has been. That event horizon is to go into the change as well.
Yeah.
Because for a 1-point wonder, being able to max it as well in the support position just allows so much zone control.
It's basically an ultimate level CC in an E, is how I like to explain it. And Cassidy going to hit the bench as well as King thinking about their final ban. It is going to be Carrie's Rumble taken off the board. And we'll see what Vici decide to go for, of course. As far as notable picks that are left up, they include the likes of Janna for Mata, which is definitely handy, and Aurelia on the side of King as well. Sky could pick that one up. Nidalee is available as well. There are a lot of picks here that could be going through. Of course, Azir for Hatong if he wants to grab that.
There is a smorgasbord of picks right now.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking about going through the list, and then I'm thinking, hang on. We've got too many.
Yeah, you can just throw the Lissandra, everything like that out there as well. This is a very open field to be able to pick up, and they go with the Lissandra.
Yeah, and Lissandra just fantastic. I didn't even notice that. I just assume she's on the bench almost every single time, but not going to be the case, and Vici going to notice far faster than I do and lock that one away immediately. King looking to answer now, and we'll see what they decide to put in their arsenal. Of course, Azir still left up, but is that a dangerous one to sort of blind pick here? Because, of course, Lissandra could be in the top lane.
Yeah, Lissandra could be top lane. It could be, of course, that Xerath. Xerath's been taken away, so maybe not as dangerous. I think that there's still things that deal with Azir, but Xerath is a thing that comes to mind that is a very hard counter. So I don't really mind the fact that they've gone for the blind pick. Assassin's shown in the past that he plays it extremely well. So I think that Azir, on this patch specifically, is still extremely strong and is nearly first pick.
Corki being hovered for Vasily and taking that away from Wushin after him playing it 3 games in a row, put him onto something completely different. And Mata, he's going to get his Janna here as well.
Yeah, so I would be surprised if Mata didn't pick Janna here. Vici right there. And this means if King cannot secure vision and Vici get to pick when they fight, they will destroy this game.
It's going to be very... wants it. Lucian almost forced to go on this Corki now, though.
Yeah, it looks like he will be going for it. He needs something that can the Lissandra and Gnar out at the same time. I think that the commitment to Rek'Sai early and when something like Lee Sin would have been better for disengage will come out to hurt MLXG in this game. But Vasily answers back with a lane bully of his own. There's a lot of AoE coming through right now. A little bit of Sejuani. We've seen in other leagues, we've seen that Nidalee's become extremely popular. I don't know if it fits the composition very well, but there is a lot of CC to augment the raw damage that will come out. I just don't know if a long-range poke really fits into the heavy engage they've got going.
Yeah, I was going to say, they've got engage from both of their solo lanes, and now putting some poke in on top of it. It may not necessarily work out, but of course, Dandy has just had...
Yeah, and looking to use Nidalee as more of the assassin in this team comp. We see that can really finish them off, so maybe use Nidalee in the same aspect, looking to get into the back line, flank with the Nidalee, wait for the Lissandra to go in, land it, and then Nidalee pounds into a lot of AoE damage. If you look at how much raw power they have without items, this is probably the best team you could put together if you did not want to purchase an item.
Just the fact that, you know, Marta has so much displacement as well. So as far as engage, disengage is concerned, they've got so many tools, whereas King, sort of, they just want to go in, don't they?
In and out of fights very well. Equilibrium strike, the more you can get off of that, the better, and you can play around the Heat-10 style as well. So I think they have a very good kite back comp as well. I think that they, once again, they can pick people off. They have a lot of upfront burst damage, but I don't think they're all a go-forward composition. I think that's a quite balanced comp out of King.
Okay, so the Thresh as well can be used as far as that disengage portion, using that Flay to push people out.
Yeah, the Flay, the box to control zones, much in the same way that even maybe a Monsoon would be used. So I think that, once again, being able to go through, it is something that will look to be a little bit different. But I think that, yeah, once again, it's a very well-balanced comp coming out of King.
Yeah, and unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, it's not going to be Rookie in the mid lane. That is, in fact, Assassin, unfortunately. Just a little bit of a misname there as Liam and Marta. They are the right people. We've got it.
Yeah, so nailed that one. There's Marta. Got his famous Janna, being able to go in there and really mix it up. And I think that, once again, Vici would be so happy. It looks like there's not even any bans on the side of
exactly.
this game. Vici have got exactly what they wanted in this team comp. Now it comes down to execution, and I really think King are under pressure.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they can do it, but let's... And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Vici taking on King for our final matchup of the night. It is, of course, going to be a best of two, and Vici now starting on our blue side. King going to be on the red here, and Dandy setting up some wards.
But I like the response out of King here. Group is 5, invade, try and get an early advantage. There's easy ways to win the game, and that is to just smack people around from level 1. Good deep wards coming in, scouting out a lane swap, trying to get something to come through in their favor. But it's all been scouted out by Vici, so not much going to go down.
Yeah, MLXG going to use that Tremor Sense, though, just to make sure he knows exactly where carry is and keep little vision, but you've also got so much more vision.
Exactly right. And
not blind.
Yeah, it's the thing that I enjoy talking about the most, because in certain situations it is such a good scouting tool, and then in other situations when people don't move, it just baits the absolute heck out of you because you walk into everyone. So it's very, very fun to play around it. See how MLXG goes. He has been playing a lot of Rek'Sai and Rengar. Apparently likes the R champions coming through. And I think that, yeah, it does need to have an early impact.
Yeah, we'll see whether he does make it. Of course, the Void Rush, not going to give him too much extra sort of skirmish ability, but does let him around that map a lot. It does he really needs in order to be relevant. Hatong just going to be farming out this lane. And as far as Azir versus Lissandra goes, how do you think this one works out?
Yeah, I think this actually goes pretty heavily into Azir's favor, just because Lissandra's short range can't really cope with how much persistent damage will come out of Azir as time goes on. I really like what they did there with giving the experience over to the duo lane here, starting it off with Nidalee and then sending her straight to the red buff. It's something that I was expecting teams to experiment much more with how they use their champions that clear extremely well. I'm talking like the Nidalees, the Lee Sins that take very little damage. How they use the first camp to give experience to other lanes to get them ahead, that's pretty much an inherent gank coming through here. That's how much Dandy gave up for that. But he'll be completely fine just because of how proficient Nidalee is at jungling.
And you can see already so much pressure being put on by Vici here on the bottom side. Lamb already down at half health, but the main thing is that Wushin and Lamb are completely zoned away from experience.
Yeah, completely away from experience, and the wave won't hit the turret this time around, so they might not even be able to pick up the CS here, because look at all the harass that comes out of Vasily.
Yeah, Wushin does land a really nice phosphorus bomb as Marta just took a little bit of an
because Marte had gone toward the blue buff, which is a smart move here because needs to keep eyes on Rek'Sai because of the early gank potential that comes out of Rek'Sai Thresh. And Vasily, for some reason, roamed up into a creep wave whilst it was happening and took a lot of damage.
Yeah, so we'll see whether he continues to be overly aggressive or whether Vasily's just going to calm down just a little bit in that bottom side. But they are going to actually head back to base, pick up an extra Doran's Blade onto this.
That and the wave's in an awkward position now, so they have to continue to push. Maybe recognizing that Rek'Sai would... This just plays into the core.
Back to the poking coming through from Carry. Dandy incredibly low in the jungle somewhere, but he is going to be okay. Actually going to be stealing away the... Has already been back. Nice phosphorus early stage. Quick draw going to be used. Vasily actually closing the gap quite nicely, but MLXG's coming out here. Vasily doesn't have that quick draw. There's the flash play. The heal to be used immediately as Vasily going to flash as well. That is double summoner spells down as MLXG has to tunnel away because the Dark Passage was unable to be got. Fat Graves sitting on top of it.
Yeah, but damage already done. Uses both summoner spells to have to get out and is extremely low now. Unless Dandy can really make something work with this gank, Vasily might have just cost himself even more. 14 for even a jungle item upgrade out of Dandy. That's a very aggressive build.
Yeah, very aggressive, but unable to be utilized in that aggression for quite some time. Going to put him behind as far as those combat stats are concerned. Of course, as you mentioned, Nidalee going to clear the jungle very, very easily, so he sort of can afford to do it.
Yeah, it certainly can. Nidalee is the best clear jungle on this patch as we see some aggression out of lane.
Yeah, it's actually going to be the spear landing onto Lame as well. First blood for Vasily. That was a beautiful threaded needle coming through from Dandy.
Yeah, the reason I was so surprised is I actually thought there was a ward there, but it turns out there wasn't. In the response, MLXG gets a successful gank in the top lane, burns some summoner spells, but that was fantastic movement coming out of Dandy because he timed the expiration of ward either by luck or by very good skill extremely well.
Yeah, and they, I guess, did see Lamb heading around the side there just to put down. Not going to find its mark as Assassin still has the cleanse available, of course. Dandy going to head back into his jungle here as well. And Vici, they do manage to get the result that they committed so hard for here on the bottom side of the map as Quick Draw is going to be used on top of Wushin here. Buckshot doing a lot of work as well. Vasily now just going to use this shield to continue the onslaught.
Yeah, so finally the lane going the way Vasily would have envisaged it after he got the early experience and then burnt so much to use the early back. He was able to pick up a kill. So after everything, fantastic play out of Vici. Their early game strategy has worked. Now Vasily really needs to commit to bullying this lane. I expect maybe even a Brutalizer to come out just to continue the early pressure. Graves does fantastic work, of course, with his first BF item, but Brutalizer as a standalone just beats BF out in so many different ways and synergizes fantastically with Graves' kit.
The thing is, though, I mean, underneath this turret, Wushin's having a fine old...
He's a couple 100 gold still behind because of how it's gone, and there's a lot of pressure being pushed in like that because it means Nidalee can take Dragon so easy at this point and to get so used to being able to do.
Something that we really need to take into account because not only...
And he's just getting as much counter jungling done as possible, really utilize G's camps as possible. That's the second time he's cleared out those Krugs in the top lane and really is doing a good job of counter jungling, maybe even picking up a red buff for himself.
Yeah, MLXG only level 5, not going to be able to use that Void Rush in order to get around. Dandy going quite low attacking this red buff, but has her Tong here for at least moral support. As the Krug going to fall down in response. Dandy actually going down very low, but the Smite's there, and of course gets a little bit of health back there as well. MLXG not even
expect a full health jungler to be counter jungling you, not a 200 HP Nidalee, so that's a little bit of a bluff coming out from Dandy there that definitely paid off.
Oh yeah, and MLXG actually pinged out where Dandy was backing incredibly low, but doesn't actually manage to do anything about it. Carry is about to head into Mega Gnar form. Taking a little bit of harass from Sky, who's having a fine old time here in this top side. Of course, Gnar just inherently has a lot of harass and tools in order to bully Aurelia around it.
As well as items. Once it gets to that level 9, can trade extremely well. I like the Sheen first purchase. Just means that you can trade with Equilibrium Strike so well, as we see once again Dan down jungle away.
Dak gonna tax this lane long way away. It's already up to about 270.
That's an extremely quick stacking tier coming through from the jungle. We'll be interested to see if he picks a blue buff up himself or gives it over to Hatong. Of course, Lissandra does extremely well with that blue buff, but the passive means that she can farm without it, but it does go over to Hatong. Dandy just looking to farm out.
Yeah, and of course, I think that your Cougar form abilities actually start stacking that that tier as well. So, of course, don't even need to worry about using mana because, of course, they're all free.
Yeah, it's only the transforms that don't stack. They used to, so you used to just be able to walk around transforming from one to the other.
It's a bit silly.
Yeah.
Jace was also a bit broken in that regard.
Very good at doing that because it gave him the speed up as well. So, but they got rid of that feature, but the abilities still definitely do stack it up.
Yeah, Dandy, though, able to secure his own red buff here as well. MLXG nowhere near the area as up in CS, but is closing that gap most definitely. And with that kill, and now with a BF sword, he's looking.
A fade is a very good position for Corki to be in at level 6 because pokes extremely well. Vasily needs to be in close range, but if he can get some big ones and a sneaky auto attack in every now and again, while Vasily,
Oh, the Unburrow tries to come through. Dandy actually misses the pounce over the wall. There's the flayback, and Dandy's going to die. The teleport to come through from Sky here as well as Carrie's about to transform. Perfect timing on the Gnar. Immediately picks up a kill. Sky and MLXG both dead as Vici try and turn this one on. Wushin's going to die at the same time, and Vasily picks up that one. So Dandy may have died, but that could have been a bait coming through from Vici.
That's what happens when you expend so much to try everyone in that team fight. Real MVP was Dragon. He went absolutely crazy. Maximum damage pop coming out of Lissandra and Gnar. It's just such a dangerous team fight composition. And if you are King, you never want to fight as 5 in this situation. Unless you have control of terrain. Terrain's so important when you're playing with Azir. You do not want to go anywhere near a Gnar-Lissandra combo between any point of the game.
Yeah, and both of the Trinity forces weren't finished here as well, so they were in a slump, King.
Yeah, exactly right. Weren't able to pick it up. A lot of power coming out of Gnar, especially at this point of the game. Lissandra, now with their 2 cooldown reduction items, is sitting at a very strong point in the game as well. 2-0 and 2. Off to an absolute timer. Means that they will be able to pick fights with King whenever they want to.
And Vasily actually going for a bit of an Archer build here, wanting to pick up that Bloodthirster first just to really assert dominance in his lane. Yeah,
maybe looking to get ahead in the lane. Sustain is very important when you're playing against someone like Corki that tries to poke you out. But in the Lissandra Gnar combo.
Oh, Sky actually copping a lot of damage from Dandy here. Equilibrium Strike doing some work. The spear has to land, but it doesn't as the flash comes through from Sky.
But he does get another summoner spell, and once again, Marta just in the Vasily. Might have been cool.
Just fine as Wushin tanked up a turret shot, but he's going to be okay. The top lane outer turret is falling incredibly low.
And it looks like they're going to get mid as well. But wow.
Ridiculous plays in the mid lane. Actually, Hatong survives the onslaught.
So that was really nicely played from Assassin there, being able to get the shove back into the jungle and control that area of it. Really, really well played. It actually saved the mid turret as well, it looks like.
And then gets confused about what he wants to do, walks around in circles for a bit, and then decides that the turret probably should go down at some point. Assassin now just going to continue to clear out these minions. Dandy continuing his parade here on the top side of the King jungle. Going to steal away this red buff as well with Carrie's help. MLXG going to take a Scuttle Crab for it, but you have to say that trade probably not worth.
No, so definitely, wow.
Oh, Assassin gets caught, just exploded, bouncing across this map, and
is just walking circles around King. King have absolutely no idea what's going on. The jungle is being repetitively invaded. Turret dives coming through from everywhere. Assassin uses all of his summoner spells and his ultimate to survive the first one in pretty fancy fashion, but second time around, not able to do it. That's all the outer turrets, and Nidalee now in the perfect position. Going to go back, pick up that jungle item. The tier stacking very nicely for this point in the game, and all the outer turrets, they can just go into full siege dive mode.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing as well. I mean, Nidalee, if you need any insurance as far as following through like an early lead is concerned, Nidalee on that one now has another amplifying tome and that Magus enchantment on the jungle item. looking fantastic. And you have to think that it's going to be very difficult for King to find their way back in.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I guess it's just such a... It's a much better composition coming out of Vici. As I said, looks like nearly nothing was taken away. There's just too much lockdown CC coming through. Wushin's actually built a CS advantage out of nowhere and has been able to continue to push it after that first back coming through. He's got a Trinity Force now, and maybe this is what they can ride. Sky not able to grab his, but if he can get it before the next Dragon, there is a chance that if they get a pick, they can use the consistent damage out of the Trinity Force.
Yeah, MLXG looking for a possibility here on the top side of the map. Is Dandy going to take away the Scuttle Crab very, very quickly? As you can see, this kitty not doing any damage that you can scoff at. Wushin got some eyes on him, but he's going to be A-OK here on the bottom side, able to shove completely towards that inner turret. Carry still hanging out here on the top side. And as you mentioned, 1.5 minutes, that's the timer for Sky to be able to pick up enough gold to grab that Trinity Force.
Yeah, so he's on 300 at the moment. Actually looks like he's not going to be able to get it wrong on Vici's side. That's just not realistic. And looks like the siege continues in the Vici lineup, being able to dictate the flow of this game to absolutely fantastic extent.
Yeah, Marta just hanging around, getting some wards down here towards the blue side as connection to China. Just a bit confusing at this stage. Just bear with us just for one moment. But Carry just going to be clearing out this top wave. Of course, throwing a house at minions, pretty effective way of dealing with them, as Vasili's going to continue the push in the bottom side. So still spread out, are Vici. Just wanting to put the pressure down absolutely everywhere. And if they have the creep waves knocking on the door of King, it just gives Dandy so many opportunities.
Yeah, it certainly does. And they're just waiting on the next spike. They're waiting on the Zhonya's to come through. They're waiting on a second defensive item for the Gnar. And then
yeah, and Sky in this top side, as we mentioned, doesn't have enough to pick up that Trinity Force. Going to be an underpowered Aurelia coming towards any sort of dragon, as it's just going to be two-manned here, it seems, by Vici.
Yeah, so Vici able to pick that up. Very good vision control over the area. Not going to allow King to get anywhere near it. Not even a steal potential coming out. And once again, this is all they had to do. Control the objectives. They got all the outer turrets very early in the game. And as soon as this comes through, Vici is just going to be, as I said, able to wait on the items they need. They have a very good dive composition. There's actually surprisingly low amount of anti-dive apart from Xerath coming through, and really looks like King, they need to stall out, but I just don't know how they do it.
And do they even really want to get to the late game versus this team? Do you think that sort of the scaling potential of an Aurelia and a Azir going to be enough against sort of the hard lockdown of Vici?
Yeah, well, I guess if I was King, and the way I would try and win this game is 1-3-1. So they need to make sure they get to a point where Corki and Azir can clean out the waves. Split push. Rek'Sai very undervalued as a split pusher late game because you use that ultimate on all those tunnels to get back in and affect the map. So if they can get the game to a point where they're not going to be able to be dove because they have a Zhonya's Hourglass on Assassin and be able to really make Vici respond to their split push, then they're in a better position. But yeah, as you said, scaling-wise, Vici have a terrific composition and they dive really well. So even that, I don't know if King can execute.
Yeah, we'll see whether Vici can continue control of these lanes as well as they have. I mean, at the moment, 5 pink wards on the map, really able to solidify vision control. Spear's going to come through looking for Liam or Sky there on the top side as Dandy continues to put on his pressure and just goes unseen throughout the enemy jungle.
Yeah, he's just been... That top side of the jungle has belonged to Dandy the whole game. He picked up the Krugs the first 2 times around, and since then has owned every red buff and just really been able to ding this game. They've not put a foot out of place, and they've punished non-existent errors. Like, King aren't making mistakes. Vici is just really taking it to them.
Yeah, that being said, Wushin with some nice plays against Tatom
Oh,
there.
in the mid lane, what a play coming out.
Yeah, actually, Vasili getting pushed back into the turret there. Collateral damage to come down as the Prey Seeker finds Vasili before he can flash.
Yeah, so Assassin actually insect Vasili back into the turret with that Emperor's Divide and got a lot of damage down. Burnt both Summoner spells, so fantastic play coming out of the mid lane. Able to get a lot of damage out in these long extended fights, but very squishy, susceptible to getting locked down.
Yeah, Vasili again going to pay a visit here to the mid lane as Lamb looking for a hook but doesn't find it. Dandy actually in a lot of trouble here as he steals away the blue buff, forced to flash away from Wushin, whose burst damage is not to be underestimated.
Yeah, so that's the Trinity for Spike, and it's now come through for Sky as well. So there might be a small window where they can hope to scuffle 1-on-1 and 2v2. I still think a team fight is very dangerous at this point in the game, but signs of life coming out of King. They really are looking to, I guess, wrest as much control over the map back as possible. And Sky's been able to freeze this lane out for a long time. He's actually made up a 20 CS discrepancy that he was behind. And now the lane's slowly starting to push. But he's in a position to be able to get some work done against Carry.
Yeah, actually completely evened everything out as Carry was actually looking to try and put some pressure on towards the mid side, and they want to be team fighting. Of course, Vici, they want to be in this position where they can get around the map as a team and catch someone out and then convert that to objectives. But at the moment, King's sort of not giving them that opportunity.
Yeah, exactly right. Really credit to Sky to be able to build his way back into this lane and, I guess, get back to a point where he can 1v1 Carry. It really must have been, I guess, a lot of pressure because, as we said, Dandy's spending so much time up in that jungle. Look at the vision control out of Vici on the top side of the map, just absolutely lining up everywhere they want to go. So he has had to work very hard. Now he's at a point where he needs top lane.
Yeah, you can see Glacial Shroud already completed here from Sky as well, so that extra 10% cooldown reduction going to be very useful for this Aurelia. Loves to be able to Blade Surge as much as possible. But you have to think that Sky's still fairly far potential to he can throw them into the wall. It's like, yep, you can catch the ball for me and I'll peg it back at him.
Yeah, it certainly is. And they have a really good team comp coming through here. As I said, Dandy's the only one that really doesn't 100% fit into the comp, but Dandy's played Nidalee well enough where it almost looks like it's workable. They've played this very slow, though, Vici. They've waited for the next dragon to come up. They have complete control over the area still, so they will be able to probably take another one uncontested. But after that, King will have to start trying to fight for them. But the transformation came through on that Ceres really early for Dandy. He's at a spot where he's very strong on the map, and I guess unless they do something very wrong here, they've still got complete control over the map, but playing it much more controlled than I thought they would be.
Yeah, and Vasily completing the Phantom Dancer and of course, the Death Cap and the Void Staff to make sure he's doing as much damage as possible, but all of those tools that you're looking for as a Lissandra are already there, only to be increased in damage now.
Yeah, exactly right. Maybe even something along the lines of getting in there. I think that Void Staff would be a very good next item just to make sure that you're not going to be mitigated in any way for damage because you haven't gone for those sword boots. But this is just complete control from Vici. There's really not much to say about this game because they've just, as I said, controlled every single aspect. They got the 3 outer turrets. They only really lost bot. They roamed very effectively as a team. Now they're controlling Dragon.
Single lane is even, if not winning, on the side of King. So that's what can be said about them as far as how this game has continued to progress. They've all of their members, as I'm talking about that, Marta going to find Whoosh in here as well, as Vasily going to be pushing in very hard on this bottom side. Split pushing as this Graves, and he's got a lot of tower damage with that Phantom Dancer and Bloodthirster combination. Marta going to be able to take away a Pink Ward, and that inner turret does end up falling down. As Vici now going to change their tone as far as where they want to be putting the pressure on. And King just looked to be slowly losing this game. And do they have to be making moves around this?
Definitely. They need to try and make something happen, find a pick, try and get vision control. But Vici just haven't let them. As I said, they're capitalizing on non-existent mistakes. All that was a slow rotation. And they burnt through a whole turret. As we see, maybe a bit of a catch.
Yeah, actually, MLXG going to be thrown against the wall with the Gnar here. Just going to tunnel his way out, and MLXG is going to be fine. Oh, Spear looks for him, but he doesn't find it. That was very close.
Yeah, and once again, that's a tiny roam coming out. Players now will pressure the top turret. They might even be able to set up a proper siege, although they do have to be careful that Rek'Sai doesn't ult back in here.
Yeah, it doesn't actually have that available. The box is going to come through, Carry very, very slow under that tower, but they don't even care. They're just going for this inner turret, and Vici will find it more than easily.
Yeah, exactly right. Now they back away. That's the second turret now falling in the tier 2s, and that's a 6,000 gold lead just slowly accrued. Vici in 25 minutes of a game have been in control since minute 1, and it's dual skill to win a game.
Yeah, and I mean, we were, Discon really made sure that he got it by picking up early items, by making sure that he just abused the fact that he has the comp. But here's the fight. It's a beautiful Zhonya's to come through, takes the Dark Passage, and I think Assassin, he might even live.
Yeah, so able to walk out there with this like 4 health. And now they've
Calculate. Oh, all of the flashes, that corner of the buckshot, and he doesn't survive. Vasily just going to go over the wall here as well. Another dark passage to find MLXG to safety, but is it safety when they're entering the Vici side of the map?
And this is just, as I said, this is a clinic now. Vici are just in that much of control. They can really do no wrong. Burning summoner spells to get around the map. They go 4 for nothing in that exchange, and they're just really, as I said, nearly schooling King at this point.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous coming through from Vici, and this is what you can do when you pick up this comp that just has so much inherent power. They're just abusing it because King, they didn't necessarily even make a misstep that was that bad. They'll escape, but still dies because 5 people flash over a red wall.
Yeah, exactly right. So that's just commitment from Vici there, understanding that they can continue to chase. Little bit of a misplay trying to push down the mid lane turret. They're not in a position to even try. That might have just changed it from a very slow loss to quite a quick loss.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And I mean, when a game is going so decisively one way, you have to mix it up. You have to make a change to your playstyle and take a risk. Otherwise, you're just going to lose the game. I mean, I'm thinking of the likes of LMQ from last year over in North America. They would never play as if they're behind, because if you start playing like that, you're just going to lose.
Yeah, exactly right. And I guess more importantly is Dandy, he is for a good Nidalee player, he jumps into a surprising amount of walls. But there's so much at stake for the next game that if they slowly lose the game, they're just going to, I guess, be demoralized. They're going to not trust themselves to play as a unit the next time around. And it's very important, as you say, to at least roll the dice, give it a crack, try and get in there and make something happen, because there's no point slowly losing a game and getting a
roller coaster. We were talking about making a play MLS stage, but Sky's made to look much damage.
And that's a 4v5. Nas nowhere to be seen. Now going in for a flank. They're going in.
Yeah, Tong actually just glacial pathing over there as well. Wushin dies. I have no idea how it sides, but they are going to be able to break the base. The Baroned up minion's going to knock on the door of King, and half Ichi just destroying the King lineup.
Yeah, make it 15,000 gold. That will be the game as well. Probably a tap of the map, because that is an absolute class. If you want to look how to play controlled League of Legends around your champions, that is exactly how it's done. Liam gets taken off the map. There's a surrender.
Yeah, beautiful play to come through from Vici, and you can see Vasily is just, it's another day in the office here.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's what it looked like from start to finish. As I said, they got a fantastic team comp, could team fight terrifically. A little bit of a misplay on the overcommitment to Dandy in the Dragon Pit just meant that game deteriorated rapidly.
Yeah, and we have to remember, lasting about 19 minutes and 40 seconds. Just a brutal display of force coming through from Vici, and when they're playing on the front foot, they look unstoppable.
Yeah, they certainly do, and when it doesn't look like there's a weakness, because it's Samsung reminiscence at Worlds, because every single lane wins, it's all done cohesively. As a jungler, you have no choice. You can't gank, because as soon as you show yourself, Dandy takes your whole jungle for himself. Just across the board, they're playing terrifically.
Yeah, and it really is sort of the world-class performance that you'd expect coming through from the likes of Dandy and Mutter, of course, formerly from the World Championship team, Samsung White.
Yeah, exactly right. So I guess really overall, very balanced lineup once again from Vici. Everyone doing their job, and there's not really much more to say about that game except for the fact that King just got outclassed.
Yeah, and we'll see whether King can maybe just did not seem to work in response to the massive amount of CC to come through from Vici. But let's hop into the next game and see whether King can turn it around, because it's been a night of upsets. We'll see whether it can happen again. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, and this is Spawn, and we're here for our second game between Vici and King, and Vici came out swinging in that first one.
Yeah, they certainly did, and King took most of them on the chin, I think it's fair to say. So,
yep.
Not an overall...
On the chin? I mean, right in there. It was just ridiculous. But we'll see whether King can turn it around and really change things up in Champion Select, you have to say.
Yeah, so King picked for comfort picks. They got the Aurelia, they got the Corki, they got the Azir, and very strong individual picks. But when you see what they went up against, Lissandra, there was a Nara in there, Nidalee on the current 5.2 patch, just so many power picks coming out of Vici, and they really punished them for picking for individual.
Order was probably something that they really struggled with, of course, because Vici just seemed to be able to get the thus far in this banning phase is that Gnar being taken away from carry, and that makes sense
because it really did get a lot of work done. I guess they tried to aggress on. They've just different way.
Yeah, and of course they are switching sides here as well. So King more than happy to leave up that Kassadin and Zed being banned away.
Ooh, I have seen the likes of Mr. Pawn playing it in the mid lane. Ability.
It is just silly. It is going to leave the Kassadin open though. Carry looking at that one. Hatong probably the one likely to pick that up. Has played it in the past to great effect, but can go into the hands of Carry here as well. Dandy has an opportunity to pick up any jungler that he likes.
Can take the Nidalee again if he so pleases.
Yeah, got many options, but of course there are other things on the board here as well, and they can hit very effectively in the lane, but when everyone dies on the map, it's just ridiculous. MLXG, though, he's going to try his hand at Nidalee once again.
Yes, so picks that one away. So far they've banned 2 champions, and they're going to pick potentially 2 champions away. So if there is a way, I guess, to throw them into a little bit of a different game plan, it's by just denying them everything.
Lock away that Aurelia as quickly as possible, and we'll see what Vici decide to do to really round out this comp now that they do have the Kassadin and the Corki available. Looking like Marta might want to hop onto the Leona here, but has the opportunity to just go straight back on the Janna. I don't see why not.
Yeah, it definitely is a viable choice, but with Leona, so much magic damage that comes out of Leona as well as Kassadin. They have a fantastic, I guess, comp to set up for ganks, being able to get that Rek'Sai in with the knock-up. So I do like the Leona pick. Engaged support seem to be much more in favor at the moment, and they're being played extremely well.
And Liam looking at the Diana here. We have seen it once before, but didn't quite work out. Of course, in fact, actually gave over a pentakill to a Rek'Sai in the bottom lane very early on. Of course, that wasn't a solo mission. That was, in fact, all 5 members dying. But Assassin does have that Xerath, of course, off the ban list this time. And Wushin looking to pick up the Kalista, and it is going to go through.
Yeah, so I like Xerath with the Veigar support. I reckon that's one of the best combos that you can possibly put with it.
Plus a Nidalee as well.
Yeah, Nidalee being able to follow up, and then you just get one person low, and Wushin might be able to go crazy on the Kalista. So I think a much better team composition coming through from King this time around. They've still got some comfort picks in there. There's still the Aurelia for Skye being able to get in there. I guess Assassin on Xerath, no stranger to that champion either, but much better coming out this time. On the side of Vici, though, still a very impressive teamfight comp coming out.
Yeah, well, that's true. And if they decide to go for the Maokai here, of course, that event horizon blocking off so much area, but if you twisted advance through it, you're not going to get stunned up. You're untargetable as you go through there.
Yeah, and being able to get, I guess, his ultimate across a lot of where the event horizon is might be able to stop some of the damage. So see how Carry treats this one. Hatong versus Assassin is going to be an interesting battle in the mid lane. We see a lot of Kassadin versus Xerath at the moment. Of course, Kassadin wins a little bit early, being able to poke out with that Q, but doesn't really win as the game goes on, just because of how much long range. And if you riff walk into a Xerath, very dangerous, because you just take the stun and a lot of... I think that a lot of Vici are forced into Merc trades this game because of the way that the lineups have been set through.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they do for that one. But one thing that we haven't necessarily seen is the Kalista Veigar lane. And we'll see how that one actually works out, because of course Veigar able to lock away a large area, and Kalista, you can sort of just have a field day bouncing around.
Yeah, and I guess the good thing about it is maybe don't look at it as a re-engage. Veigar can play very aggressively and look for his event horizon and then be pulled back out of harm's way.
Yeah.
So I think that this is a different way that we're going to see the Kalista ultimate used. If I reach into my Papa Smithy vocabulary, a little bit of a different flavor going through for the Viger, because what that means is, Viger will play very far up. We'll be able to look for the event horizon. If he gets collapsed on, we'll just be Kalista ultimate it away and be in relatively safe.
Yeah, well, that's true. And then has an opportunity, if he manages to land the stun, you can layer that CC with another knockup.
Yeah, I can't see Viger being thrown into a team, but we'll see.
It'd be hilarious. He's a little guy making a whole lot of people bounce, but let's see if it happens as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with King taking on Vici. And we were zoomed in then, ladies and gentlemen. Viger is actually a very, very small champion.
He certainly is, but you don't want to go near him level 1, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, that event horizon, you can take that level 1. It's not an ultimate.
And we see actually them invading very aggressively, looking for some early wards.
Can we just talk about the Relic Shield pickup just for one moment? Liam has picked that one up. He's going to be able to build the AP with his Q on this Viger without taking farm from his AD carry. Beautiful stuff.
Unique tactic. Let's see how it plays off. I don't really think AP is his main goal here, but I take the point. A very nice little feature built in there.
Hey, no, at least you get to utilize a part of the champion that otherwise would not be utilized.
Maximizing the full extent of the kit. I like it.
It's beautiful.
We might even see a little bit of a tank Viger here. I'm having reminiscent flashbacks of when tank fiddlesticks was a thing, just because he had...
Was it a thing?
It was. The dude played it a lot.
The dude did play it a lot, to varying success.
But I'm thinking tank Viger. This could be a thing.
Well, actually, he does have decent engage if he wants to get his face into a fight, you know? Just gets Kalista ultimated in there. Fate's call, calling him to his doom there in the middle of the team.
Yeah, so maybe we've overlooked a part of the kit. Maybe the Viger being tanky then can be thrown in is a little bit different. We're used to squishy Vigers, but that might not be the case.
Yeah, you rely on the AP of your opponents to get your damage done. Of course, only with that ultimate. Liam actually... starting off as tank, you have to think that Vasily and Mart are probably going to try and do the same thing as last game, as Lamb happily using his some CS over to Wushin here as well. And actually, Kalista's passive on the Sentinel, if you Q a minion and it kills it, thingy on it.
Yep.
I'm not entirely sure. I think it's Soul something.
Yep, I'm taking your meaning.
Yep. If he kills it with a Q, does he get the stack and does the CS go onto Kalista?
I have absolutely no idea, and I don't think they've gone that.
Soul touched.
Soul touched.
I believe is what it's called. But anyway, let's get out of that, horrible train of idea.
The observer's taking us deliberately away from bottom lane so we can stop talking about it. As we see MLXG, he went for an excursion into that bottom lane that we're speaking about, wasn't able to get much. We see Assassin actually poking out quite heavily towards this early game. Maybe should be going in Kassanen's favor just because he can use that Q. Look at Viger, and he's surprisingly good in lane. He stops a lot of aggression.
Yeah, and especially coming out of the likes of Leona, who really wants to get onto your face, and then once she's there...
Gank in the top lane.
Oh, we'll see whether Carry's going to be okay as MLXG is here in melee range. The pounce on top of Carry. That was Flandre. He would have died to that turret.
Yes, certainly would have. Especially if we take earlier today.
Oh, Vasily actually getting caught by the event horizon here. So much damage.
Yeah, he's an aggressive Viger support. Look at him. He wants to get in there and mix it up. Complete control of the wave now in favor of Wushin and Lamb, and maybe even trying to stop the back that's coming out of Vasily here. And if they freeze the wave, Vasily might be in a bit of trouble. That's a lot of CS he'll miss out.
Yeah, a little bit frightening actually as he's heading back to base. We'll see what happens, whether they go for the shove, try and back themselves. Do you think Wushin might go back and pick up a recurve bow, say, something like that to really augment his attack speed?
Yeah, I think that's one of the best things about Kalista is that she's not shoved into the 1,500 gold first purchase, so you can really punish people for having to go back at the incorrect times. We'll be able to go back and pick up that recurve bow, as you said, maybe even a Vamp Scepter if he wants to, but it does look like recurve bow is the weapon of choice this time around.
Oh, excellent use of a great song.
Into each other in the top lane.
Oh, misses the
that
pounce.
Save, that is incredible. He does not know how lucky he is. Probably going to go for it again.
Yeah, and that's actually what Dandy was a little bit, I guess,
Tremor
cursed
Sense
for.
is just saved once again. What a fantastic passive coming through there.
So nothing actually happened, but so much happened.
Exactly right. What a game.
Sky at about half health here. Of course, unbeknownst to him, a whole lot just happened around him. Didn't really do all that much. Pink Ward's going to be battled for here as the Shocking Orb finds Dandy here as well and halves that health bar. MLXG and Lamb. Lamb just doing the roam thing here. It's almost like Gamty have allowed King to borrow Sync Dream for a little while.
He has got to level 4, so he's higher than the level 2 Annie that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, that's true. Not fully Sync Dream. Never go full Sync Dream, ladies and gentlemen.
But with that burst very, very rapidly into a 10 CS advantage. Viger now coming back to the lane as it's pushing in, so not much will be lost overall, but maybe not exerting the early item spike that they got as much as they possibly could.
Yeah, Marta actually going to walk over the ward here as well, just making sure that he knows exactly what's going on. Pierce just going to be used from Wushin just to try and farm the creeps that he can find.
So that's a massive creep wave. They need to make sure they don't take any harass under the turret here, but they will be able to pick up a lot of that CS discrepancy. And if they don't lose out on a dragon, that will be a good result for King in this game.
Yeah, MLXG going to show himself here in the mid lane, going to go towards these Raptors, and this dragon just dying unbeknownst to King. Vasili's going to make his way up here as well as this wave's trying to be dealt with by the side of King, but looks like this dragon's going to fall down right under the nose of King.
Yeah, and that's really confusing because there's no way that's unbeknownst because everyone just disappeared out of bottom lane and there's not really many other places they can go. So first dragon going over to King. They'll have the rough timer on it, so we'll be able to get in. Going over to Vici, sorry. They'll have the rough timer on it. Will King, but that was very well played, I guess. Recognizing the massive wave had been shoved into the turret and taking full advantage of the fact that Wushin couldn't join.
Yeah, and is this a little bit like King just sort of know that they don't really want to be fighting at this stage? Is that something that they want, or is their comp fine at doing that?
Yeah, their comp's actually pretty good at poking people off Dragon. They maybe even could have just, I guess Leona doesn't have her ultimate yet, so he could have taken Xerath and Nidalee there, thrown a couple of Qs out and probably even dissuaded it, but just choosing to avoid the hard CC that can come out of Leona if she follows up.
Lamb needs to start using these Relic Shield stacks because I spent going to collapse a tunnel there as well. You can see he's got 3 AP. Nice.
So I apologize, you were completely right. That is exactly what he's trying to do, stack up that rapid AP.
Yeah.
3.
That rapid 8 minutes already with 3 free ability power. How is that not awesome?
As we see, a little bit of a massive lull actually in the game. A lot of farming coming through, although that was led by Assassin that time around. And Layam once again just stepping on an expired ward. Otherwise, it would have been a great roam up. Might be able to take out a pink ward though.
Actually, Hatong finds him though. There's the event horizon going to slow down Hatong's aggression, but
pick up out of Hatong. He's gone for the blasting rod over the catalyst.
Yeah.
Just to make sure he has as much dueling potential as possible in this point in the game. Not really worried that he's going to get chunked out. Normally when you're against a poke mid laner like a Xerath, you are more worried about keeping your health topped up and being able to farm to that late game. But just showing extreme comfort on the Kassadin champion, able to pick up the blasting rod, go the aggressive build.
Yeah, and Hatong has seen a lot of his success on this Kassadin here as well as Lamb makes his way back round into this lane. Of course, Fate's Call isn't really sure whether that's a thing, but you know, if Lamb starts taking too much CS, it may be that Wushin just throws him on in.
If we see just very, very standard play coming out of both teams. First Dragon went over to Vici. That will be up in about 3.5 minutes time now. MLXG, he's farming up nicely. Got a 5 CS lead. Hasn't been able to put out the same pressure that Dandy put out last game. In the top lane, Sky is slowly building a lead for himself. 7 CS up, moving towards maybe a 13, 14-minute Trinity Force at this point in the game. But neither team really trying to push it too hard.
Yeah, Wushin is going to be able to head back and finish off that Hurricane if he so desires. Only 1,500 needed to complete that from the recurve bow if he wants to go back, but decides that maybe now is not the time.
Yeah, and Mata actually this time is the support to roam around.
Actually going to be Rek'Sai yelling here just a little bit. Dandy wants to make sure that he's getting enough attention on this map. Just going to be warding over the side here. Wushin being aggressive, doesn't actually pop the Ren there onto Vasily for a little bit of extra damage. Doesn't want to go too close in range as MLXG shows his face. Marta is going to probably head back around to this bottom lane at least eventually. Has hit level 6, so of course that Solar Flare able to affect a long distance away, and I think wanted to put a lot of pressure on Assassin there in the middle side.
Yeah, they've just collapsed here in the dive mid. It looks like mid is the call here, and very wisely.
Yeah, and Dandy actually just loving the red side of the enemy jungle this whole series. This pink ward is going to finally be cleared from Marta as Carry going to push this wave back towards Sky. Actually, Twisted advance on top of him as the Equilibrium Strike stops the assault. But of course, Sky more than happy to farm up these creeps underneath the turret. And Dandy unable to find too much.
Ooh, Event Horizon.
Oh, actually, Marty gets caught. Probably not the champion that you really want. Zenith Blade not going to land, but he just flashes on top. That was an incredible Fates call. Gets the double knock up here as well, and that's first blood going over to Liam here. And he's the carry. He's the star, and he's going to get it going on. Carry now in a lot of trouble. Spear just grazing Dandy as Event Horizon yet again onto two members. Wushin starting it up again. Dandy, the last shot from Assassin, and that's his namesake, picks up a kill from the offside.
Yeah, and a really nice play coming out of the bottom lane duo. Wushin having a much better game this time around.
Oh, yeah.
Able to start that one off with a nice face call, and then the two-man Event Horizon to really seal the deal there coming out of Liam. Much better play coming out of King altogether. Better rotation around the map. Beat them to the punch this time around and really force Vici into a bad situation.
Yeah, Wushin is going to be able to secure this bottom turret here as well. Of course, with that Hurricane was able to just get so much damage down, and utilizing their power spikes, making sure that that sort of engage happens exactly when King wanted to. That was just beautifully done. And Liam, he's now at 8 ability power.
And we see Assassin able to defend his pink ward as I completely ignore Atlas's irrelevant stats about the game. It will mean Vici have an opportunity to pick up their second dragon, and once again, against a poke comp, this is very important to be able to secure early objectives, so I like the fact that this has been so high on the priority hole. And lineup, even in the top lane back of the last skirmish as well.
Yeah, and Sky, of course, didn't have too bad a on that Aurelia because the team was just too far behind, but see whether he is going to be able to have the effect that he wants. Lamb, use that Q to take down the cannon creep. Up to 10, so yeah. See, look, the Observer definitely loves the fact that he's building some AP here as well. Lamb now having the mobility boots as well, you're going to have potential for that E around Sky. Actually getting aggressed on here on the top side. There's the slow coming through from the force pole. Sky, oh, he misses! And Sky just going to wander away. Rift walks out there as well as Carry actually going to be then secured by this one. Oh my goodness. Lamb actually probably could have been in trouble if Dandy had have decided to unburrow on him there because of course doesn't have too many of those tanky stacks just yet. MLXG looking for something here. Marta gets caught. There's the pounce over the wall and the ridiculous, and MLXG is able to secure the kill.
Yeah, very nice play once again from Lamb. He's really nailing these Event Horizons. Pressure on the top side of the map means another objective falls in the middle. 4-man strong these minion waves, and King look like a completely different team.
Yeah, and do you think that this is all just come...
I think it's how strong FLICKR, pinnacle of old League of Legends. It is just such a strong ability.
Yep, sort of release Twisted Fate.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Giving everyone nightmares. Assassin going to be able to take down the pink ward here. Of course, League of Legends has gone through a lot of evolution, and FLICKR just hasn't seen that much play.
Yeah, he really hasn't. It was Pawn pulled it out, and he was, I guess, one of the few, and then crashes a whole minion wave up there. All of a sudden, he's 35 CS in the advantage and having an absolute terrific time.
1,000
to pick up his boots as well against maybe the less aggressive, the Righteous Glory coming out. Still a very good item on mech out of a Roller Maokai. That's probably one of the few. Kalista and Rumble are my two favorite champions to watch farm for completely different reasons. Because Rumble players just farm terrifically well with a very poor kit for farming.
Yep.
And Callista actually just looks cool. Boogies all over the place while picking up that CS.
Yeah. I think we could probably just, especially at times like this when Sky's just standing around waiting to last hit minions, and that's the most interesting thing we have to look at on the map. Let's just follow.
Wave with Aurelia is also a very fun part of League of Legends.
Interesting things excite you, Spawn.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, because Aurelia has a really cool kit in the fact that she pushes extremely well with her ultimate, which is on a short cooldown. So
true.
And then can freeze and last hit because uses Heat-End style to get a lot of the damage as MLXG takes an adventure into the wall.
Yeah, that was a fantastic spear to land, though, apart from the fact that his pouncing ability is not so good. Didn't try it, but he's dancing around Lamb ball as well. MLXG picks up that kill as Vasily forced a Valkyrie his way to safety, and the last outer turret now going to fall for King.
And Wushin is going off. He got the triple Ren set in that little bit of a skirmish and did so much damage. All done. 3 people caught in it. It's like a cage for the 10 years that it's...
Looking at Layam here as well, 2-0-6. There's 8 kills on the map, 100% kill participation. The Magi is now picked up from MLXG. He's already got a few stacks on it as well from that exchange in the top side. And King really wanting to snowball out this one.
Yeah, so they're in a much further ahead than what Vici were on the other side. They're getting very desperate. 5-man gank squad into the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're desperate and really angry at Sky by the looks of things. Transcendent Blade's keeping him alive for a long time, trying to turn around Honatong. Doesn't quite manage to, but a valiant effort to come through from Sky.
He nearly picked up that kill. Sky going pretty deep there to try and get that one, and it looks like they might even be able to grab an inhibitor turret. No, not able to, just a lot of damage coming.
Members of King. Scrying Orb going to be used. We'll see whether Vici can collapse onto this as King very far extended another event horizon, and Dandy takes a lot of damage for that one as well as Assassin. That's the easiest shocking orb he's ever actually. 2 of those, but of course with that Eclipse running does have a lot of resistances. He's going to be okay. Teleport to come through from Sky. He's really angry, wants some revenge. The 3-man stun as Vasily gets caught up there as well. Sky as well, and Assassin picks up the kill. 2-0-1 on this Xerath with a death cap now.
Yeah, and it looks like they'll be able to rotate that into a dragon as well. So being able to pick up their first dragon of the game, and King now with an 8,000 gold advantage at 20 minutes.
This is just ridiculous. Night and day from the last series, and it's been a spooky day with things happening that probably shouldn't, and yet again, it's surprised us.
Yeah, it really has, and what a transformation coming out of King. They obviously were able to keep morale fairly high after what was a pretty demoralizing game last time around, but now they've got some swagger in their stat. I like the Magi's pick up the very aggressive death cap. Already got another blasting rod before even getting boots. They're just relying on Viger to get in range, and then everyone else is just using long-range abilities to kill whoever is in that event horizon.
Yep, Layam actually, unfortunately, sold.
And I am absolutely speechless, Atlas. Against the best CC in the game, there are 2 Sork boots and Mobies. No Merc treads are yet to be picked up for Vici, and they're losing because of CC.
Interesting. We'll see whether the decision pays off here for Vici, as I don't think it will. Layam just going to clear out this ward here, and maybe not respecting the Viger pick that much, but of course Marta played it to such fantastic effect in a series just yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think you can not respect the Viger. 100% kill participation, just having a completely standout game here. And has decided to recall, doesn't want to play anymore.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't either. Event Horizon going to land here. The ward put down immediately. Look at the pound. So excited to get amongst it. And he's going to be able to finish off the kill.
Yeah, the KS from the top lane are away from the support, but all importantly, the 100% kill participation is preserved, and he's not done yet.
Oh, Dandy gets caught here as well. MLXG gets a Krug. Unfortunate placement of that particular though, as Hatong going to try and clear out this ward here as well. Sky probably going to try and get another one over, but of course doesn't have any wards available. Assassin doesn't want to get caught out as Force Balls lands here as well. Tries to answer with some damage, but he was just in a silly position.
He certainly was. Got collapsed on. Nice play there from Vici, but they need to be careful that they don't face check the top side of the map because King are still lying very patiently in wait.
Yeah, 9,000 gold now the lead here for King. 4 turrets to 1 as well, so they've got so much map control. Of course, if Vici can do anything, they can ward extremely well, and it's not quite the shutout in vision that King were shut out for in the last game. So Vici, they do have that to hang their hat on, but we'll see whether they can make any traction in this game because King have just been moving around as a unit. And I think that Assassin sort of conceded his life without really trying to go for anything because he wanted to preserve the 100% kill participation for lane.
Yeah, certainly. I think that was definitely the case there. As we see, Liam has now picked up that Talisman of Ascension, so he's going to be able to get in range even quicker.
Yeah.
For that event horizon. And really, this is a terrifying...
He, of course, has the Alacrity enchant on his mobility boots as well, which is just a stupidly fast waddle from Liam. Look at him go. Bonk, 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 bonk. It's just silly. Just silly. Looks like a puppet. Something like that wandering around. Sentinel just going to try and spot out, see where the Dandy's going to come around and check this Baron. You can see they've managed to pink that one up. Oh, Event Horizon going to uncharacteristically not find its mark as the Zenith Blade does. Marta coming through, Solar Flare onto Assassin. Lame gets taken out with a Fate's Call, but the double knock up from Dandy gets knocked up in return as Carry right into the front line. There's the Event Horizon here as well as Liam. Oh my gosh, the heal saves his life. A Tong right in there as well as Wushin is so incredibly low, but he lives through everything. The Rocket not going to find his mark. Vasily, so confused about what to do, decides he'll pick up a double kill, but that's an ace for King.
Yeah, King able to pick up an ace. A very good team fight coming out of Vici, understanding as soon as that Event Horizon was down, 10,000 gold or not, that's just such an important ability on cooldown. Marta went extremely deep, and you saw Hetong, his primary target was the Viger. Bypassed everyone else, tried to assassinate him. In the end, maybe the items just a little bit too far, and we take a look at the sad Viger. Still 100% kill participation, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry.
Yep. Absolutely fine. Not even sure. I think it was Dark Matter managing to pick up a little bit of tech.
You saw the Fate's Call came through. They bounced up a couple of members, but really from here, Wushin is the star of this team fight. He was getting so many autos out. Able to pick up the first reset here. Jumps backwards around the coin, which is very important. Dodges out a spear, and that was maybe the most millimeter miss of an Event Horizon that would have really allowed that double kill to not have come through and help out getting a little bit of a better end to that team fight than what was there.
Yeah, and we definitely are watching League of Legends, ladies and gentlemen. Vici Gaming trying to get back on the front foot here as well, as 10,000 gold is a huge gap here at 25 minutes in. Liam still lurking. Of course, as the sort of the baddie that he is, as far as that lore is concerned. Saying that he's lurking, definitely a thing, but his walk just does not look like... I could just imagine Viger watching the cast just saying things like, I am evil, stop laughing.
He is a pretty good champion. As we see the blue buff stolen away, they'll rotate this into a as far as possible, picking up a gold. So swapping stats for gold, very good choice at this point because realistically can't contest, just pick up what you can.
Yeah, and of course, Vici managed to secure the first 2 dragons here as well. So now only evening up the dragons are king, despite the fact that they have this huge lead. So, of course, Vici more than happy just to pick up as much standing gold on this map as they can. Wushin now with a huge amount of items in his back pocket. That's going to be the last Whisper completed as well, and has a QSS. So that Solar Flare not going to be as much of an issue for him to deal with. Might just be Carry using that Arcane Smash to knock him up, knock him around these fights. That's really going to be the thing to worry about. MLXG now has a Haunting Guise here as well, just wanting some power now.
Yeah, certainly does. I think this game deteriorated very rapidly for Vici, and King have been playing it extremely well, but they need to start worrying about their side lane control because we saw there that they wanted to siege mid, but top and bottom were both in horrible positions, and they really are playing this off the back of some good engages coming off Viger, but they've just lost 2 turrets uncontested. And
Carry might be caught out here just a little bit. Spear to come through, but that last minion not going to be enough to take down that outer turret. Just needs to be breathed on a little bit in the mid lane. Talisman of Section actually being popped here. Liam going to flash forward and get the Event Horizon, but that's Carry. It doesn't matter. He's just going to be focused out as Sky right in the front line. Wushin, he'll get the first kill, the first reset. He's way into the front line here as well. The triple kill to come through from Wushin as the last 2 members picked up alongside here as well. And King, we were talking about them maybe not rotating effectively. It doesn't matter. They'll just run at you.
Yeah, exactly right. The quickest Viger in the world, able to steam ahead, grab another Event Horizon. That could mean the game 20 out of 20. Liam, take a bow.
Did die in that last team fight, but a bit of a rework.
Yeah, and what a polarizing change. We saw the best of Vici, and that's probably the worst of Vici that we've seen.
Yeah.
Being dictated to repetitively, fell very favorable fights, and amazing team fight team that can really dictate the flow of the game, or are they a team that has very big difficulties rotating around the map in the mid game? Because we kind of see both very often.
Yeah, we do, and they seem to be able to find team fights sometimes, and they're beautiful. When they're orchestrating the fights, it seems to be sort of, when they're in a favorable position, they come up with incredible things. Their in-fight communication is fantastic, but as far as orchestrating it, getting to those positions, they look to be struggling just a little.
Massive props to bounce back from a disappointing game one to win in that fashion against a very good lineup. King are a very interesting team to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. But, ladies and gentlemen, that does bring us to the end of the night. On behalf of myself, Spawn, Papa Smithy, and Pastry Time, and of course our whole production crew, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.